I request all the volunteers to sit down except one or two who may stand on two sides. Please take your seats. Volunteers can take their seats. We have a chief guest with us, all of us. Please welcome our chief guest with a round of applause. I request everyone to keep their phones on silent mode. Please take your seat. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everybody. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, Professor Dr. M. Afshar Alam, esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Jitendra Kumar Maheshwari, Distinguished Chair of the Global Dialogue Forum, Mr. Moses Manoharan, esteemed Dean of Students' Welfare at Jamia Hamdard, Professor Dr. Reshma Nasreen, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, with the deepest reverence and honor, we extend our most gracious welcome to the inaugural ceremony of the Diversity and Conformity Defining India Conference, organized by Jamia Hamdard in collaboration with the Global Dialogue Forum. Before we begin the ceremony, I would like to call upon Imam Sahab of Rabia Mosque to begin our day with a recitation of verses from the Holy Quran.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارف إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. These verses from the Quran is in tune with the theme of the conference, Diversity and Conformity Defining India. Allah says, O humankind, I have created you in different tribes, colors and races so that you get to know each other. The main point is the God Almighty wants that these differences should not lead us to go away from each other. Rather, Allah says the differences is that so that you may get to know each other, and this conference is a step towards knowing each other. Also, Allah says in the next part, Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. Your race, your color, your language, these things will not give you any superiority. No black is superior than white, no white is superior than black. What is the parameter? Atqakum, taqwa, the pittiness, the fearness of God. I hope inshallah tabarak wa ta'ala with this theme, the conference will be a success. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Dr. Fazlur Rahman. Today we are assembled here to embark upon an enduring dialogue. This conference centers around the unwavering belief that India, in its rich ethnic and cultural diversity, has steadfastly upheld its commitment to democracy since gaining independence from British colonial rule. However, this commitment is occasionally marked by violent public dissent, often involving diverse communities. India's inclusivity has embraced various forms of patriotism, but recent years have seen nuanced schism, including nationalism, emphasizing culture conformity. This conference will explore contemporary trends in India with choices between centralized authority promoting cultural homogeneity and regional and minority identities challenge the cherished federalism of the nation's founders. These conflicts touch upon issues like minority rights, the Citizenship Amendment Act, and the Uniform Civil Code. Resolving these contradictions is crucial for India's global leadership aspirations. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, Professor M. Afshar Alam, and esteemed Chair of Global Dialogue Forum, Mr. Moses, to kindly felicitate the Chief Guest for today, Honorable Justice Jitendra Kumar Maheshwari. Thank you. I would like to introduce our speaker and chair of the Global Dialogue Forum, Mr. Moses. Mr. Moses Manoharan, who served with Reuters, the world's premier news organization across the world for nearly 2 decades, is now chair of the Global Dialogue Alliance, comprising Global Dialogue Forum, India's only think tank with an international footprint, Global Dialogue Review Foreign Affairs Journal, and Global Dialogue TV. He specializes in geopolitics and media of the New World Order. He advises the highest level of government and cooperates from a unique position, straddling both Eastern and Western perspectives, and articulates opinions distilled from experiences across the world during his time with Reuters, as well as personal interactions with leaders from every continent. He lectures at prominent institutions in India, such as St. Stephen's College in New Delhi and in other countries. Conversant in English, Chinese, Bahasa Indonesia, Malay, Tamil, Hindi, and French, he is a graduate in economics and postgraduate in English literature. He is on the board of Delhi World Foundation Schools in India and overseas. He set up for the Manipal Group India's satellite-linked interactive learning platform with the world's second largest classroom of 18,000 students. Born and raised in Singapore, before becoming an Indian citizen, he served in many hotspots of the world, from Tehran in Iraq-Iran war to Sri Lanka in the Tamil conflict and in Indonesia during the Timor uprising. At Reuters, he reached an unrivaled, all-round proficiency in political, economic, sports, and diplomatic reporting. His service with Reuters spanned the globe from New Delhi to Jakarta, Hong Kong to London, Tehran to Bangkok to Beijing, and the former Yugoslavia. He was the first Indian political correspondent for Reuters and helped set up the South Asia Economic Service, headquartered in Mumbai. He headed sports coverage for Asia, a track and field specialist at the Olympics and International Olympics Committee Affairs. He covered several international diplomatic summits, including 3 non-aligned summits in New Delhi, Belgrade, and Jakarta, the Commonwealth Heads of State Gathering, and other international conferences on a wide range of issues, from the South China Sea to piracy. During his tenure as regional head of Reuters TV, the world's largest, Reuters acquired 49% of ANI, India's largest TV network. He set up 2 decades ago the then world's second largest extended education network with a classroom of up to 18,000 students. He is a member of India's oldest think tank, the United Service Institution of India's Ministry of Defense, and is on the advisory board of the Delhi World Foundation that runs nearly 50 schools in India and overseas. I now invite Mr. Moses to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of students here. So I welcome all of you to this discussion on diversity and conformity, defining India. Um, we are very exceptionally fortunate that we have been given this wonderful auditorium by the Vice Chancellor Sahab, Professor Afshar Alam, on behalf of our co-organizer, Jamia Hamdard. We are very grateful for the Vice Chancellor Sahab and his team led by Professor Reshma Nasreen and our team led by Ms. Nisha Ramdas for creating a marvelous platform for those present here at this convention center and others watching live online around the world. I believe it will be a great success due to an array of outstanding speakers that have accepted our invitation to address this gathering. Our keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, will set the tone for the discussions, no doubt with his erudite jurisprudence. Professor Alam, in his presidential address, will bring to our deliberations pure academic element. The theme itself is relevant in these times, not just in India, but across the world, in both the global south and its northern counterpart. As nations and different people increasingly seek to define what unites them and what gives them unique identities. It encompasses distinct ethnicities, gender, and ways of life. In India, we are trying through our vibrant democracy to celebrate our diversity while upholding the fundamental norms of nationhood laid down by our Constitution, upheld by Parliament, and protected by our judiciary and an independent media. Eminent representatives from all these institutions are here today to discuss the theme. At this point, it is pertinent to point out two recent significant achievements. Our successful Chandrayaan mission to the moon had fulsome participation of women in the team, in the core team. The second is the ongoing Asian Games in Hangzhou, China, where our athletes representing our diverse population did us proud. So this reflects the resilience of our democracy as much as we must also honor tolerance of peaceful dissent and open, responsible debate. I'm confident we will come away from this gathering with a better understanding of our foundational values based on promoting the rights of the constituents of our diverse population while respecting what unites us in nationhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the keynote address, a moment that promises to set the tone for the conference. Our keynote speaker is a visionary in his field, renowned for his groundbreaking research and profound insights, Honorable Justice Jatindra Kumar Maheshwari. He is a judge of the Supreme Court of India. He has been previously the Chief Justice of the Sikkim and Andhra Pradesh High Courts. He began his legal career as an advocate in Madhya Pradesh in 1985 and practiced as an advocate for 20 years in civil, criminal, constitutional, service and tax matters. He has been a member of the Madhya Pradesh State Bar Council. In 2005, he was appointed additional judge of the High Court of Madhya Pradesh. In 2008, he was made a permanent judge. He has delivered notable judgments that include retrospective immunity against arrest, additional compensation for Bhopal gas tragedy victims in Union of India versus Union Carbide, and ruled on the excommunication of members of the Dawoodi Bohra community in the case involving the Central Board of Dawoodi Bohra community versus the state of Maharashtra. I now invite Sir to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to everyone. Professor Dr. M. Afsar Alam, esteemed Vice Chancellor, Jamia Hamdard, Mr. Moses Manoharan Chair, Global Dialect Forum in New Delhi, Professor Dr. Reshma Nasreen, Dean, School of Management and Business Studies, Jamia Hamdard, Professor Salina Bashir, and M. Sikandar on the dais. Similarly, of the dais, all respected guests, deans of different institutions, esteemed professors, teachers, academicians present here, prominent personalities from the social group, all learned panelists presiding on the different panel today, and my dear students. I am honored to be here in this conference, which aims to deliberate and celebrate the diversity of our incredible country. Mahatma Gandhi once said, our ability to reach unity in diversity will be the beauty and test of our civilization. Question arises in my mind, why do we call India as a diverse country? Before we begin and explore how inclusion inwoven into fabric of the Constitution, ensuring positive diversity, first, let me take you through some data retrieved from census of 2011, which refers as diversity index. In the context of the religious diverse country, if we see the population made up to Hindus 82.41%, Muslims 11.6%, Christian 2.32%, Sikhs 1.99%, Buddhists 0.77%, Jains 0.41%, in addition to the tribal society. India is the linguistically diverse. Numerous languages spoken across its state are 22 official as recognized by the Constitution. Similarly, over 3,000 castes, 25,000 subcastes made India a highly stratified society. Over 2,000 distinct ethnic communities made India culturally rich. A diverse land area of this country, over 3.28 million square kilometer, a wide variety of natural land space, including dry deserts, evergreen forests, steep mountain, perennial and non-perennial river system, lengthy coasts, and above all, fertile plain makes India as a geographically diverse country. If we come on economic diversity, then survey reflects that top 10% of the population earns 57% of national income, and remaining 43% national income is contributed by rest 90% of the population. It shows economic diversity. So these are certain data how we are diverse. As we can see, diversity encompasses the area of differences among individuals: race, gender, ethnicity, abilities, perspective, and more. Inclusion, on the other hand, is the deliberate and active effort of the embrace and values of this diversity, creating an environment where everyone feels respected, heard, an integral part of as a whole. reflecting on the history of Indian freedom struggle, it is evident that individuals from diverse regions and walks of life played a pivotal role. It was one of the instances when pre-independent India witnessed the power of unity of diversity. This unity became a guiding ethos for the framers of the Constitution, shaping their vision for a democratic, harmonious India. Why do I say so? Let me take you through a preamble of our Constitution. If we see, then the framer of the Constitution, after debates, framed our Constitution, then formulated our preamble last. The ever emphasizing is we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India, leave aside solemnly, having resolved to constitute India into, initially it were three pillars, sovereign, socialist and democratic, and secular is added later. And to secure all citizens justice, social, economic and political, liberty of thoughts, expression, belief, faith and worship, equality of status and opportunity, and promote them among all. Fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Now this has been resolved, and we the people of India gave to ourselves this Constitution. As already mentioned above, I gave the data. India is a land of diversity. The same was prominent in the minds of the constituent framers when they were burning the midnight oil drafting our Constitution. As a result, the independent India saw its birth as a nation of vast diversity and a society where people from all culture coexist in peace and brotherhood. However, for any nation to sustain its diversity, inclusivity becomes an indispensable component. At this juncture, we need to understand the concept of the inclusivity, which in the simplest term is defined as having a sense of belongingness and harmonious coexistence of different identities together as a society. So this is inclusivity. I would like to quote Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "No culture can live if it attempts to be exclusive. Just reverse to it as of inclusivity." This quote befittingly indicate, it is fine of mine. Can I take this? This quote befittingly indicate diversity and conformity as we see today in India from post-independence era. Having defined inclusivity, the next question which arises is, what do we mean by an inclusive society? An inclusive society is defined as a society for all in which every individual, each with a right and responsibilities, has an active role to play while maintaining the respecting of identity of every individual, forms a society, and that would be an inclusive society. again, why in inclusive society needed and what are its prerequisites? Before I answer the question, I say it cannot be disputed that a nation with such a vast diversity will be free from conflict. A human is social animal, and at the end of the day, conflicts are bound to happen between two individuals. Whenever we ask for, where is a dispute, the dispute is always in between two, no other, only two, one and one. So it is all bound to be happen. Now in such a scenario, the prerequisite to maintain the inclusivity of society comes into picture, and they are as follows. Number one, respect of human rights of all, freedom of an individual and utmost of all, and last component which includes everything, that is rule of law. To effectively regulate the conduct of an individual or society at a large nation as diverse as ours, law play a crucial role and are necessary. However, with the change of a social fabric and amendment or changes brought in such law should not dilute their fundamental essence, which is rooted in the preamble of our Constitution and core values enshrined in it. Therefore, the Constitution of India, by virtue of the values contained in it, becomes a paramount prerequisite for an inclusive society in Indian context. Every member of a society, no matter what his or her economic resources, political status, or social standing, must be treated equally under the law. Having said so, today I ask myself and all of you that can there be a better example of inclusivity in diversity than the Constitution of this country, which secures for all citizens justice, liberty, equality, fraternity for its citizens, and that is brought by ourselves to ourselves. Can it be a better example? Suppose we go to the segmentization of this preamble, why it is in this sequence. The first element is justice. The thought process of the framers were the thought process of our framers were different. Their thought was it should be a equal justice with everyone. That should be in respective fields, socio, economic and political, whatever it is. Few examples: right against exploitation, right to equality, right against discrimination, equality of opportunity, and so on and so forth. In short, the justice is about ensuring that everyone receives that they deserve based on a standard rightfulness. It's closely tied to the concept of fairness and treating people justly, and involves treating them fairly with impartiality. The second element is liberty. It is the liberty of thoughts, thought process, expression, belief, faith and worship. If we put an example of thought of expression, right to life and personal liberty, thought is in a human being. It can come within the mind of a human being. Nothing, no one else can. So, first is human, then thought process, right to life and personal liberty, right of freedom of religion, culture, and educational rights. If we go as a thought to come in the mind of a human being, then liberty comes a paramount. Article 21 says, no person shall be deprived by his personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. If we see the plain reading of this article, it is evident that the protection is offered to inclusive of all persons. In other words, the term person is not limited solely to the citizens of India, but encompasses every individual, irrespective of nationality or their specific circumstances. So this is peculiarness, but this life of liberty is with dignified life. So the right enshrined by Article 21 is non-derogatory and exists even when other constitutional rights are suspended. I put an example to this. I hail from a state of Madhya Pradesh. You know, the famous case of Article 21, that ADM Jabalpur Shivkant Shukla. This is from Madhya Pradesh. The question arises during emergency whether the right to live and liberty can be arrested during emergency. The 5 judges bench, by the majority at that time, answered the issue in negative. But Justice H.R. Khanna, at that time, in minority, answered the issue. Justice Khanna says, in his dissenting opinion, he quoted that even in the absence of Article 21 of the Constitution, the state has got no power to deprive a person of his life and liberty without the authority of law. Without such sanctity of life and liberty, the distinction between a lawless society and one governed by laws would cease to have any meaning. So you see this, the minority opinion about 40 years back converted into a majority opinion. The issue of another example of the diversity you will find, the son reversed the judgment of the father. In the Puttaswamy case, in 2017, where while overruling the majority verdict of ADM Jabalpur, the court held, I quote, the right to life being inalienable to each individual. Justice Khanna was clearly right in holding that recognition of the right to life and personal liberty under the Constitution does not denote the existence of that right. Now, these cases are insignificant of two key reasons. These cases are significant for two reasons. Firstly, it reinforces the right of individual irrespective of their status or background, underlying the universality of these rights. Secondly, it serves as an exemplar for the diverse range of opinion and perspective that context in the country of multifaceted as India. Now we see, so once a right is protected, that is a liberty of a man, then expression of thoughts to the individual. And how those thoughts are others, working of others, how it can be gathered by others. You can see this principle in 1975 itself in Rajnarayan, considered a commensurate in recognizing the citizen's right to know as to fundamental aspect of the right to freedom of speech and expression. The Supreme Court held at that time, right to information is implicit in the right to freedom of speech and expression. The court stated that citizens have a right to know about the affairs of the government and disclosure of the information necessary for an informed citizenry. You see why this 75 thought, this thought has come in 1975. Then right to information act came subsequently later, after a so long time. So these are certain diverse examples. But for conformity and to define India, why these rights are important? The question comes in my mind. All these rights are important to maintain the dignity of the individual, but also to maintain the rule of law of a diverse country like India. So, it is essential. If we come to the concept of the rule of law, it has been enshrined by the drafters in the Constitution itself. The fact that the Constitution declares the Indian states as a sovereign reinstates the ideas of rule of law. The ideals of the Constitution, equality, liberty, and fraternity have been enshrined in the preamble. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and anything contrary to it will be declared invalid by the court. And while doing so, interpreting, in the well-known judgment of the Keshwananda Bharati, the Supreme Court said the rule of law is a basic structure of our Constitution. And once it's a very basic structure of the Constitution, then everyone can live with the dignity, this life, individuality, maintaining the diversity of individual, and but conformity for our country, that is defining India. If I come to third element of our preamble, that is equality. The Constitution recognizes equality of status and of opportunity. We secure justice, we secure liberty. Liberty includes your thought process, everything, freedom. Now, if you have these two things, then you must have equality. You see suppose we'll discuss sometime the preamble of the Constitution. It is in fact Bible, it is Gita, it is everything for the Constitution. So, then third concepts come, equality of status and the opportunity. The guiding principle of the equality is like should be treated alike and unlike should be treated differently, giving them equal opportunities. For this reason, reasonable classification on the basis of the intelligible differentia is permitted, and the state is empowered to take affirmative actions, and that comes to directive principles of the state policy in the Constitution of India. To elaborate the same, the state is empowered to make special provision for women, children, minority, or for advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of the citizens, including scheduled castes, where this issue of reservation comes. Any provision comes to that, the purpose is the citizens must be represented adequately in all respect with dignity. This said core value reflect the extent of inclusivity envisaged by the architect of our Constitution. In the watermark case of Indira Sahni, this issue was diversely discussed. I use the word intentionally, diversely discussed, but made it inclusive for all purposes. And the court emphasized the affirmative action is essential to uplift the historically marginalized and socially educationally backward classes. The court recognized that caste-based reservation are a legitimate means to address historical circumstances and inequalities. Later, it reaffirmed the view in M. Nagaraj, you know, it's 2006 volume 8 SCC 212. A word of caution is further required. The framers intend this reservation must brought to 10 years, extended, now further extended. Any study, have you ever found that by extension of 10 years of benefit of reservation, how much persons could be benefited? How much remains? What should be the extent? While extending this benefit, what we have to do, would it not compromise with the excellence of our country? The framers didn't mean like this. Framers thought it. They must be benefited. Are the real persons are being benefited under the garb of this reservation? This is the word of caution which is required. Because we are required to define India. Would it mean to define India? In the morning, I see the newspaper, the free wage issues notices were issued. Thought it, how far we are doing for our citizens? Or is it the right way to define our India? This diversity would give a conformity? So many questions comes in our mind, and why it is nearby. But this is all not a function of the system, judicial system. I will discuss only with respect to what we can do in our parameters. I say, thus, the Constitution of India stands as a remarkable testament to unity in diversity and inclusivity, which is crafted in 1950. It encapsulates the vision of its framers to build a nation that respects and embraces its rich culture, languages, religion, tradition, though its inclusive approach, the Constitution guarantees fundamental rights and freedom to every citizen, irrespective of their background, fostering a sense of equality of justice. Thus, theoretically, India has all the elements which is needed for a society to become a completely inclusive while promoting positive diversity. But are we really a socially inclusive society? In the recent Inclusive Development Index, IDI 2020, as compiled by the World Economic Forum, WEF, India ranked 72 out of 74 emerging countries and was among the least inclusive countries in group of G20 countries. India also did not make it to the top of most inclusive emerging developing economies, where it's Laos, Nepal, China, Sri Lanka, Myanmar. We are supposed to thought of it when we have such a constitution and we have such a better everything where we are lacking. This is necessarily required to be discussed until we find out what are the negatives. We cannot convert those into positives. Now, in looking to the time constraints, I am going over to the time. In view of this set position, Professor Alam, everyone told me that you come at the time, and I am man who goes with the time, so I will close with my time. So suppose in view of the set position in our nation, in my opinion, the way forward to achieve the ends of the social inclusion is not possible unless we on an individual level contributes. I cannot put out a finger against you, anyone, but I can say what we ourselves can do, thereby we can contribute to our nation. Thereby we can have a truly inclusive society. Creating a socially inclusive society requires fostering empathy, dismantling prejudices, and championing diversity. Individuals can start by actively listening to diverse perspectives, educating themselves about different culture, and challenging their own biases, engaging in open conversation like today that promotes understanding and tolerance must be the key. By acknowledging and valuing the uniqueness of each individual, we pave the way for a society where everyone feels seen, heard, and respected, fostering a harmonious coexistence that celebrates the rich tapestry of human experience. Melinda Gates said, "We all want something to offer. This is how we belong. It's how we feel included." So if we want to include everyone, we have to help everyone develop their talent and use their gifts for the good of the community. That is what inclusion means. Everyone is contributor. Everyone is contributor. So you trust on yourself. You have a liberty of life. You have a life with dignity. You have a thought for expression. You have everything in you. You have equality. But how you can develop and define India, you have to thought of it. Without further ado, I will wish this conference to be of success. I came to know there are 3 sessions. One is preserving identity and plurality, important subject, identity and plurality. The another is upholding the constitution, enforcing the laws. Probably I have touched all these. And third is balancing minority rights and majority responsibilities, meaning thereby it is a thought process of ours, how we can do it. I am sure that there will be a lot of learning and deliberations by the expert panelists in all 3 technical sessions lined up for today. Prior to end, I will have some poem. In the India's embrace, diversity blooms. A weave of culture rich in hues. United we stand hand in hand. Inclusivity, the heart of our land. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Your insights have not only enlightened us, but also inspired us to think more deeply about the contemporary issues. We are truly privileged to have had you as a keynote speaker, and your contribution to this event will be remembered for a very long time to come. Thank you for sharing your expertise, sir, your wisdom and inspiration with us. Now, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished speaker for the presidential address today. Professor Dr. M. Afshar Alam, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, with more than 25 years of experience in teaching and research. Professor Alam has been Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard since June 19, 2021. He has a master's degree in computer application from Aligarh Muslim University and a PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia. The Government of India has included him in many committees. He currently served as chair of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, and is a member of various committees of the University Grants Commission, UGC, the All India Council of Technical Education, Science, Engineering and Research Board, and the Technical Committee of NCPL at the Ministry of Education. He has served Jamia Hamdard in various capacities, including being head of the Department of Computer Science for 3 consecutive terms, Dean of the Faculty of Management and Information Technology, as well as Dean School of Engineering, Science and Technology. He founded the Computer Center, Department of Computer Science in Jamia Hamdard. His rich research areas were in software engineering, data mining, and sustainable development, among others. He is a founding member of the Computer Wide Networking at Jamia Hamdard. He has delivered lectures in several countries, including Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, China, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Iran. He has authored 10 books and published more than 150 research papers in reputed journals. He has also drafted the curriculum and the bylaws for BTech, MTech, MCA, BCA, and MBA Health Informatic courses. In an illustrious academic career, Sir has been conferred with several prestigious awards, such as the AMP Award for Excellence in Education, Cooperative Citizen Award, World Environment Day Award, the Mahatma Gandhi International Peace Award, Bharat Ratna Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Top Icon Award for 2021, Time Magazine, India's Excellence Iconic Award 2021, and the Most Inspiring Leader Award in 2022, and Outstanding Global Leadership Award 2023, Singapore. He is also Fellow of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Life Member of the Computer Society of India, and the Indian Society for Technical Education. So I invite you to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Thank you. The Honorable Justice Sri J.K. Maheshwari Sahab, Judge, Supreme Court of India, today's chief guest of our inaugural function, Professor Reshma Nasreen, Dean Student Welfare, Mr. Moses Manoharan, the Chair of Global Dialogue Forum, Dr. Saida Saeeden Hamid, Mr. Kamal Faruqi, Mr. Khurshid Ganai, and all the panelists, deans of the schools, HOD, faculty members, speakers, organizer, and dear student. A very good morning to all. I am very thankful and grateful to the Honorable Justice Sri J.K. Maheshwari Sir has to come and inaugurate this one-day seminar in diversity and conformity defining India today. The speech of Justice Maheshwari Sir delivered on the topic was brought every month to understood what the Honorable Judge wanted to convey to the audience. And he mentioned about that the Constitution is supreme and law of land is supreme. And he also mentioned many preamble of the constitutions and mentioned the famous Subramaniam Bharati case also. So thank you, sir, for your wonderful deliberation of diversity and conformity defining India. I am happy to state that you have gathered here today to discuss the topic of a great significance, the diversity and conformity within our great nation, India. Our country is a mixture of various culture, language, religion, and traditions. The diversity is both our strength and our challenge also. It is essential that we appreciate and understand its significance in shaping our national identity. Our diversity is not just like a static, it is very essence of what makes us Indian. This conference provides us with a crucial platform to discuss and deliberate upon the delicate the balance between the diversity and conformity in our great nation. Diversity, as we all know, is India's hallmark. It is in the innumerable language spoken, multiple festivals celebrated, and various cuisine enjoyed. It is the dance of the color during Holi, display of diya during Diwali, and enjoying holy month of Ramadan and celebration during Eid. This mixed culture is our shared heritage and evidence to our ability to coexist harmoniously. Here we do in Jamia Hamdard, we celebrate all the festival together. According to the Census of India 2001, there are about 19,500 different mother tongues spoken in this country. These include both major languages with the millions of speakers and smaller language spoken by a few hundred people, where have over 2,000 distinct ethno-linguistic group, and our constitution recognizes 22 languages beside English and Hindi. Each state in India often has own official language. For example, in addition to Hindi, states like Tamil Nadu, Tamil, Karnataka, Kannada, West Bengal, Bengali, and Maharashtra, Marathi. And they have their own recognized languages. India is the birthplace of major religions such as Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and home to significant populations of Muslim, Christians, and others. This plurality of the faith is a proof to the secular fabric of our country, where every citizen has a right to practice their religion freely, and it is this spirit of religious tolerance that has enabled us to thrive as a united nation. This significance of festivals and celebration is unifying these divided communities is unmatched. People from different backgrounds celebrate over 50 festivals each year in India. Caste, their often challenging issue, is also an important fact of our social system. While it has historically been a source of division, it is crucial that we work towards more inclusive society where opportunities are not determined by birth but by merit and talent. This is a collective effort, and it's required to determine effort for all sections of our society. Now let us turn our attention to the concept of conformity. Conformity is not a rigid sense, but it's the way that binds us together, shared value, inspiration, and a vision for our nation. It is the adherence of our constitutional principle that respect for the rule of law and the commitment of social justice. This conformity is a glue that holds our diverse society together, ensuring that every citizen, regardless to their background, feels sense of belonging. While diversity is a source of strength, it is important to recognize that there is unifying factor that binds us together as a nation. Our shared history, the struggle of independence, and our commitment to a democratic ideals are a foundation upon which our nation stands. It is in conformity to set a common value that allow us to cross complexity of our diverse society. Yet we find ourselves as a critical juncture. We face the challenge of striking the right balance between the accepting diversity and promoting national identity. It is impressive that recognize that diversity is not a threat to our unity, but rather it is our strength. It is what makes us resilient, innovative, and adaptable. In order to travel to this path successfully, we must address the regional difference, ensuring the benefit of progress reach every corner of our nation. We must promote an environment where every individual voice is heard, where the pluralism in politics is seen as a strength rather than a weakness. We must also work toward the economic inclusivity, empowering marginalized community to actively participate in our nation growth. In this attempt, education play a pivotal role by imparting knowledge about the rich culture, history of our struggles, and the vision our forefathers had for this nation. We instill a sense of pride and belonging in the heart of our citizens. It is the big responsibility on us to inculcate a right value in students so that they become a responsible citizen of the nation, and school, colleges are responsible for instilling right value and setting a right mindset of students. They should taught that diversity should be enjoyed and it should celebrated, not should be ground of hatred and violence. We deliberate on the national phenomena of diversity and conformity. Let us remember that our unity is not about the uniformity, but about respecting, celebrating our differences. It is about recognizing that our diversity, we find our strength, and in our unity to forego our destiny. I congratulate all the associates in organizing this conference, and also wish conference in all success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. As we move forward, it's imperative to recognize that this conference serves as a vibrant platform for substantive dialogues. We are genuinely excited to unveil an engaging lineup of panel discussions scheduled throughout the day. These sessions promise to provide you with a unique opportunity to delve deeper into specific areas of interest and engage with experts hailing from diverse fields. With that said, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce esteemed Professor Dr. Reshma Nasreen ma'am. She is Dean of School of Management and Business Studies, as well as serving as the Dean of Students' Welfare at Jamia Hamdard. Her career in academics spans more than 25 years. She has guided around a dozen research scholars. Her research interest includes all facets of consumer behavior and strategy, with interdisciplinary focus ranging from microfinance to digital and functionary literacy, among other areas. She has more than 40 research papers to her credit in reputed journals. Her multifaceted accomplishments are reflected in her responsibilities in administration, alongside the senior academic positions that ma'am holds. I now invite ma'am to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Meher. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to all of you. The heart that gives thanks is a happy one. And I'm indeed happy that we have had a very august beginning to a whole day deliberations on diversity and conformity defining India. I take this opportunity to first and foremost thank His Lordship, Justice J.K. Maheshwari, for accepting our invite and coming, gracing this occasion. And Sir has indeed set the tone for further deliberations. What Sir has talked about, positive diversity, that is a term that should be embraced by all, and espoused on the saying of Mahatma Gandhi, which embraced diversity as a unique feature of a country. Sir has emphasized on inclusivity enshrined in our constitution and has highlighted the adherence to the rule of law for conformity and towards the idea of India. In his concluding remarks, Sir has said inclusivity is possible only if it starts at the grassroots level, and each individual should get out of personal biases and prejudices and embrace inclusivity in the true sense of the word. And once and foremost, when we talk about all our 130 million plus of population, if we get into this idea of India, then I'm sure India will shine further brighter in the future. Thank you, Sir, for your erudite lecture, for your concise delivery, and for covering all the further sessions that we have listed out here. Thank you so much. I think one thing that I missed, we should thanks should be given to our founder also for Hakim Abdul Hamid Sahab, who has created such an ecosystem for all these diverse dialogues. And this has been furthered by our present Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, who said that the right mindset has to be inculcated amongst all individuals. And Sir, I believe, although after his presidential remarks I should not be saying this, but Sir is more a person of actions more than words, and Sir leads through example. And in our university we have such diverse, we have Holi Milan, we have Eid Milan, and these are just not in letter, these are in spirit. And we have participated in the Surya Namaskars, we have different 13 clubs, and all these activities of student engagement. Sir is actively involved at the grassroots level. And for this seminar on diversity and conformity, we have had multiple deliberations and very close deliberations over the past fortnight, in which we have discussed a lot of things, and I'm sure that we will be able to sensitize individuals who are attending here and towards the idea of diversity and conformity and social harmony. A great word of appreciation should go to the CEO, Mr. Moses Manoharan, who chose Jamia Hamdard as a platform for this dialogue, and through his perseverance, persistence, and we have had, Sir has spoken in his welcome speech the idea of dissent. So for each session we have had lots of deliberations, what should be the topic and this and all. And Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor was very closely associated with all of this. So the work that you are doing, Mr. Moses, is appreciable, and you have been doing it for such a long time. And your commitment towards the idea of India and social harmony is worth appreciating and to be put on records. Any event is not possible if we do not appreciate the team behind the event, and that has been duly acknowledged by Mr. Moses. My team, including our Deputy DSW, Professor Salina Bashir, Dr. Meher Fatma, all the student members who are here, and the administrative team who have actively supported us, the Registrar Secretariat, Mr. Vinod, जो last minute पे हम लोग घंटा बजाते हैं तुम्हारा, thank you so much, and all the technical team who have supported us in organizing this event. I am sure this wholehearted participation that we have here in the inaugural session will be reflected in the valedictory as well. And today we will go a lot knowledgeable. At the end of the day, we'll have lots of things to learn. With this, I thank you all and thank you for your support and participation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Ma'am, I request our Dr. Uzma ma'am and the panelists, the invited guests, to kindly come on the stage for a photograph. I request our distinguished panelists and invited guests to kindly come on the stage for a photograph. आइए. I request Miss Nisha to kindly join us for a photograph, please. Thank you so much. I request everyone to join us for tea. Before we,
Call them for photo.
yeah,
Those who want.
yes, the team that wants to take a photograph, please. Ji, ma'am.
Come,
Ma'am.
come. Those who want to take the picture, come.
Students of Hilsa who want to take photograph with sir, please come. Students and faculty members of Hilsa, please come. All the students are requested to go for a very quick tea and please return for the first session. All well, sir?
I've got the race, but can you just, I think this is the main thing you have said. This one, can you just give that to me?
I'll just touch it. Because here is the rapporteur. Dr. Rishi.
Right, sorry. Just from here, okay.
These are the gist of what he said.
Here. Okay. Can you just send it to me? Yeah. Okay.
Because then it will take time to type.
Your beloved, my Shanta is not doing this.
Okay, all right.
No, I can just click a photograph, it will generate the text.
There you go. Youngsters,
AI.
old people don't know this. But that guy, just was studying. He had a soft copy.
No. So thank you, positive. Are you happy? Thank you. Thank you.
But I hope you don't. It is only being taken care by this table, nothing else. Right, because it is there. The charger is there, it is being charged. Right? और कुछ नहीं होना, बस यही चीज़ जो दिख रहा है, यही चल रहा है। आप ये रहेंगी तो आप दोनों एंड ऑफ आप ले लेना।
वो लेके गया। नहीं 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 दूसरा यहाँ पे है। नीचे देखो यहाँ। नीचे देखो।
Yes. Yes, yes, ma'am. I'm taking it.
request His Grace Dr. Yohanan Mar Demetrius to come on the dais. Students, please be seated. I request all the students to come inside and please be seated.
Which is doing live. It's doing live. So you should not touch that at all. अगर वो touch किया तो बड़ी परेशानी है। कैसे? मेरे को पता नहीं। हटा देंगे पीछे 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 पीछे
I request the students to be seated. All the students who are waiting outside, please ask them to come inside. Student volunteers.
आदत इतनी खराब है मैं क्या करूं जोर से
Students, please come inside quickly and please be seated. We are about to begin the session. A very hearty good morning to everyone joining us today. I, Nazish Fatima, welcome you all once again to today's seminar on diversity and conformity defining India, which is being organized by Jamia Hamdard in collaboration with Global Dialogue Forum. A special thanks to the chief guest of the day. It was an honor to be graced by the presence of Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari. Words are not enough to thank Sir for sharing his precious time with us and inspiring us with his wise words. Now, we begin with our first session of the seminar, which is on the theme, Preserving Identity and Plurality. I would like to begin by introducing the chair for the session, His Grace Dr. Yohanan Mar Demetrius, Metropolitan of the Delhi Diocese of the Malankar Orthodox Syrian Church. He had his theological education at Gordon Conwell Theological Seminary in South Hamilton, Massachusetts in the US and secured his PhD in New Testament Studies from Fordham University, Bronx in New York in 1993. His Grace was ordained a priest in 1989 and consecrated the Metropolitan on May 12, 2010, and appointed to the Diocese of Delhi in August 2010. He was elevated to the Dacian Metropolitan in November 2011. Metropolitan Demetrius has served in various capacities in several churches earlier and in the Faculty of Biblical Studies at the Orthodox Theological Seminary, Kottayam, where he taught till 2010. He has been the Dean of Doctoral Studies and Registrar. His Grace has represented the Church in various interactions, such as the dialogue between Malankara Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church, the Oriental Orthodox Churches and Catholic Church Dialogue, the Global Christian Forum and National Council of Churches. He is a member of the Biblical Society of India, of which he was a president in 2006. In addition to his responsibilities as the Dacian Metropolitan, he continues as the co-secretary of Dialogue between Oriental Orthodox Churches and the Catholic Church, represents the Church, the Lausanne Orthodox Initiative and the National United Christian Forum. Currently, he serves as the president of the Inter-Church Relations Department. Along with this, he also serves as the president of the Northwest India Auxiliary of the National Council of Churches in India. We welcome you, sir.
Honorable Vice Chairman of Punjab University, distinguished panel members, learned professors, deans, and members of this audience. It is a sign of the times that I live right next door, but this is the first time that I have actually visited Jamia Hamdan University. I hope all of you were attentive to the keynote presentation of Sri Maheshwari, Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, who set the tone and parameters for this dialogue on conformity and diversity, defining India, and especially for this panel on preserving identity and plurality. I may be allowed to just briefly describe my social location as part of defining my own identity. I was born in Kerala, where most of my neighbors were either from the Nair faith or community or Muslims. It was not uncommon practice in Kerala for the Nair woman, when she took her son or daughter to the temple for the ritual bath, to also call upon the Christian family to send their son or daughter along with her for this dip in the temple pool. It was not considered out of the law. And therefore, very often you would see a Christian boy or girl accompany a Hindu mother with her child coming back from the temple with the mark of the faith on their heads. It was common practice. And this was the pluralistic context, the religious population with which I grew up in Kerala. My father was a career naval officer. My friends belonged to every possible faith that you could think of. We played together, we ran together, we did all the mischief together, and there was never an issue about to which faith my friends belonged. In this pluralistic environment, where tolerance and acceptance of each other, I grew up forming my identity as an Orthodox Syrian Christian. I played word Syrian does not address the origin country-wise, but actually addresses or describes the Syriac language which my church used as its liturgical medium. With this as a brief introduction to my social location, may I address a few concerns for our panel on preserving identity and plurality. As with many Asian countries, India is a country where its society is deeply embedded in a religion, and which religion, whether dominant or a subset, has deeply permeated the society's cultural and social tradition, providing the matrix for the formation of an individual's identity. In our country, therefore, there is no separation between state and religion, but an arrangement that permits the symbiotic relationship between religion and society to be publicly exhibited. This is the reason why the Indian Constitution in its preamble states India to be a sovereign, socialist, secular democratic republic, where the term secular does not mean a dichotomy between the state and religion, but embraces the toleration of all religions. This deep religious experience of the people has resulted in an awareness that the revelation of God cannot be confined to cast iron categories, and that no one faith has a monopoly on an experience of God. Thus, the Indian pilgrimage to experience the ultimate reality has produced in this country the concept of a toleration and hospitality to all faiths, whether originating in India or introduced to it. The freedom to choose one faith in this pilgrimage is thus enshrined as a fundamental right of each citizen. The conviction that the revelation of God transcends boundaries has resulted not only in a richness within a faith, but also led to an understanding that each faith has much to offer that supplements the particular religion, one that is elicited through mutual interaction and dialogue. It is this religious environment that has produced in India a kaleidoscope of religions and a pluralism that is virtually unique in the world. It is the strong sense that all religions have contributed to the mosaic that is India, so that the absence of any one of these religions results in the defacement of this mosaic we call India. India, therefore, proved to be a haven for all faiths, and in some cases it afforded a hospitality to faiths that were persecuted in other areas. I'm proud to state that India is one of the 2 countries in the world that extended a warm openness to the people of the Jewish faith, where everywhere else, whether in its homeland or in Europe, it was persecuted. And this environment to practice and propagate this faith was one that was extended to all communities by the local rulers and not by religions alone. Today, it has become difficult to sustain the argument that faiths arrived here by conquest. I think one time it was popular to see that. More acceptable is the understanding that several faiths arrived here as an outcome of commercial interaction, such as in Kerala, where Christianity and Islam arrived because of commercial ventures. There have been invasions, surely, associated with religions and the subsequent forced conversions. But the eventual assimilation of such peoples into India have enabled them to supplement the diversity and richness of this country. There can be no doubt then, therefore, that all faiths have interacted with each other, for no religion can be static. Therefore, a development is a necessary feature of all faiths. It embraces the fact of propagation, for that is an intrinsic character of every religion. This is how Buddhism and Hinduism spread to Southeast Asia and to other parts of the world. So, to deprive any faith of the freedom to propagate or conversion would be to deprive it of its essential character. This recognition is the reason why the freedom to freely disseminate one's faith has been included in the Constitution of India, Article 25. There can be no doubt, therefore, that the present form of all religions in this country are the eventual result of the development and conversion. However, in recent times, this harmony in variety at the level of faiths and social practices has been contested and challenged by many factors which are contrary to this established spirit of pluralism and diversity. There are attempts at a uniformity that destroys the beauty of the society in a faith and to impose an artificial common pattern. In my mind, this is contrary to what has been prevalent in this country and one that leads to the eventual destruction of the harmony that this country has experienced despite the occasional upheavals. Our coming together here as participants in this debate or dialogue is to look at these issues in the spirit of dialogue and engagement that have been the hallmarks of how India has generally approached this topic of pluralism and diversity. It is in this context that each one of us has molded his or her individuality and at the same time understood how pluralism works in one's life and in one's society and in this country. With this brief introduction, may I call upon our first panelist, Padma Shri Sayyida Saidin Hamid, former member of the Planning Commission of India, former Chancellor of Maulana Azad National Urdu University, to present us with a learned presentation.
He wants to introduce me. I said, don't bother. Kar diya saab ne kar diya. A little bit.
I take immense pleasure today in introducing the first speaker for the session, Padma Shri Dr. Sayyida Saidin Hamid, who is a former member of the Planning Commission of India and former Chancellor of the Maulana Azad National Urdu University, among several other esteemed positions. Ms. Saidin Hamid has been for decades at the forefront of India's social and women's rights campaigns, besides being an eminent educationist and writer. She chaired the steering committee of the Commission on Health, which reviewed the National Health Policy of 2002. Sayyida Hamid is the founder trustee of Women's Initiative for Peace in South Asia and the Center for Dialogue and Reconciliation. She is a member of National Commission for Women from 1997 to 2000. The Government of India awarded her 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in 2007 for her contribution to Indian society.
थोड़ा नीचे कर दें. No, that's fine, that's fine. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for making it a brief introduction. His Grace, Dr. Johann, Dr. Kamal Farooqi, my old colleague and fellow traveler. Abhirami, my good friend and again Dukh Dard ki Sathi. And Mr. Khurshid Ganai, who comes from my Janam Bhumi. I think that's the most important thing, that connection that I can make, other than, many times we've been together. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, my dear friend Arvinder, I can just name so many people. And dear students, members of the faculty of this very prestigious and distinguished university. It's been a long time. After a long time, I've come here, and every time it's a real honor to be here, because I always think of Hakim Sahab, his great contribution, the fact that when we established a memorial for my late father, he was the chair of that memorial committee. So old associations have, all these memories come crowding in. But first of all, I want to say to Mr. Moses Manoharan, I want to say to you, Moses, that when you asked me to come, I was not too sure, why me and all that. But when I read, the objective of this forum, I thought, yes, it does resonate with my life. And I really want to commend you for the following lines. This, of course, everyone knows diversity and conformity, defining India, harmony, and all that. But these 3 lines, I think, made a lot of sense to me. This conference will examine contemporary trends in India that offer a choice between firm, centrally administered authority that stresses on homogeneity of cultural and other qualities of nationhood, and regional and minorities that focus on diverse identities. I think you really hit a very important point. You hit something which is intrinsic to our lives, and this is the great challenge that we are facing today. Whether it is homogeneity of cultural and other qualities of nationhood, or whether it's the focus on diverse identities. And I think the introduction by His Grace, I think that brought forward this point when he spoke about his childhood in Kerala and how he was surrounded by, different communities. To me, I think that point is really the central point. And I think there was, the earlier session also. But let me just begin with today's newspaper. Aaj ki khabar. Today's newspaper, we read about Nargis Mohammadi, who has now been nominated and will receive the Nobel Peace Prize. She's in prison in Tehran, arrested 13 times, 31-year prison sentence, and 154 whiplashes. Kodon ki maar, 134 times she was to be whiplashed. I think all the panel can resonate with that. Her protest began with Mehsa Amini, who you all know was ultimately, was killed by police brutality. So we live in that whole mahal in which we live in. I think this conference today is very important because what you will take home with you, I'm talking to the students, you will take these realities. The reality that 41 people belonging to a news portal, News Click, were picked up 3 days ago, questioned for 2 days, and 2 of the primary people, the primary leaders, are in prison today. And Kapil Sibal you're all law students, Kapil Sibal is defending them in the Supreme Court. These are the realities, and these are the challenges before you. And I'm very grateful to Moses for having conceptualized this meeting and invited such a distinguished panel. Abhirami and I have been on many panels together. Kamal Saab and I have worked on many issues together. And of course, Ganai Saab coming from Kashmir, you know. I mean, these are challenges that are before you today to understand, to imbibe, and to go home with. His Grace told you a little bit about his background. And I'll tell you a little bit about my background, because it also relates to the subject that Moses has, Mr. Manoharan has opened up before you. I am a Kashmir born, so for me that is a matter of great pride and a great pain also. I was not born yet, but in 1947, my family, 99% of my family who lived in a place called Panipat in Haryana, they were by force of the state, 99% of them were herded into government buses and whisked across the border, India and Pakistan, the Wagah border, whatever border it was. Nobody wanted to leave a place they had lived for 800 years. Nobody wanted to leave, but they were perforce made to leave. And as they were leaving, we were maybe about 2 or 3 families that did not migrate or were not forcefully pushed across the border. But as they were leaving, as they said goodbye to their homes, they left little notes saying, "We will come back, we're just going for a few days," and handed the keys to neighbors who were crying. They handed the keys and they went across and they never came back again. The only thing they asked for when they went to Karachi, they went to Lahore, they went to Montgomery, they went to Lalpur, wherever. It was not their home. Their home was 800 years of living in a place called Panipat, which was, by the way, very well known for Sufi culture, though we only know about battles of Panipat. Not too many people know that it was a center of Sufism. Only thing they wanted when they were there was one handful of dust from their native soil, Panipat. Coming from that background, and learning about it from my mentors, other than my father, Hakim Sahab, from Dr. Zakir Hussain, from all the mentors, Professor Muhammad Mujib, and I also happen to live in Jamia for the last 40 years or so. This was my identity. My identity was a country where, as the subject of today's, diversity defined India. And this morning, Justice Maheshwari enumerated before you the Constitution and the constitutional imperative for diversity. So I'm not a lawyer, I can't use that vocabulary, but you understand that from what Justice Maheshwari spoke to you this morning. So with that imperative in my heart, I started my career as a writer, as an activist, and then finally I was appointed by Mr. Gujral as a member of the National Commission for Women. I won't go into that at all, but I will tell you that I have always traveled in every part of this country wearing a cotton sari. I did not wear a hijab. I did not cover my hair. I am a believing and practicing Muslim. I say my prayers, I practice whatever are the pillars of Islam, that is my practice. But I dress the way I saw my elders dressing, which was, again, with great modesty, but one with the soil of this country. And when I went across to every single district in Bihar, every single district in Odisha, in Assam, in Meghalaya, in Manipur, everywhere, I only traveled in one way, and I was one with the soil. That was 1997, as the young girl who introduced me said, 1997 to 2000. And violence against women and all kinds of atrocities against women. You know, dealing with that, trying to find a way out. Building up sensitivities in the institutions. By the way, while talking of sensitivities in the institutions, I must tell you that we are on the verge of arranging a symposium on women who were behind the building of Jamia. And I think it's always the women who are forgotten. Who remembers the women? We remember Dr. Zakir Hussain, Professor Muhammad Mujib, Dr. Abid Hussain, A.M. Khaja, all the men. But we are bringing forward the women who were so solid, not just as, you know, back to, you know, like holding their husbands so that they could do the work that they did, but in their own way, writers, artists, poets. So I think that gender thing is very strong in me, and that is what took me across the country. And I want to tell you that my 10 years in the Planning Commission, I was appointed for one term, then I was appointed for another term, and it was the most important thing that we did was we introduced gender budgeting. I want all the law students to understand what is gender budgeting. Gender budgeting is when you prepare the budget for a country of 1.4 billion people, then you bring gender into every single aspect of government. Whether it is transport, whether it's shipping, whether it's energy, whether it is Panchayati Raj, there is always gender. So that kind of sensitivity, and I was mentored by a wonderful economist whose name was Dr. Dev, and she's still there, she's even more elderly than I am, Dr. Devaki Jain. So she, you know, took us through, and we had Amartya Sen also sat with us in this committee of gender economists. We thought, why not men? Men should also be part of, you know, this whole insensitizing to gender. So I feel that the kind of what we are going through at this time, and Justice Maheshwari also talked about it, the whole issue with diversity and conformity and defining India. And I must tell you that everywhere I went, regardless of the violence that I saw, all the troubled spots in the country that I visited, and I've just come back from Manipur 1 month ago, and the violence that I saw, the naked stripping of women, the mass rapes of Kuki women, and the kind of, it was mind-blowing, and it's 3 months to date, and it's not, even now, not stopped. So I saw that violence, but at the same time, I saw that there was no desire for homogeneity. किसी ने किसी पे अपना मजहब impose नहीं किया. Nobody imposed their beliefs. It was not a homogeneous country. And the beauty of this country was the diversity that existed and welcomed everywhere. His Grace talked about, you know, how the Hindu children were invited at the time of the anointing or the ceremony. And that to me was something which was a natural thing to do. So I find that when talking about CEA and NRC, when, you know, I saw after the whole Shaheen Bagh, I live very close to Shaheen Bagh, several of my colleagues people sitting here live there, seeing the whole Shaheen Bagh women rise, and seeing how the students, and I don't know if you were part of them, but the students rose against this as a movement. It was a very, it was an experience that I cannot even begin to articulate in words. So I wanted to, really, I don't want to say too much, because I'm really very keen to listen to Kamal Sahab, to Ganai Sahab, and to Abhirami. But I just want to say that my inspiration came from my great-great-grandfather. And this is the last thing I'll say, and I want you to listen to it carefully. My great-great-grandfather was India's first feminist poet. He wrote for women in 1905. He wrote the first feminist poem in 1905, and he wrote exactly for this diversity. And his name was Maulana Altaf Hussain Hali. He was my great-great-grandfather, and because he was a Maulana, nobody could say anything. He was a Maulana, he was learned. So when he talked about the empowerment of women, nobody could say anything. And when he wrote these lines, and I'm just going to quote the lines to you in simple Urdu Hindi, because I think अंग्रेजी बोल के थक गई. तुम अगर चाहते हो मुल्क की खैर, तुम अगर चाहते हो मुल्क की खैर, न किसी हम वतन को समझो गैर. हो मुसलमान उसमें या हिंदू, बौद्ध मजहब हो या हो सिख बंधु, सबको मीठी निगाह से देखो, समझो आंखों की पुतलियां सबको. मुल्क है इत्तेफाक से आबाद, कौम है इत्तेफाक से आज़ाद. मुल्क में इत्तेफाक होता अगर, खाते गैरों की ठोकरें क्यों कर. कौम जब इत्तेफाक खो बैठी, अपनी पूंजी से हाथ धो बैठी. This was the अब 1905 में, when this was spoken by a man who was highly, respected, and even though some people didn't like what he said, but nobody dared open their mouth. When he said that, and he talked about empowerment of women, that the women were the ones who held up. And he said, about women that if the men, and I cannot remember the exact lines, I should brush up before I come. He said if men had the kind of burden that women have, they would have screamed out. They would not. अगर मर्दों पे ये बार पड़ता तो वो चीख उठते जो औरतों पे बार पड़ा है. So this was the ideal, and that is why, my dear friends, when Moses Manoharan conceptualizes this meeting, when Jamia Hamdard, the Vice Chancellor, has the imagination to mobilize his colleagues and bring this meeting into his premises and in Jamia Hamdard, I think it blesses this. It's a kind of a tribute. It's a tribute to the spirit of Hakim Sahab. So I commend you, Moses. I commend you, Vice Chancellor Sahab, your faculty, your students, and this very distinguished panel. And more power to you that this Global Dialogue Forum can take it forward and really bring about, वो कहते हैं जो साहिर साहब ने कहा कि वो सुबह कभी तो आएगी. Thank you very much.
Your questions. We'll now have the next member of the panel present his paper. We request to have his formal introduction.
I would now like to introduce our second speaker for the session, Mr. Kamal Farooqi. Mr. Farooqi is former chairperson, Delhi Minorities Commission, and currently a member of All India Muslim Personal Law Board and a prominent voice of jurisprudence for his community. He is also the former General Secretary, All India Milli Political Forum, General Secretary, National Committee for Legal Redressal and Justice, Convener, National Consensus Forum on Ayodhya. He has organized numerous events such as an international conference on Muslim education and Milli Council Karwa, covering the entire country on the eve of Golden Jubilee celebration of independence to highlight the contribution of Muslims in the freedom struggle. He is engaged in promoting national integration and development. He has been an active participant in numerous delegations to the President of India, Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, and other dignitaries on the issues of national importance. He has organized relief work during national calamities. He has emerged as a forceful spokesman in the media on issues concerning Muslims, social justice, education, both nationally and internationally. I welcome you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem amma ba'd. Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sahab, Jayed Bhai, wonderful gathering. Frankly speaking, I had stopped going to the functions for the last almost 2.5 to 3 years. It was Javed Bhai who called me and he insisted that you have to come over there. Then the organizers asked me to send my details. I said, oh, don't keep the details, but when it was insisted that you have to give it, I asked my office, please send a detail about myself. In my wildest dream, I never thought that he will be sending such a long brief. I'm sorry. So much time has been taken for this stupidity of my staff. But I'm a very small person coming from a very humble background and tried to develop my educational skill through all the kind of hardships. Worked as a पटरी वाला जिसको कहते हैं ना 2 रुपए के मोजे बेचने वाला. Worked like that also for establishing myself. And then, alhamdulillah, did my chartered accountancy also within the time, and then continued to work in the community's work and as far as the national integration also. Friends, today's discussion is very, very important for all of us. Not only for all of us, but the survival of the country also. When I'm saying survival of the country, I'm not cynical about the whole thing, but I'm really, really disturbed about whatever is happening in the country. I don't want to make you depressed because we have passed through that stage. We have already crossed that limit, and we will be very soon, inshallah, say goodbye to this world. But you people have got lots and lots of youngsters have got lots and lots of energy. And you have got a wonderful constitution, you have got the wonderful history. But the only thing is that even the Honorable Mashwari Sahab has said so many things. But when I try to compare the whole thing, I feel that all these things, अब ऐसा लगता है जैसे किताबी बातें होकर रह गई हैं. Factually चीज़ें कुछ और हैं. और जो मुल्क जिस तरफ जा रहा है वो किसी ख़तरनाक मोड़ की तरफ जा रहा है. लेकिन जब हमारे साथ डायस पर इतने बहुत अहम शख्सियात मौजूद हों तो हमें अपने यंगस्टर्स को मैसेज क्या देना है. एक तो तरीका ये हो सकता है कि वी कैन टेल यू दैट दीज आर द पिटफॉल्स, दीज आर द प्रॉब्लम्स. हम देख रहे हैं कि जहाँ तक जस्टिस की बात हो रही है तो हमारे सामने बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें आ रही हैं. दिन रात हमारे सामने बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें आ रही हैं जो कि हम बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन हम देखते हैं कि कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो गोली मारो सालों को और उसके बाद वो मिनिस्टर्स बनते रहते हैं, सारा कुछ काम करते रहते हैं, कोई उनके ऊपर काम नहीं हो रहा. कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं कि चलते हुए आदमी को पकड़कर उसमें बंद करके, गाड़ी में बंद करके आग लगा के उसको मार देते हैं और बंदा फिरता रहता है. जो मारने वाला आइडेंटिफाइड है, ऐसा नहीं है जिन्होंने मारा है उनको ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई स्ट्रेंजर हो और करके चले गए. वी नो इट, वी न्यू देयर नेम. एंड आई विल जस्ट सेंड यू वन स्मॉल थिंग. वी हैड meeting with our Honorable Home Minister. The Muslim delegation went over there, led by Hazrat Maulana Mahmud Sahab. And since I was sitting next to him only, so I started asking, sir, what has happened to that man? Say, he was killed like this. हाँ देखते हैं. After 5-10 minutes, I again asked him, sir, आपने उस बात का जवाब नहीं दिया. I knew it that he will not answer me. नहीं, वो बात करेंगे आपसे, फिर बाद में करें. जब मैं उठने लगा तब मैंने उसे कहा, सर ये तो बता दीजिए उस बेचारे की गलती क्या थी. उसको जब मारा गया था तो जो लोगों ने मारा है उनको सज़ा देनी है. उनको ये मत देखिए कि वो हिंदू है मुसलमान है. वो जालिम थे, कातिल थे और बहुत ही ब्रूटली मारा है. कहने का मतलब ये है कि एक तरफ हमारा वंडरफुल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है जिसके हम लोग पासवान हैं और जिसको हमको आगे लेकर चलना है. और आप यंगस्टर्स जो है ना, बेसिकली खुदा का शुक्रिया है कि मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर नाउ इन द लीगल फ्रेमवर्क. सो आपके ऊपर जितनी जिम्मेदारियां हैं, शायद हम आपके ऊपर बहुत सारी जिम्मेदारियां छोड़ के चले जाएंगे. जाने वाले ज़्यादातर हम लोग जो है ना 2-4-5 साल के मेहमान हैं, लेकिन आप लोगों के ऊपर बहुत जिम्मेदारी हैं. जिम्मेदारियां क्या हैं? जिम्मेदारी ये है कि हम लोग अपने मुल्क के कानून को देखें, उसको समझें, इथोस को देखें. और ये मुल्क किसी के बाप का नहीं है, हम सबका है. ये मुल्क जितना किसी और को बिलोंग करता है, गोली मारने वाले को लगता है या किसी ने जलाने वालों को लगता है, उनका शायद ये मुल्क इतना नहीं है जितना मेरा मुल्क है. क्योंकि मेरे मुल्क के अंदर मेरे ये बैठे हैं, मेरे बुजुर्ग बैठे हैं. हमारे पास ऐसी आवाज़ें मौजूद हैं जो इन बातों को बग़ैर ये डिफ्रेंशिएट किए हुए कि ये मुसलमान मरा या हिंदू मरा, सिख मरा या ईसाई मरा, इंसान मर रहा है और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मर रहा है. दैट इज़ व्हाट एक्चुअली इज़ द नीड ऑफ द आवर. आई एम नॉट मेकिंग एनी इमोशनल स्पीच. आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू टेल यू वी आर लिविंग अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट टाइम फॉर यू, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई हैव ग्रेट फेथ इन यू. I have great faith in the younger generation because they understand it. They know the law. They know how to defend themselves. And they know the vice chancellors have provided you so much energy and effort and environment. And this is because of Baji has referred to one name of a very pious person who is very dear to all of us. Hazrat Hakim Sahib. He was a वली, चलता फिरता वली था वो आदमी. और जितना काम करके गया है वो, अल्लाह ताला उनकी नस्लों में भी उसी तरह की जज्बा अता फरमाए और उनको जन्नतुल फिरदौस में आला से आला मुकाम अता फरमाए. ऐसे लोगों की ज़रूरत है जो हिंदू मुसलमानों के दरमियान में एक इत्तेहाद कायम करता था और उसी के साथ साथ मुसलमानों की एजुकेशन के ऊपर बेपनाह काम करता था. हमें काम क्या करना है? हमको 2 काम करने हैं. एक तो ये है कि अपनी एजुकेशन को हमको ठीक करना है. ख़ास तरीके से जो जामिया हमदर्द जो रोल प्ले कर रहा है, इट्स ए फैंटास्टिक रोल. वाइस चांसलर साहब और उनकी पूरी टीम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जो काम कर रही है, इट्स रिमार्केबल. वी हैव टू टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड. और हमको किसी भी तरह से डिप्रेस होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. जहाँ एक तरफ कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के ख़िलाफ़ बात करते हैं, वहीं पर एक बहुत बड़ी जमात ऐसी है जो इन लोगों के ख़िलाफ़ बात भी कर रही है. और मुझको लगता है टाइम आएगा, चेंज ज़रूर होगा. क्योंकि मेरा मुल्क बहुत खूबसूरत मुल्क है. दुनिया में ऐसा मुल्क आपको नहीं मिलेगा जहाँ इतनी तादाद में लोग बाग डिफरेंट इथोस के, डिफरेंट रिलीजन के, डिफरेंट कास्ट के, डिफरेंट कल्चर के रखते हैं. मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई दूसरा मुल्क ऐसा, ना इस्लामिक स्टेट्स के अंदर है ना किसी और दूसरे स्टेट के अंदर, जिस तरह ये मुल्क खूबसूरत भारत जिसको हम हिंदुस्तान कहते हैं वो है. तो मैं ये महसूस करता हूँ कि जो जावेद भाई ने और जामिया हमदर्द ने ये मिलकर जो एफर्ट किया है, वाइस चांसलर साहब इसको रोकिएगा मत यहाँ. इसको लेट अस कंटिन्यू टू दिस बिकॉज दिस इज़ द ओनली होप. हम जब तक ये डायलॉग नहीं रखेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि हमसे भी गलतियाँ नहीं हो रही हैं, हमसे भी गलतियाँ हो रही हैं, माइनॉरिटीज़ से भी गलती हो रही हैं. हम उनको भी रियलाइज़ करने की ज़रूरत है. हमसे गलती कहाँ हो रही है? कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा कि हम अपने बिरादरान वतन से सही तरीके से इंटरेक्शन नहीं कर रहे हैं. हमको उनसे कैसे इंटरेक्ट करना चाहिए. हो सकता है हमारे यहाँ भी कुछ हार्ड कोर किस्म के लोग बाग हैं, तो जहाँ हम एक तरफ उन लोगों के लिए बात करें तो अपने यहाँ की भी खराबियों को तलाश करें और बिल्कुल उसी आवाज़ में उनको भी क्रिटिसाइज़ करें जब उनको करते हैं। जब हम करेंगे तब हम इक्वलिज्म की बात करेंगे। और जहाँ तक मेरा ताल्लुक़ है, मेरे मज़हब का ताल्लुक़ है, तो साफ कहता है ला इकराहा फिद्दीन, दीन के अंदर कोई किसी किस्म का कोई ज़ोर ज़बरदस्ती नहीं है। अन लकुम दीनुकुम वलिय दीन, तुम्हारा दीन तुम्हारे लिए, मेरा दीन मेरे लिए। वेरी काइंड ऑफ यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Before Ms. Abrahami makes her presentation, may I offer a word of apology? I have a trip, a flight to catch to Bangalore. I've requested Saida to please take over the charge. She has given me a blessing to proceed on this journey. So with the consent of this learned audience, wonderful audience, may I please leave and request Ms. Saida to please take over the chair.
Sir, I request for the felicitation. I would invite VC sir to felicitate sir. Sir. We'd like to felicitate you, sir. I would like to introduce our third speaker for the day, Ms. Abhirami Jyotiswaran, General Secretary, All India Dalit Mahila Adhikar Manch. She is a leading Dalit women's rights activist and lawyer from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. She is committed to social justice, has been a dedicated member of National Campaign on Dalit Human Rights since 2005. Currently, in her capacity as General Secretary of All India Dalit Mahila Adhikar Manch, her primary focus is on fostering leadership qualities among young Dalit women to tackle caste and gender-based violence. Under her leadership, her organization published the influential Dalit Women Rise for Justice status report in 2021, advocating enforcement of the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act and existing policies to secure justice for Dalit women affected by caste and gender-based violence. Her tireless advocacy extends globally. She has represented Dalit women's concern at international platforms such as the United Nations and the European Union, shedding light on the issues of violence and impunity. She also holds position as a board member of Breakthrough India and is a council member of Progressive International. We welcome you, ma'am, to this seminar today.
Thank you for giving us such a wonderful opportunity to meet all the students, that too especially the law students. I'm very much pleased to be here. The identity, when we speak about the identities, the identity that I possess is the Dalit women identity. Though I have been from Chennai, I have been studied in the schools and colleges, there was kind of discrimination that I faced. Though it is not a violence, but the discrimination. So which made me, though I completed my Masters of Computer Application MCA graduation in Chennai from Pachapas, I have that feeling that I have been treated always discriminated. So this made me to choose my career as an activist when I got an opportunity in the National Campaign on Dalit Human Rights. So I joined in 2005, and now I have been heading All India Dalit Mahila Adhikar Manch, a women wing of NCDHR. So I have been hearing the childhood days of our panelists, because there was always an age difference was there. So the way that I have been seen is not that much, but I can't say that I have faced a lot of violences, but discrimination definitely is there. Even today, we have the untouchability practices in India. It's not only in one part of the nation, it is across the nation. Though we belongs to the Hindu community within the caste system, it plays a critical role or deciding the rights of each and every individual. If it is a so-called higher caste, they have an higher rights, greater rights. When they are so-called lower caste or Dalit community, they have lesser rights. So this exists even today, even during the midday meal. When you visit any villages, you can able to see. The children are forced to sit separately. Even within the primary schools, people are able to understand the caste, the identity. When I tried, I used to do a lot of field visit. So when I go to the villages, try to take pictures, the children doesn't come together. They try to go separately. You can see two groups there within the primary school. When we try to bring them together to take a picture, it doesn't come. When one group comes, the other group moves. When this happens, I am unable to understand, because I didn't think that in such an age the people know this kind of caste and discrimination. But when I asked the children, then they said, their parents do this kind of filthy jobs. So it clearly says what the children from the primary school, though we have reservation, positive discrimination, but I don't see such a children are able to achieve that kind of position through reservation. Because definitely now today, because of their food and other quality forcing by her mother, they may be coming to the colleges, schools, but definitely they will be dropped off after some time. Because the humiliation that they are facing, definitely that will make them to drop after a certain age. So this we would like to say, the discrimination. And whenever the people assert for rights, assert for human rights, we know what is the consequences they face, the violences. There are, as per NCRB, National Crime Record Bureau 2021, every day 139 caste-based violences occurs against Dalits. Every day across the country, 139 cases. That too register under SC/ST Act. You all must have about the SC/ST Act. Prevention of atrocities. So in that cases, and we know how difficult to register the cases, FIR to be registered. Even when we go, we know the hierarchies, power structure, everything, even in the police station, try to compromise, call the so-called higher caste people to the police station before registering the FIR. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing, but even though the government has said on everyday basis 139 atrocities has been registered against Dalit. When coming to the women, there are 43 incidents of sexual violences every day. In that, more than 10 cases are rape cases against Dalit women, which are registered under SC/ST Act. So when we see, we know what is the thing happened to the Hathras. We all aware, right? We would able to see the lot of public outcry. There was a lot of solidarity. That's why it could able to reach that kind of visibility demanding justice. So we can see it's not only the Dalit groups, but also all women groups joined together to highlight the issue, to bring a concerns. But we all aware how the officials behaved and forcefully cremated the dead body of the Dalit girl. This kind of situation, and when we are struggling, when we are coming to the court process, though we have a death declaration of the victim and also the CBI filed the charge sheet, but we all know how out of the 4, only 1 has been acquitted and, 1 has been convicted, that too under culpable homicide. It's not even amounting to rape and murder. It's such a case, such a huge impact. People have been intervened in Supreme Court and at all stages, but even though we are unable to get conviction for all the 4 main accused. So this kind of situation, the Dalit situation, is there, we would like to say, and I also like to say some of the important things, the honor killings. When we try to marriage, intercaste marriage, when we try to break the barriers of caste system, when we are trying to be married with another caste, the honor killing, so-called honor killing has been perpetuating, and it has been increasing in today's, where Baba Saheb said intercaste marriage is one of the solution to annihilate the caste system. But today, the intercaste marriages has been very much made into a crime, and so-called honor killing has been committed against the people. So we have to see what is the status, what is where we are standing today as we are seeing the pluralistic, democratic, diversity. Really, I am happy when India launched the Chandrayaan-3 on the lunar orbit. As an Indian, I felt very proud, but I also want India to give priority to the manual scavenging, the septic tank workers, the cleaners who are still dying every day when they go and clean the septic tanks. The government record says, but in the last 5 years, more than 339 sewage deaths are there. So we need a pluralistic diversity country where everyone's human rights should be respected. We have a brilliant constitution. We have a brilliant SC/ST Prevention of Atrocity Act. But our Supreme Court judge said, where is the lacuna? The lacuna is on the implementation of the things. We have everything in hand, but the mindset of the people, the caste prejudice, the caste notion, that operate the people in a different manner. It's not that we are seeing everyone as a human being. We are seeing with their identity in one way or another. The diversity is not supporting us. The diversity is taking us back. So we must work on it, and definitely, as Baba Saheb said, the fraternity, that is very, very much important. Associated living, which is not at all even today. Within the caste, whatever my association, it ends with the caste. It starts with my caste, it ends with my caste. It starts with some religion and ends with the religion. But the plurality, diversity has to be looked into it. And I also want to say the tolerance level. The tolerance level is reducing a lot. This is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing. We should have tolerance, we should respect each other. Views may be different. We have never been together with all views. Even within a family, we know what is the view of the son, what is the view of the husband, what is the view of the child, other. So we should respect and come together as a tolerance. That is very important. I also say as a student, the rational thinking is very important today. It is not that someone said something, some holy book said something, whatever it say, you know, you are educated. Those books are very, very, very old. Even 5 years one, 10 years once, we change the syllabuses in the schools and colleges to update ourselves. So we should always think about the rational thinking so that it helps us and keeps us as a human being. So that I would like to say. And last, the human rights education, mainly from the school and mainly to the teachers, because there are still the parents who are uneducated, think that teachers make the changes. That's why they send the children to the school. But the teachers are still having this kind of caste prejudice. So we should work with the teachers. Teacher training should be enhanced on human rights perspective. And the constitutional values should be reached to each and every one. As we are having our holy books in our houses, we should also have the constitution, and it also has to be read out daily. So keeping this, we have to finally eliminate all kind of discriminations, which our constitution says, the Article 15, discrimination based on caste, gender, religion, sex, birth, ethnic. So we should all discriminate, and we have to enhance the human rights, and we should able to see each and every one as a human being apart from anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to the last speaker of the session 1 for today, none other than Mr. Khurshid Ganai, a respected voice of Kashmir, having served as a senior civil servant in New Delhi and in Srinagar before retiring from Indian Administrative Services. He has been an advisor to the Governor of Jammu and Kashmir and recipient of the Chief Minister's Gold Medal for Integrity and Meritorious Service. Jammu and Kashmir Governor M.N. Vora in 2018 appointed Mr. Khurshid Ganai as his advisor, the first local face in his top administration. Until his appointment, Mr. Ganai was Chief Information Commissioner of Jammu and Kashmir State. In 2016, he was advisor to Mr. Vora for a brief period when the state came under governor's rule following the demise of the then Chief Minister Mufti Muhammad Saeed. In addition to his responsibilities, Mr. Ganai has been an eminent person, and I would like to now invite Sir on the dais.
Thank you, Madam Saida Saidan Hamid. She's been, I have had an old association with her when she was member Planning Commission, and she used to visit Kashmir. She's very fond of Kashmir. Kashmir is very close to her heart, Jammu and Kashmir. So we had the good fortune and the opportunity of interacting with her, and she was extremely sympathetic to the problems of Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Madam, who just spoke before me, Abhirami, and Kamal Farooqi Sahab. Then we had the Honorable Grace Yohanahan, who just left. I must, I think, start with saying that I belong to Kashmir, as you must have noticed or understood. That was my introduction also. I would say, like you all, I was also a student. First in Kashmir, I started my education in Kashmir in a district called Anantnag, where I originally belonged. And then I was sent by my grandfather to Sainik School in Nainital, Godakha. That was way back in 1966, class 5th. And after that, I studied for a year in Srinagar, in Anantnag again. and then joined BITS Pilani, the engineering college. And after that, I got appointment I was selected. I was the only one selected by Hindustan Lever Limited as a management trainee after I passed out from Pilani as a mechanical engineer. I worked there in Mumbai I was a trainee, I trained there for about a year, or less than that, and then decided to join to compete for the IAS, take the UPSC exam, for which many of would possibly know, I came and sought admission in IIT Delhi, MTech course. The idea was to prepare for MTech, to kind of, do MTech, but prepare for the IAS, primarily. And Shivalik Hostel is very famous for getting all these UPSC aspirants, becoming a home for them, where they, kind of pursue their course in the IIT, whether it's MTech or PhD, but actually are preparing for the IAS exam, which is what I did. And let me tell you, Madam Abhirami, such is this beautiful country, that I never faced any discrimination. Although I was a Muslim student coming from faraway Kashmir, but neither in the school, nor in BITS Pilani, nor in Hindustan Lever, nor in IIT Delhi, and as long as I was in the IAS, not in the IAS, never in the IAS. I can't recall, there may have been things which were not in my notice, which I did not kind of perceive, but whatever was visible, I don't think I ever faced any discrimination as a Muslim. And I was number 2 in the list. When I took the exam in the UPSC exam, I got the 2nd position. And I was given good marks in the interview also. So, great, this country, I would think, still is, inshallah, a great country for all types of people, for all religions, for all people coming from different regions, people coming from diverse backgrounds. So I would think that we are in a great country, and we should hope that this country will remain great as our forefathers or as our builders of the nation had dreamt. I'll read out here this book which came in 2003, Sunil Khilnani's book called The Idea of India. And he writes, the 2003 edition, much before the present times. He writes, Nehru's idea of India sought to coordinate within the form of a modern state a variety of values. What are they? Democracy, religious tolerance, economic development, and cultural pluralism. Of course, this idea of India was never allowed uncontested even then. Even in 47, there were people who wanted things differently. But Gandhi, Nehru, and even Patel, and many others, they supported this inclusive idea of India, and Nehru carried it forward, as we all know. Of late, of course, there have been, voices coming from different quarters which say that idea of India is probably incomplete, or we can have an alternate idea of India in which the original Indian civilizational content, the ancient part, cannot be excluded from. This is one set of people or certain sections of people who talk about it, and that we'll come to later. But for our sub-theme, identity and cultural pluralism, let's first analyze what types of identities we have here in India, what challenges are these identities facing, and whether these challenges are creating harmony or disharmony. Now, among the types of identity, we are all, of course, Indians, and that is our national identity. But at the same time, we carry other identities also, which we may call sub-identities, which are subordinate to our Indian identity. These sub-identities can be a religious identity, a regional identity, regional by area or by language or by ethnicity, and even caste identity. Considering the dream of our national leaders at the time of independence to work towards a casteless society. So caste identity is not such a desirable identity. And it's not a desirable identity at all. But as long as, it's there, this identity is also being carried forward, and we have reservations, we have, as Madam just talked about, discrimination, which we should deal with. So, there is nothing wrong with these identities. The Constitution gives us freedom to exercise and to express these identities, including the religious identity, as many people just spoke about that. And it's absolutely nothing wrong, as people would know here, most of you from the legal background. Even the fundamental rights are not absolute. There can be reasonable restrictions which can be placed on exercise of these fundamental rights, including religion. So the government or the competent authority, those who are authorized by the Constitution and the law to impose reasonable restriction on exercise of this right to freedom of religion, that's fine. But it's only when the non-state actors intervene, come in between, or interfere with the free expression of this right of freedom of religion, that becomes a problem. And that is where you as young generations, you as youngsters, must know that it is not for the non-state actors to impose restrictions or to interfere with the free exercise of this freedom of religion. Similarly, let's not, think that this exercise, this interference with the right to freedom of religion, be it in the nature of, not allowing, say, prayers at a certain place, or as, just one of the speakers said, catching hold of people on the suspicion of being cattle smugglers and all that. Sometimes I have, as a student of the IAS, when we were in the academy way back in 1982, we were given case studies of communal rights. And then we had to, talk about it, discuss. And it's not that it's only people from the majority community who were at times, kind of found interfering with the exercise of the religious freedom of the minority. Sometimes the minority community, some members from the minority communities also were not indulging in the right kind of behavior. So, but what was important and what was even then taught at that time, the law and order authorities, the authorities in charge of enforcement of law, had to play the most important role, that is, take cognizance of whoever was interfering and exercise law fairly, justly, and strongly. Now, when there is lack of action in such cases where a freedom of religion has been interfered with, then that becomes a problem. That is what discrimination or institutionalized discrimination is referred to, and people start disbelieving, people start distrusting the institutions which are supposed to protect us. That is something which we need to appreciate in this country. And we talk about regional identities. We know that South Indian states are extremely kind of apprehensive about imposition of language. They are very, South Indian states often talk about protection of language, the identity, protection of identity as Tamilians, as Telugus, as Kannadigas, as Malayalis, and they always fear imposition of the language. Hindi is being talked about, whether it can be imposed or it can be declared as a national language. So such sensitivities have to be respected. Such sensitivities, linguistic sensitivities, have to be respected. And till now, we have had wonderful kind of situation in this country where English was given a certain preeminence. It was the link language. It was the language with which we could freely communicate with each other, different people from different areas speaking different languages. But this was a common. Hindi, of course, in the northern states has no problem. So therefore, this language policy needs to be, handled very wisely in this country because of the linguistic identities, because of the identities we have, because of the affiliation we have with our own language, and particularly in the South Indian context. Now, again, in the South Indian context, there are two other things which the policy makers of this country will have to deal with. One is the South Indian states are more prosperous, and possibly they are not possibly, it's reported that they're contributing more to the national exchequer in terms of taxes, in terms of revenues. And now, since the distribution of resources, as Madam would know, now of course Planning Commission has been wound up, but in any exercise, even today, the distribution of resources from the national exchequer, from the national kitty, looks at the population, looks at the extent of backwardness of some region. Now, the South Indian states are well within their right to say that we are developed, we work very hard, we earn a lot of, we contribute the maximum to the national exchequer. Should we get less of it? Should we be punished for doing well? So these are kind of sensitivities which are required to be kind of understood and dispensed and dealt with. Similarly, there is another thing which could come up, that is the delimitation of parliamentary constituencies. Now, if South India again does not see much increase in the number of parliamentary constituencies, I'm talking about the South Indian states, and we in the North India, we are part of North India, and we get lots of seats because of more population, then again, that kind of a thing, will have to be dealt with. And there could be grievances that we have lesser number of seats, we have more number of seats. You will always form the government, your parties will form the government and not we. These identities, these are constitutional matters, how this country is going to deal with. At the moment, they may not be very critical. These issues may not be very, critical or very urgent, but they could become urgent in the future. Now, for example, I'll give you another example. Karnataka has decided, of course, under a new government, not to implement the national education policy. They have given a lot of reasons, the content of the books, or how the history is being written, and so on. Now, we don't know whether the NEP was finalized through a process of real, good, hard consultation process. Now it has come, it's generally welcomed, but even though it's a very good document, even though it's a lot of people have praised NEP, but there would always be some sections or states or people who may not be very happy. So what I'm saying is that, if whatever you do in this country, You need to take care of the identities. You need to ensure that there is a consultation process, a rigorous consultation process, and if possible, a consensus is evolved before implementing something. We just talked, we have recently, sorry ma'am, maybe I'm overshooting the time. Let's talk about UCC, the Uniform Civil Code. The Uniform Civil Code again became a big issue, and the Law Commission is already looking into it. Now, many people, you must have all read, we all read Mustafa, Kapil Sibal and his interview with Karan Thapar, Faizan Mustafa, and so many, and also the Islamic scholars from the Sikhs, the Muslim organization, I won't say all, I am not the final authority in this, but the Sikh organizations, they have generally said that we don't want UCC, or we don't want it without consultation. Northeastern states, irrespective, they are not, neither they are Sikhs majority nor they are Muslim majority. The northeastern states are also saying, we don't want UCC in the form in which it is apparently being offered. So, it's because of the identities. They have their own customs, they have their own culture, they have their own tribal religion, tribal forms of practice of worship. And they are also saying that we don't want UCC. Now, if ultimately the Law Commission decides to have the UCC or to recommend something, may not be UCC. It could be, as many Islamic scholars have also said, and others have also said, even the South Indian states, they have also expressed against, expressed against UCC. They have said that you reform the personal laws individually, no problem. Like the triple talaq was dealt with. No problem. Reform the personal laws individually, including of Muslims. But don't have a uniform code. It's all a matter of, consensus, as I am being told to wind up now, and I will wind up. I had a little more to say, but except that, now this country, India, is wanting to be to sit at the high table of the world powers. Good, very good. We'll all be very happy that India should develop, should progress. It's already, the 5th largest economy. In the next few years, we expect that it will be the 3rd largest economy. It's a technological power, it's a digital power. The maximum number of e-payments, the largest e-payments, digital payments are being made in India in terms of the quantity. Now, economic power, digital power, technological power, everything. If it is required, it is said that unless you have social harmony, unless you have peace at home, unless you have, everyone at ease with oneself and with others, you may not be able to progress in the manner in which you envisage yourself to progress in the next 5-10 years and become the 3rd largest economic power and sit at the high table of great powers in this world. And then we come to last May, we come to the Prime Minister's, we talk about Vasudev Kutumbakam. I am not able to pronounce it. Kutumbakam. Vasudev Kutumbakam. And we are also talking about being the Vishwa Guru. And rightly so, the Prime Minister has given 4 kind of expressions, 4 sets of words. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. If this is really implemented in practice, if everyone, sub is very important. If everyone becomes a part of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, then certainly this country will become a Vishwa Guru, and certainly this country will be called the mother of democracy, and certainly this country will be able to, by rightful claim, sit at the high table of great powers in this world. Thank you very much.
The felicitation has to happen. Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking insights. I would like to open the Q&A session for now for the students and the audience. If there are any questions from the audience,
Hi, this is Abhishek Bhatt. I'm an assistant professor at the School of Law, Jamia. My question is to the man that if you look at the Constitution of India, on one hand it talks about promise in the name of fundamental rights, in the name of women empowerment, in the name of principle of non-discrimination and equality. But if you look at it, on the other hand, we have draconian laws like UAP, some years before Tata Porter, NSA, in which entire fundamental rights of a citizen is jeopardized by virtue of Article 22 Clause 3 of Indian Constitution. So on one hand, from Article 14 to 30, Constitution talks about, 32, Constitution talks about fundamental rights. But within the same premise, in the name of national security, law and order, exceptions are carved out to such an extent that the basic fundamental rights of the citizens are frustrated. How do you look at this?
Okay, just a minute. You've asked your question, thank you, and it's to Irani, right? Okay, now we have the 3 questions and then answers because I'm very worried about the time as the chair. Yes, that young girl, no, not you, the young girl behind you. Yeah.
My name is Ariza, I'm a first-year student at Telso. My question is to Mr. Conformity, sir. Do you think government's complexity is manifest in violence and discrimination against Muslim minorities in India? For example, in no violence, thousands of Muslim houses were bulldozed by the Haryana government without due process of law. So how do you look at it?
Okay, thank you. And one question was from here. Yes. Yes. Mike, take a mic, please.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Karan Sharma. I am first year law student, and my question is to you, Honorable Chairman. Ma'am, what are your views on the treatment of women in the highly radicalized minority society with special emphasis on halal system?
Sorry, say that again.
What are your views on the treatment of women in the minority society which is highly radicalized with special emphasis on halal system?
Okay, so 3 questions and 3 short answers. We'll start with Abhiyani.
I think I will try to answer it and to say this is the right person. He wants to answer this question, it will be good idea. So coming to the fundamental rights, that's very important. There's no doubt about it. How to protect the things and that. But also it is important when we see when the people to maintain the justice system, there has to be some hands. We can also see that definitely when we see that guys make mistakes or anyone who makes mistakes, definitely there is an IPC. Where we also see the violences are there and the justice has to be given on the way. So I feel in such a way we can't say that everything can't be hidden, but how these acts are seen, how they are being interpreted and implemented, that is where I would like to see. So this is my thing, and I think anyone can add to that.
We won't add because we just
So my question was, do you think government's complicity is manifest in violence and discrimination against Muslim minorities in India, especially through violence as we have seen?
Yeah, I think you referred about the Haryana affair, right?
Right.
Yeah. So they're bulldozing and whatnot. So there are two parts of it. One is that what has happened earlier. But the other part is the Constitution has also given you the right to protect those people, and Tamil has done a wonderful job by fighting their case, getting it back, and trying to give them the compensation also, themselves also, the government also. So you being the torchbearer for the future generation, the law has to be followed properly, pursued properly, and fight.
Yeah, okay. So, young man asked me a question, and I think that's really the end of this. We have done a 14-part sort of series, videos on understanding Islam, from 6 minutes to 18 minutes, anchored by the Suruddin Shah. It explains Islam as it is in the most liberal and the way the Quran states. It's all explained with its pillars of Islam, jurisprudence of Islam, history of Islam. You have to understand that before you use words like halala and talk about retrograde things. This requires a long session between you and me. So we can do that, or you can watch Understanding Islam and try to understand what is the spirit of Islam, which is so pro-women, and the whole world says Islam is anti-women, halala and all of that. So we have to explain and understand, and we have a great hope of youth like you to understand the spirit of the religion. Thank you, and thank you very much.
At the end of the session, we would now like to invite Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard on the dais to felicitate the guests and the speakers. And we also request Dean School of Management Professor Dr. Reshma Nasreen and Deputy DSW Dr. Uzma Banu ma'am to come on the dais and felicitate the guests. And Mr. Moses as well. I request the audience to be seated because we are going to start with our second session now. I invite Dr. Abhishek Gupta for the second session.
All the attendees are requested to remain seated. All the attendees are requested to remain seated till the guests have departed. Now I request the dignitaries for the second session to be seated. The dignitaries for the second session are requested to take their chairs so that we could start the next session. The audience is requested to remain silent.
You have more power than me. I was thinking of hoping to fire over your A pleasure meeting you. What's your name? I've seen your interview. I've seen your
interview. Attendees, please be seated. Please be seated. We are about to start the second session. All the attendees are requested to remain seated as we are at the cusp of starting our next session.
First of all, the moderator.
As the guests of the previous session have departed, now we will start with our second session. In every civilized society, the rule of law is essential. And for rule of law, there is a necessity of upholding the Constitution and enforcement of laws. Taking cue from here, we move towards our second session, which pertains to upholding the Constitution and enforcing the law. Today we have with us an esteemed group of panel members and the panel chair who will be moderating and discussing about various aspects relating to upholding the Constitution and enforcing the law. We have with us as the moderator and the panel chair, Mr. Javed Ansari, who is an eminent journalist and the former executive editor of the leading Indian television news channel India Today TV. He's a sought-after political analyst who worked with India Today TV for over 20 years. He has also worked with BBC India and NDTV among leading media houses in the past. He has a master's in English literature, and I'm sure that today he will do complete justice of being the panel chair for this session. Sir, we'd like you to start with your initial remarks on the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? You know, I'm in a very unusual position. I'm a journalist by training. I've spent all my adult life, in the last 40 years, either asking questions or listening. But seldom have I lectured. So this is a debut. So I'm with all debuts. Like all debutants, I'm also nervous. And if there are hiccups, please forgive me. Before I begin, at the very outset, I need to congratulate the Vice Chancellor, and I can Moses Mark. No honor for organizing this seminar. also in order to all the volunteers in these schools, all of you who work so hard to put this together. Like I said, it's, while I'm deeply honored, I'm also in a very unusual way. I'm used to lecture. I'm hoping that this distinguished panel will bail me out and
नहीं बोलना और अभी उनको देना पड़ेगा
answer some of the queries that you have. You know, I believe we are meeting it. There has rarely been a time when it's been more important to remind ourselves of the Constitution and the need of upholding the rule of law. You must have read and heard. There is now talk in the air of rewriting, amending the Constitution, which is not unusual. The Indian Constitution has been amended over 100 times. What is unusual are suggestions, and this comes from none less than the former Chief Justice of India, Mr. Gogoi, Justice Gogoi. This balloon has been floated to even amend, if not amend the basic structure of the Constitution. The basic structure has only been amended once, whereas the words secular socialist republic were added to the preamble. Now they say that there is nothing sacrosanct about the basic structure, and we should think in terms of amending it. There's a lot of speculation, so there is no need to go down that road because it's unending. I mean, there are any number of things. But certainly, we've seen that this whole process of amendments, this whole process of Parliament doing away or coming up with something new is scary because we don't know what people have in mind. And at the same time, the very institution of Parliament has also been stripped. Is also crippled. You know, Parliament ought to meet for at least 120 days a year. I have covered Parliament in the last 40 years. And of late, and it's not just under this government, but in the previous government also, in the last decade and a half or 2 decades, now these days it barely functions for 20 years. So while Parliament is in session, you have a winter session, a budget session, a monsoon session, etc. But if you calculate, in actual terms, they hardly function for 20 years. So now the onerous responsibility is on them that they will rewrite this constitution, this magnificent constitution which our forefathers bequeathed to us, spread to us. So what lies in store will be God alone knows. The rule of law is under threat because quite simply its provisions and its rules, its procedures are not being followed increasingly. And there is no political party or government, whether at the center or the state, which comes out smelling of roses. To varying degrees, they are all responsible for the kind of distortions that are taking place. This process of undermining the rule of law has far-reaching implications because once illegal or manipulated use of the law becomes common, it becomes very easy to normalize such behavior. And once such precedents are set, as indeed they have been in many ways, then the new normal is established. And the recovery of the rule of law and fairness is a very, very difficult process. I am a journalist and therefore I will be failing in my duty to my profession and to my colleagues if I could not cite this example. Only this week we saw Delhi police raid over more than 40 journalists. Without commenting on the merits of the case, that's where the board stood aside. It seems certain that many legal norms were breached in the searches of their homes, the seizure of devices, and the kind of questions asked. It has culminated in an extraordinary argument being made before the judge by the Delhi police that the arrested were not automatically entitled to know what they were being arrested. And if you read yesterday's papers, and perhaps today's, the judge even asked them, if you raided somebody's home, if you filed an FIR, please tell them what are you charging them. So while Article 14 gives me that right, everybody has to be treated equal before law, yet here is a clear infringement. In the name of upholding the law, you're breaching the Constitution, but no questions asked. These kind of events are becoming increasingly common, more so than ever. And we are witnessing similar kinds of arrests with no attention paid to legal niceties, legal requirements, which is why many convictions under the dealing laws, such as the preventive detention are in single digits, whether the UAPA or PMLA, both of which are so commonly deployed these days by investigative agencies. And there are many aspects of the laws themselves, such as the two I mentioned, and other more innocuous laws that are being weaponized and misused in a manner that the Constitution of India never intended. Just look at the scenario. A lot of our politics, now it started from one state, my home state, and now it's shifted to Haryana, and there are other states also. But this, in the name of upholding the law or enforcing the law, you're imparting instant justice. So even before, what is the basic premise of law? That you're innocent until proven guilty. However, once the state decides that Mishra Ji or Javed and Salim are guilty, instant justice is meted out. So a bulldozer will go to his house, his hard-earned money, all his life savings, it is raised to the ground, no questions asked. So what happens to the individual rights? What happens to the rights that I am entitled to under the Constitution, under Article 14, or freedom of expression under Article 19? No question asked. So that's why, to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law, it is my belief, to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law are central to the very idea of India as a functioning democracy. Because if these fall apart, then Indian democracy itself is at a risk of falling apart. Thank you. Before I end, I'd like to request my co-panelists also, because we are already running short of time. I have prepared some more stuff I could have spoken for another couple of minutes. So all of us, let's keep our intervention short, focused, and then allow the students to ask some questions.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone and tenor for this session. Now, our first panelist is Ambassador A.R. Ghanshyam, Indian Foreign Service retired. He's a veteran diplomat, foreign policy analyst, and former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria. Ambassador Ghanshyam is also an alumnus of the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He specializes in the geopolitics of fossil fuel energy, resources, a knowledge that was put into practice in his years as a diplomat, when he was India's envoy to several nations, including Angola and Nigeria. He is an influential voice in the highest levels of the government in strategic political and economic policy making. I invite you, sir, to share your insights.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Devi और सज्जनों, ख़वातीन और हज़रात, अस्सलामु अलैकुम. Many years ago, I was suddenly asked to reform the process of Hajj in India. So it took me a while, and after I finished the job, there were 162 cases against me in various courts of India, saying that I have done many things and I have become corrupt and I have assets in Australia and Singapore from this job. So I had to go through the process, and then I requested the Supreme Court through a special leave petition saying that I am one officer in the Ministry of External Affairs dealing with Hajj with one undersecretary, and I don't have anybody else. I cannot be going from court to court, from state to state, and state capital to state capital to fight this war. Please help me by consolidating all these cases in the Supreme Court and address it in one single place so that I can file my affidavits directly to one court, which will be easy for me because I also have to deal with the Middle East, the Gulf division, which I had to simultaneously run. So Justice Aftab Alam and Justice Vandana Mishra, two of them passed the resolution. Finally, the judgment was passed and I was relieved of all the allegations. And the Supreme Court, for a change, even wrote that this officer has done a commendable job and he has also been dealing with two desks. And his job should be divided into two and there should be two division heads. Ultimately, the reason why I wanted to tell you this is all my friends from among the community of Muslims, my name is A.R. Ghanashyam. A for the village where I was born, R for my father's name, and G for my own name. So they named me Abdur Rahman Ghanashyam. This is also one India, a Hindu who was appointed by the government to reform the process of Hajj. I went right up to Jeddah. I could not go inside because I am not one of the communities which is allowed. That's another India, which existed till recently. Now, whenever I speak to students, I have in the last one and a half years, I have addressed about 15 universities. And I have been to Jamia Millia many times. I have been to Aligarh Muslim University. And I have also been to Jamia Hamdard in Karachi, Pakistan. हमारी बदकिस्मती है या बदनसीबी है, यहाँ से हमको बुलावा आया नहीं था आज तक. तो इंशाल्लाह I will be here more often in the future. I had three components, small capsule to speak about. The first one was the diversity of India, which you have heard enough times. So I am not going to talk about it. Second one is the Constitution of India. A lot of talk has taken place since morning, so I am going to restrict that also into a much smaller paragraph. And the last thing, the third capsule that I want to talk about is the future of the world and future of India in that world, which will be a little bigger than a small capsule. Hopefully I will finish it in 10 minutes or less than that. First is diversity. You have heard many statistics. 19,500 languages and dialects, 121 languages which are spoken by more than 10,000 people each language, and 22 official languages, 3,000 castes and 25,000 subcastes, blah, 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 a lot of them. I have traveled in more than 115 countries in the world as a part of my job. I have never seen a country as diverse as India anywhere in the world. The thing that comes closest to India is European Union. But believe you me, it is 27 countries. We are one country. They have 24 languages and they have 24, they have as many football teams, but they are not one single unit in the sense that India is. That is the any other thing that you can compare to. That's why people in the world don't call India a country, they call it a subcontinent. That is our diversity. This had to be kept in mind. I'm coming to the second capsule, by the writers of our constitution, the drafters of our constitution. 389 members selected from legislative assemblies from across the country, and they worked on it for 3 years. This 389 became 299 after partition, because part of the committee went across the border to draft the constitution for Pakistan. These 299 members had 11 sessions over a period of 3 years almost, and they discussed and debated every article of the constitution before it was drafted, and it took them 165 days of hard work. And they were all brilliant men none of them is alive today, but
at that time they were considered the finest that were available. And this constitution now has been completed. I think it's about the longest constitution of more than 150,000, nearly 150,000 words. And it is the biggest written constitution. It has some 345 articles and 22 parts and 12 schedules, all that. The reason why it is important for us is it is dealing with the lives and livelihoods of India's population, which is so diverse. They speak different languages, they celebrate different festivals, they wear different clothes, and they follow traditions which are very different from one another, but we are all in one piece in this country thanks to this constitution. Now there are 195 countries in the world. 193 are members of the United Nations. 188 of them have constitutions, because that is how countries decide the structure of their government and the process of governance of that government. This is the basic two important features of any constitution. And we, on the other hand, have a constitution which is not just Indian. It is borrowed from many, many other documents. It is borrowed from at least a dozen countries' constitution, including the Government of India Act 1935. Leave it at that. Now, come to today's world. Now, if you look at the world, for many years, it was a bipolar world. All of you were born after if you start this century, after the First World War in 1914 to 1919, and then there was a Great Depression which went on from 1929 to 1939. World was, दुनिया को हिला के रखा इन्होंने. पहला महायुद्ध and the 1929 to 1939 recession, and finally the Second World War of 1941 to 44. And at that time there were only 50 countries. Today there are 195 countries. Looking at the members of them, they've all grown. Democracy picked up over a period of time and has traveled its path. But in 2018, there is a magazine called Foreign Affairs. All diplomats read it, all prime ministers and presidents read it. It's published once in 2 months. There are only 6 issues in a year. And their articles are written by very eminent people who have tested metal in their fields. And this magazine, in the issue June 2018, published a volume called Is Democracy Dying? That was the headline. And that's about 5 years ago now. After that issue was released, then there was another book which came, written by a lady called Anne Applebaum. Applebaum is a lady who is a Pulitzer Prize winner. Pulitzer Prize is one of the biggest awards given to any journalist. She was a Pulitzer Prize award winner, and she wrote a book called The Twilight of Democracy and the Seductive Lure of Authoritarianism. This book was published in 2020. One sentence she writes in that book caught my attention, and that sentence says, given the right conditions, any society can raise against democracy. I'll repeat the sentence. Given the right conditions, any society can rise against democracy. If history is anything to go by, that's the second sentence, this will eventually happen. The world is now only 20% free. Even the democracies which were considered democracies are moved from liberal democracies to illiberal democracies. It's the job of the Constitution to make sure that this progression from liberal democracy to illiberal democracy does not happen. And if it has happened, it should be retrieved. And who is responsible for that retrieval? The people. Because democracy stands on pillars, and if the pillars are independent, if the pillars work autonomously, if the pillars keep an eye on every other pillar to make sure that they don't go beyond their brief, then it will be a liberal democracy. But if that does not happen, if one pillar starts taking over the other pillars, then the stability of that piece of furniture is gone. So one day it will collapse. This is what is likely to happen in many, many countries of the world. And that is something which the world is worried about. And the last point that I want to make, when you say who is the superpower of the world today, firstly, the military ability of the country. Who is superpower in terms of military superpower? The United States of America is undoubtedly the leader. Why? Because the defense budget of the United States is more than the next 6 countries combined. This is the country which has military bases across the world. It has its soldiers across the world. It has its technology across the world. That is a military power. And it is more likely to remain so, because China may try hard. They will try, and they are trying hard. But in terms of sheer ability of global presence, America will remain the military leader. That's the military superpower. Then come to economic superpower. Who will be the biggest superpower? India, for 1,000 years, we were the biggest superpower of economics, because 36% of output of the global economy came from India for the first 1,000 years of the Christian era, and continued into the next 500 years. In the Battle of Plassey, 1757, the contribution of India to the global economy was 26%. It's only after the British came to India for 200 years and exploited it, we came down to 1.7%. When they left India, we were only 1.7%. We are now 2.5%, not much, but still we are there. Who is going to be the superpower of the economy in the future? Will it be the United States? Will it be China? Will it be India? Will it be Japan? This power is not likely to be unique and single. It is going to be distributed. That is the economic power. Then there is a third, the last one that I want all of you to understand. This is the digital superpower. Who is going to be the digital superpower? The entire data is controlled by institutions which run global corporations. They can influence elections. They can make sure that governments fall, and they can make elections of their own choice are appointed. This is the real world. And if there is anything which you young people should worry about, it is this. And you have to make sure that you understand this system, and you appreciate the system, and you make sure that the system does not subvert you. When all the institutions of democracy fail, the judiciary has failed, executive has failed, the parliament has failed, the media has failed, who is left? Who is left is me and you, the civil society. The civil society has to be the harbinger. Civil society has to be the herald. Civil society has to come to the fore to ask the questions why our constitution is being subverted. That's the last thing that I wanted to say, and thank you very much for listening to me. I did want to, whenever I address students, I always remember, but one never knows what kind of, I have addressed about 15 universities in the last 1 year, but I always tell this, you don't know who is sitting in the audience. It may be a future justice of the Supreme Court, it may be a future vice chancellor, it may even be a prime minister. So you better be, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your strategic insights. And let's proceed with our next panelist. She is Professor Dr. Salina K. Bashir, Dean Hamdard Institute of Legal Studies and Research, Jamia Hamdard. She has more than 16 years of academic experience in the field of law. She earlier served as the IPR Chair, Professor at Cochin University of Science and Technology under the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. She has international teaching experience as a Professor of Law at Jazan University under the Ministry of Higher Education in Saudi Arabia from 2013 to 21. She also has her area of research and specialization in intellectual property law, environment law, and jurisprudence. She has a number of peer-reviewed publications in the leading journals on intellectual property law. I request ma'am to address.
Good afternoon to one and all present, dignitaries on dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and my dear students. On a Saturday, nearly 100 of my students are here. Thank you so much. And just as Sir said, he has blessed you. I like to see most of my students in Supreme Court or in Parliament. So with that words, coming to the session, upholding the Constitution, enforcing the law. I can see most of the faces looks very tired. At 8:45, most of you have reported it's time. We will conclude very soon. So the title of the session, see, upholding the Constitution, enforcing the law. So the title itself is a little curious. No? There are two things. On one end you have the Constitution, another thing is saying there is law. So, but the Constitution is something different? It means, yeah, Constitution is something different. You know? It is something supreme, it is something paramount. Law is something different. That is rules and regulations made by the legislature which has to be in conformity with the Constitution. So here the question is, who will uphold the Constitution while enforcing the law? So this goes to the next part, always which is the controversy between the legislative sovereignty on one end and judicial supremacy on the other end. Okay. Please, no issue.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate Ambassador A.R. Ghanshyam. He's running short of time, so we'll felicitate him here. Thank you, sir, for joining us on this session. Now, over to you, ma'am.
Yes, as you know, the Indian Constitution works on the principle of the separation of power theory by Montesquieu, which means that there are three organs, legislature, executive, judiciary, and the separation power theory says that no two persons should have the same power. Legislature should not have the power of executive, executive should not have the power of judiciary. And it is well balanced in the well-written constitution, the most lengthiest constitution, the most democratic constitution, and of course the constitution which has amended the largest time, 128th amendment, the latest amendment also came. So the question is, we have a legislature who comes to power with an overwhelming majority. Sometimes it can be a sweeping majority, it can be an overwhelming majority, sometimes it can be a razor blade majority. Whatever be the majority, the legislature represents the will of the people. And the constitution says we the people of India means the will of the people. At this end, and a plain reading of Article 368 of the Constitution gives you a feeling that yes, the Parliament can amend the Constitution and there is no restriction written in Article 368 as such, on a plain reading. So we have on one end the legislature which says that yes, we represent the majority of the people, will of the majority, and we can amend the Constitution anytime. And at the other end, we have judiciary. Justice Loco recently said, whether you come with a sweeping majority or with a razor blade majority, we will decide whether the constitutional amendment or law is constitutional or unconstitutional. If it is unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional. So it is always a controversy. Who is supreme, the judiciary or the legislature? Okay. So There is no particular answer for that. It's a tricky question. You can find an answer. So this is, can you please switch on 1 or 2 lights? Full screen or, yeah. So this is the cover page of a journal, The Organizer. This journal was published from the province of Punjab in 1947. Started under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi, later on taken up by RSS and Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and later even by Lok Krishna Advani also. He was the editor part. So in 1947, immediately after the partition, through this paper, RSS was giving the call for India-Pakistan war. They were calling for Hindu-Muslim riots. There were a lot of articles criticizing the Nehru government, which said that, even criticized Nehru as a fool, Nehru as a villain, or he asked the legitimacy of the Muslims who associated with the Muslim League at the time. They even vehemently criticized the Nehruvian policy of apportionment of territory and damages between the Muslim evacuees and the Hindu refugees. So, of course, the Nehru government was little disturbed. So asked the Punjab province to come with a ban of pre-censorship. So, of course, the editor went to the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court just started its functioning in 1950s in one wing of the parliament. So, it was one of the first judgments from the independent India Supreme Court. The court said that, we have the Indian Constitution with us. Article 19 granted absolute fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression with very few restrictions. Sedition and public tranquility of the state was not included in Article 91 at that time. So, the majority judgment in Brijbhushan versus State of Delhi, that is the case in which this particular facts are involved, Brijbhushan versus State of Delhi, Supreme Court come up with the conclusion that yes, its pre-censorship is violative of Article 19. But there was a judge, Justice Fasalil. He wrote a dissenting opinion supporting the Nehruvian government. Similarly, this is another journal, Crossroad. Can you see this? Crossroad. It was from Madras Presidency. The editor of the journal was Ramesh Thapar, brother of the famous historian Romila Thapar. Ramesh Thapar had a socialist ideology, but he was not in the Socialist Party. But his writings criticized the Congress. We can say that it was anti-Congress. But he vehemently criticized socialists also, the same like how the organizer. Both of them have, in one way they were really patriotic too. But again, the Nehru government didn't like it. Asked Madras government to put pre-censorship. Ramesh Thapar went to the independent India Supreme Court, applied Article 19, declared that the pre-censorship that put on Ramesh Thapar is violative because Article 19, freedom of speech is there. Okay. So, this is the judgment. I'm not going to write. See another thing. This is a picture of old Madras presidency again. This is the illustrious case of Chambagam Dorairajan versus State of Madras. You know, by 1900s, with the advantage of the British education, the Tamil Brahmins have occupied 70% of the government positions in Madras presidency. 70%, not simply in government, but also government position, but also even in schools and all, they dominated. Untouchability, casteism at its heights. By 1920, the leader Periyar is coming, and he established a party called the Justice Party. They had an anti-Brahmin slogan, it's very interesting. They said that, Brahmanane patalo, Pambine patalo, Brahmanane adi. It means, if you see a Brahmin and a snake together, kill the Brahmin first. That much anti-Brahmin they were. You know, they even removed Brahmins from priesthood of temples. They appointed non-Brahmin Hindus for priesthood. So, Chambagam and her friend Srinivasan, they just completed their class 12 exams, matriculation was over. Chambagam got 410 out of 450, Srinivasan got 396 out of 450. Both of them were highly meritorious, qualified to get admission in a government educational institution. But in 1927, Madras government had issued a special order, reserving the seats for non-Brahmin Hindus. Only because of this reservation policy, in spite of this highly meritorious number which they were having, they denied admission in government college. So again, the constitution is there. They went directly to the Supreme Court of India. And Supreme Court said, yes, it's violative of Article 1425 because at that time there was no reservation based on caste in education institution. So Supreme Court upheld the fundamental rights in the constitution. What is the aftermath of these decisions? Can somebody tell me? What happened after these decisions? The first amendment came, the first constitutional amendment came, abridged, changed Article 19, put restriction on freedom of speech, reservation came, property rights were restricted. The media, the public opinion had no problem. They just criticized the Nehru government by saying that, yeah, it is a vote bank policy on the reservation, and they criticized the Nehru government on the other hand by saying that you restricted the freedom of speech. The public opinion is always an unruly horse. We can't believe them. And they also said that Justice Fazal Ali, nowadays we are hearing some rumors, like Justice Abdul Nasir appointed as the governor of Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, Ranjan Gogoi to Parliament. Then we can hear some rumors. We might have heard a position which was entitled to Leela Seth was given to Justice Fatima Bibi by the then government to attract the Muslim votes in Kerala. Actually, these are all some media facts. You have to verify it. So, what Nehru did was that the same people who is criticizing the Modi government for these kind of atrocities, the Congress party, while Justice Fazal Ali was serving as the judge of the Supreme Court, offered him the governorship, not after retirement, while he was serving as the judge. So this judicialization of politics or politicization of judiciary happened from 1950 for last 8 decades, and it's happening. And it has to be verified from facts and circumstances of each case. So now moving to this case, can you identify who? The pictures are not clear. Can you identify her? This is Keshavananda Bharati. You have read a lot, well written, nothing left out of the 700-page judgment of Keshavananda Bharati. I'm not into that. So there is certain untold stories of Keshavananda Bharati. Keshavananda Bharati was a poor saint actually, but the world now recognizes him as a great socialist litigant, unfortunately. So Keshavananda Bharati took the headship of a particular mutt, which is considered to be the descendant of...
I need to remind you that you need to stick to the time.
Sure, sir. How many minutes left for me?
You have 2 more minutes.
2 more, I will try. So I will reduce the number of stories. So Keshavananda Bharati, the head of the mutt of Adi Shankara, he was a disciple of Adi Shankara. So the only earning for this mutt was certain paddy fields. It was at that time in 1970, the Achyutan Medan government is coming in Kerala with the socialist ideology called land to the tiller. So they confiscated the lands of the feudal lords and give to the tenants actually. So this mutt of Keshavananda suffered huge loss. They were not able to survive actually. They were actually starving. It was during those days, he had a train journey from Palakkad to Mumbai. And in the train, he's meeting the great Bombay legal legend. Who is the advocate for Keshavananda Bharati? Nani Palkiwala. And Nani is coming and asking Keshavananda Bharati as thinking that he's a Swami, why he's so sad and all. Nani is asking what happened and he's saying, this is my situation, I lost my property, now my mutt can't survive, you have to help us. Then Nani promised Keshavananda Bharati that he will take up the matter, and the matter came to the Supreme Court where his opponent was Sirwai. Nani and Sirwai were close friends. Their friendship started from the Bombay Law School. From Bombay Law School to their practitioner, to their practice in Supreme Court, they were together actually. Okay? So this Keshavananda Bharati case was the lengthiest argued case, one of the lengthiest argued case in the history of judiciary. 70 days of argument. By 50th day of argument, Nani felt that he is going to lose the judgment because, going to lose the case because Sirwai was fiercely hammering him down. Only on one question. When the legislature has this winning majority, if you can't believe the legislature that they can show justice to the people, how can you criticize the legislature? That was the only question of Sirwai. So the arguments were about to close. Nani went back that day to home very sadly. But the next day, Nani is coming up with a very interesting argument. He asked permission of the bench, can I read 2 lines from an unknown jurist? And he is reading this particular statement. The gist of this note is that if the framers of the Constitution had the intention to give unlimited power to the legislature to amend the Constitution, fundamental rights or the basic structure should not have been there in the Constitution. If framers have put this fundamental right, it means they want to restrict some kind of legislative power. So from that time onwards, the argument took a different level actually. It shifted in favor of Nani. At the end of the day, the bench asked Nani, who is this unknown? Because the bench was greatly influenced by this unknown jurist. Well received actually. So the bench asked Nani, who is this unknown jurist? Then he said, it is none other than Sirwai, who is the opponent. So Sirwai had no option. If he say no, he will be disowning his own statement. And if he say yes, he will be felled before his client. But finally, Nani won the case. You know the majority, the minority part and all. It was for my students only to keep them interest in this. So I'm concluding it. Legislature, executive, judiciary. In the history of India or comparing India to any other constitutional jurisdiction, India is the best. We have the best judiciary, we have the best legislature, we have the best executive. And to conclude with that Salman Khan song, no, in the movie Judwa, where he's saying east or west, India is the best. You may be able to show few corruptions, like 1 or 2 names which I have mentioned in the last 8 years. Don't forget that India is one of the biggest country, 140 crore population, isn't it? And when India got independence, we were not like a newborn baby even. We were like a mutilated fetus. They exploited us ruthlessly. If you listen to Shashi Tharoor's speech in the British Council, then we will understand what is the economic or the political exploitation they have done on us. No? So from that, in 7 decades, we have come up to this position, and India is the promising power in political, economic, and military in international era. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us to the historical highway of legal jurisprudence. Now, our next panelist is Mr. Saidat Mishra, who is the Director of Law at the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. The Institute of Company Secretaries of India is a statutory body. He has an experience of over 22 years in handling legal affairs in various capacities in the Supreme Court, High Court, handling civil, criminal, service, banking, recovery, consumer-related matters. He has worked as an advocate for over 5 years in various courts and tribunals and in and around Odisha. As a law officer in Canara Bank and Allahabad Bank, he comes with an immense experience from the banking sector. I invite you, sir, to share your insights. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Panelist on the dais, Mr. Javed Ansari, eminent journalist, former editor of India Today TV, Professor Salina Basir, Jamia Hamdard University Legal Studies and Research, then Professor Arvind Ansari, Director Center for Social Study of Social Exclusion, Inclusive Policies, Jamia Millia Islamia. Esteemed
learned personalities, media friends, audience here. I thank this great institution for inviting me to have a say to you, participate in this panel. This is a very important panel, and you see, when I say law, then I must get the benefit by this law, and I must know what is my rights. So that is what the topic is. So there must be a law, and I am not getting my rights under this law, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the circumstances. So then rights should come. What should I do? If you, I have seen a lot of black coats. I think legal, all are legal. I am legal, so when I found legal persons, I feel happy. So that's why, that is my questions. And now, coming back to the topic, time is not there. I will just hurriedly go on. Now see, this topic is upholding constitution and enforcing law. Okay. The constitution has given us right, 1949. When we have adopted and enacted this constitution, we have given the constitution to ourselves. Thereafter, this constitution has gone on a long way, 70 years has gone. Lot of amendment has come, 108 amendment already there. The question is, the fundamental rights, part 3 of the constitution, which gives fundamental rights to us. It is essence to the constitutions, and I will go through the judgment also. Time is not there, maybe I can share with you. First, it was that it can be amended. 368, Article 368, Constitution can be amended. Okay. Now, in course of time, the judgments have come, and latest current trend, it is going on. Constitution, basic structure of the Constitution, by way of 368, cannot be amended. Now, if I go through the relevant articles, so one article come to my notice, Article 13, 1(3), which provides power to the court, Honorable Supreme Court, whether a particular act enacted by the legislature is valid, constitutional validity. We call it constitutional validity of the act. So that power has been given to the Supreme Court. And time to time, Supreme Court, while deciding the cases, they have come out judgments, and they have said this is valid, this is not valid, stuck down. So this is what the power of Supreme Court in India. It has power to make law also. So anyway, now coming back to the my topic, upholding constitution. The very word upholding constitution, what does it mean? Interpretation of constitution by judiciary in the light of interest of the people and maintaining institutional integrity. That means people's interests have to be kept in mind, first thing. Then institutional integrity. Institutional integrity, when I say, what I say, integrity means correct functioning fitness of the purpose. So institution should deliver correct functioning and fitness of the purpose. So in that context, upholding constitution is very important for us, and for enforcing that, it is possible, it is actually happening, that the provisions, the fundamental right guaranteed by the constitution. You see Article 32, the fundamental rights guaranteed, constitution guaranteed. Article 14(2) up to Article 31, we may say up to 35. Though this is guaranteed. So what is equality before law, equal protection of law, foremost, equal employment, right? Then comes freedom of expression of speech, association, right to settle anywhere in India, freely move throughout India. These are the rights. This cannot be taken away. So, I will little bit faster I will go because it will take time. Now, interpretation of constitution, legislature has made law. They have made law. They are making n number of law. State government, central government, parliament, legislative assembly, everywhere laws are being made. Now, whether I am getting benefit of those laws, whether those laws, the provision of those legal provisions are proper or not, who will decide? There must be some mechanism. So, here comes enforcement of law. Now, as far as constitution is concerned, when I say enforcement, it is not judicial magistrate first class or district court, it is not. The minimum level is high court. So, this has such importance that if you have to enforce the law, the fundamental rights, then the avenues available is High Court and Supreme Court. High Court 226 and Supreme Court Article 32, reduced 139. So there gives the power. My right have been breached. Okay, so let us be practical. करना क्या है? मेरे को तो चुप बैठना नहीं है. Then what should I do? Nobody is listening to me. So what should I do? So I must approach High Court, Supreme Court. The High Court, power of the High Court giving you the remedy is larger than Supreme Court, because in addition to this fundamental breach of fundamental rights, other legal remedies also you can enforce, get it enforced through Honorable High Court 226. So it has, even Supreme Court has a numerical occasion stated, you go for the High Court, then come to us if you do not get relief. So now, what are those reliefs? What I want? So here comes writ. Okay, what is writ? It is a judicial writing commanding an authority to do something. People, the government, there are organizations, establishments, institutions. They are working, but it is possible you are aggrieved, or whatever you are, this equal protection you are not getting in the matter of whatever may be, employment or detention. So you have a right to move to, for directly we can go to Supreme Court for fundamental right, and fundamental rights plus other rights we can go to High Court. Okay, now when I say enforcing, there comes this writ. Writ, normally 5 types of writ, that is, one is habeas corpus, then comes mandamus, prohibition, certiorari, quo warranto. However, I will say only on 2, habeas corpus, that is, it literally meaning is to have the body. Actually, this protects us from unauthorized detention. Now when we tell about detention, there is already a procedure under Criminal Procedure Code. When a person is detained or arrested, he should be produced before the nearest magistrate within 24 hours. It is possible, not produced, detained. Then writ of habeas corpus before Honorable High Court. Then High Court will command the authorities who have detained, let the person be brought before me. Then whatever remedy you are asked, that can be seen by the Honorable High Court. So this is one time, this is from arbitrary detention, it gives relief. Mandamus. This is a command. Mandamus means it is a command given by the court to do certain things.
You have to speed it up.
Speed up. I will speed up. I will just mandamus is the command given by the court, High Court or Supreme Court to an authority. It is lie against the state, government. These mandamus lies against the government. So they give direction. This has not happened to me. So kindly give me relief. So there comes, after hearing your matter and state side, then relief will be granted by the court. Now again, prohibition, other thing I will not discuss. These are the basically habeas corpus and mandamus. These are the main thing. Protection, there is a n number of things are there. Protection of safeguarding diverse identities. So the freedom of religious affairs, even payment taxes, attendance at religious institutions, those the rights were there. So that there is no issue, but in certain way these are wished, you can approach court of law. And another thing is that when what is happening approaching other authority and court of law, because when there is an order from the court of law, if I don't follow the court of order of the honorable court, तो क्या होगा? Contempt of court. तो डर है कि नहीं? तो if you writ petition, if you go through, there is always a direction. 15 दिन, 3 महीना, 6 महीने के अंदर करो. तो टाइम बाउंड मैनर में मेरे को रिलीफ मिल गई. So India has a robust system. The constitution has a robust system to give enforcement of law by way of giving you the relief you want in terms of the relevant law and constitution itself. I will just, sir, I will take 2 minutes only. I will wind up. I could have given more, but time is not there. Cases law I will not discuss. I will simply go 2-3 things. Mention here how it is effective. Secretary of State, Ministry of Defense versus Babita Punia. क्या हुआ इसमें? परमानेंट कमीशन मिल गई महिलाओं को आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में. दिस इज वन. देन सुशीला अग्रवाल एंड अदर्स वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ एनसीटी ऑफ दिल्ली. एंटीसिपेटरी बेल था. Whether it is for a time period or it can be given, there is no time period. Court says till the conclusion of the trial can be granted. Then another case, most of you were knowing, Arnab Goswami, FIR squashed. Though court did not interfere with the investigation, still FIR quashed except one. So this is what Then another important judgment, kindly you may note it, Paramveer Singh Saini versus Baljit Singh. पहले कभी थाने में सीसीटीवी था क्या? नहीं था. थाना का जाओ, एफआईआर लिखेंगे, नहीं लिखेंगे, एंट्री करके छोड़ देंगे. Installation of CCTV has been made mandatory in office that has the power to arrest and interrogate an individual. Honorable Supreme Court. So therefore, we will fight. If I am oppressed, if my rights are breached, I will fight, but कायदे से. तो कायदा क्या है? रिट पिटीशन. कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी ये तो लोअर कोर्ट में हो गया, अभी तो रिट पिटीशन की बात हुई. सर एक मिनट लूँगा काइंडली सर. सर एक मिनट. Just I will give an example how it is effective. There is writ. A person retired from government service, he was not getting pension. 1980 से मर गया. इस डिपार्टमेंट से वो डिपार्टमेंट सैंक्शन करता है, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट एजी ऑफिस में जाता है, तो ये कागज़ नहीं है, वो कागज़ नहीं है, फिर एजी ऑफिस को लिख दिया, वो बोले भैया ये तो आया नहीं, 2 कागज़ नहीं है, चलता रहा. फिर उसके वाइफ मोहतरमा वो भी गुजर गए, यही कागज़ कलम करते करते. देन फिर फैमिली पेंशन भी वो भी गया. देन उसका बेटा आया, वो भी यही कागज़ कलम. समहाउ सम लीगल पर्सन उसका ताल्लुकात हुआ. देन दे फाइल्ड a writ petition and the honorable justice was hearing the matter of the first instance. बोले भैया ये तो चलेगा नहीं, ऐसा आदमी मर गया, उसका वाइफ मर गया, ये तो चलेगा नहीं. डायरेक्टेड द स्टेट इमीडिएटली करो. फिर भी नहीं हुआ. फिर बोला गया हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट को टू अपीयर इन पर्सन, तब हो गया. पूरा प्रोविजनल पेंशन सैंक्शन, फिक्स पेंशन हो गया, नो एजी ऑफिस, नथिंग. सो दिस इज व्हाट the court's power to enforce law or breach of remedy fundamental rights. So you are legal fraternity, आपको you have to protect the law and advise and give relief to the poor. Socially deprived जो हैं कर नहीं सकते, जान नहीं पाएंगे. So you know the law, who know law. If you know law, law will protect you. So, with this, I conclude my remark. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for explaining so illustratively about the procedure and how it aids to the constitutional law and implementation of rule of law in this country. Now, towards our final panelist is Professor Dr. Arvinder Ansari, who is the director of the Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. In her distinguished academic career I'll try my level best. Of more than 20 years in Jamia Millia Islamia, she has taught postgraduate and undergraduate students and supervised various PhD students. Her area of specialization is sociology of ethnicity, minorities, sociology, gender, feminist theory, and cultural studies. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard, Mr. Moses of Global Dialogue Forum, my panelists, Chair Mr. Javed Ansari, my co-panelists here for their patience and being here to listen to all of us. I know all of you are dead tired and I am worried about students because वो लगता है उनको कि कब घंटा बजे और कब भागे, because many of you would have been told कि बैठे रहना उठना नहीं attendance लगेगी, so I can understand that. So I'm not going to take much of your time because lunch is also there. But I'll start with one very important point. What I see in the concept note is about the diversity and conformity by Global Dialogue Forum, which says that this is a time where we need to look at certain contradictions and to resolve those contradictions. Now, this raises a question, a very important question. You know what we talk about, diversity and conformity defining India. Yes, diversity has been in our DNA. You know, we have been talking about diversity and we have been celebrating. India is the largest democracy. India is a country where we have more than 122 languages. More than, you know, there are, if we look at the list of tribes, it is more, the number goes above 698. So, you know, the diversity, the religious diversity, the linguistic diversity is there. And these days we all take pride in saying that we belong to a multicultural society. And multiculturalism is something which makes us also global citizens. And we take pride in our multiculturalism, and why we should not take pride. Because if we look at, you know, in your schools, all of you must have read in your NCERT books, unity in diversity. So that concept, what is challenging our unity? It's not the diversity which is challenging our unity. It is the practice of diversity and the politicization of the identity which is very important to understand. You know, this question of preserving diversity, nurturing diversity was bothering the framers of the Constitution, whether it be Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Dr. Ambedkar. They were all worried, and they were all worried because after partition they had this high responsibility to see that diversities are nurtured, they are preserved, and because they are, you know, what India is. You cannot imagine India without its Ganga Yamuni Tehzeeb and how different cultures have contributed into this diverse mosaic, the culture which we are so proud. हम सबको दिवाली की मिठाई खाना अच्छा लगता है, होली मनाना अच्छा लगता है, ईद की सेवई खाना अच्छा लगता है. आप अपने अंदर झांक के देखिए और कितना अच्छा लगता है, कितने मीठे होते हैं ये रिश्ते. But what is happening? You know, we look at our constitution, and I'm not expert on constitution, I'm a sociologist, so I'll speak from that gaze. I have grown up in a childhood where we used to live in very mixed localities, and all these festivals, Christmas used to be our favorite festival because you would get cake, you will get gifts, and all these and they would bring enrichment to our life. So this diversity which has been enshrined in our constitution, and constitution is the holiest book, we the people of India, that is the book which is guaranteeing us this freedom, and that freedom has been given to us in forms of fundamental rights, in forms of directive principles, in forms of minority rights. Now what happens to it is, if we look at this 77 years of journey of the India's independence, we see that, you know, there has been certain conscious mistakes and there has been some unconscious mistakes which have kind of created the polarization, the heightened tension we are experiencing now. Because that is the question. ये सवाल हमारे सामने है कि how to deal with this polarization, and violence, my friends, is not something that it will affect one community. Violence is something which affects everyone, because violence is a vicious circle. It comes back to you. It comes back to you in a different form because it brings in insecurity, it brings in fear in the society. So the culture of fear and insecurity in the society is something which is very important to address. And you know what our previous panelists were saying, that we are leaving a very big responsibility on this young generation, but I think we also have an onus on ourselves that we initiate and we usher them into a social harmonious society. So, friends, you know, if we look at the Constitution, we have rights, minority rights, to look at to preserve the diversity, to give them right to propagate their religion, to teach in their language, but how it has been shaped is the question. We have also adopted for legal pluralism, and that legal pluralism is that customary laws will decide about marriage, inheritance, adoption, so when India adopted legal pluralism with this concern that this will help us to nurture plurality, diversity. India ने legal pluralism contestation के लिए नहीं adopt किया था, बहुत सोच समझ के adopt किया था, but what happened is that we see. Now what happens is with this question of identity and how the politicization of identity takes place becomes we have linguistic diversity, and we have seen that how harmoniously state reorganizations have done, and we have accommodated English and with English other languages. जब लोगों को साउथ में ये दिक्कत थी कि नहीं हिंदी में हम क्यों अपना कम्युनिकेशन करें, तो अंग्रेजी के लिए भी बनाया गया, and with that many other languages have been. If you look at the 8th schedule, there are many languages which are there now. Now, you see this accommodative nature, this assimilative nature is very much in the constitution, is there. But what happens is, why then there is a contestation? ये सवाल आएगा कि भी क्यों contestation है? Now, the contestation is, if we look at the mistakes the governments have made. Now, what has happened is, if we look at the journey from 1947 till 1965, we find that there was so much of concern about the development issues. Nehru's first and second plan are plans which are talking about development, and development politics was important because India wanted, and everybody was a participant in that development. But what we see is the change which is happening is because of the way we have, even Nehru, if you read the Constituent Assembly debates, and I'm sure many of you would be reading, that how Nehru talked about secularism and how the fear in the mind of Nehru. He said that, my soft corner towards Muslims is being read as minority appeasement. It is not minority appeasement. I'm trying to give them that kind of confidence. But, it is now, after Nehru, how this sentiment of minority appeasement was played is very well evident from the case of Shah Banu, which was a major mistake. This is again very important thing that we have to look into it, that now to cover up that mistake, there was another mistake, that opening up of the locks of the Ramlala temple. So that was another mistake which happened. It is not only Shah Banu, I would say what happened to roop cover, because this is also a very, very important question, a very valid question, because there is this general understanding that individual rights have to be protected, and individual rights, because this whole idea about legal pluralism was that the collective, the community will ensure the individual rights. But then there were stages in Indian political system when the individual rights were not protected by the communities. And then this was a time when there was this discontentment. So this discontentment, what the Ambassador Ghanshyam was talking about, the discontentment with democracy. Now, why was this discontentment with the democracy? Discontentment with the democracy was because of the decay of the democratic institutions, that is legislature, executive and judiciary, and which we see now, media of course is there. So we see that now these agencies which were the watchdog of democracy have been decayed. And Atul Kohli in his, I think all of you should read, students of law should read Decay of Democratic Institutions by Atul Kohli. It's a very old book. But at that time he could predict, Gurpreet Mahajan has mentioned in her book Preserving Diversity कि 1980 में लोग बात करते थे कि अगर हिंदुस्तान अपनी इस sensitive nerve को नहीं संभालेगा तो there are chances of fragmentations. But I still have a very deep, deep faith in the constitution and the democracy that we are surviving, and I'm sure these are the phases and we would survive. Now the Indian experiences with this unity and diversity, with these provisions which had been enshrined in our constitutions have been very problematic, because it is, once we start politicizing identity, and Rajni Kothari has talked about it. You see, communal tensions were there and we inherited. ये हमने inherit किया था 1947 में, बहुत कोशिश की गई सब तरफ से, सब कम्युनिटीज़ ने ये कोशिश की कि कम्युनल वायलेंस शायद पार्टीशन के साथ ख़त्म हो जाएगा. 1965 तक हमको ये एहसास भी रहा कि कम्युनल वायलेंस विल, बट देन अगेन वी सी दस occurring, but you see the DNA of communal violence changing from 1965 in 1980s, with 1984 with Malayana, with Meerut, with 1984 riots. So Rajni Kothari says that it is a new phase of communalism where these agencies of state become the party. So it becomes a very contesting question that यहाँ पे आके जब state which is protector, which is guardian of our constitution, when it becomes party, then it becomes a very difficult situation for minorities, whether it is Sikhs, whether it is Muslims, whether it is Christians, whether it is Dalits. So now is the stage where we see majoritarianism, and it is a global phenomena. But what has been pointed out, that the civil society has to play a very important role. What has happened, we see that, I'm sorry, Mr. Ganai, I will differ with you here when you said sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas or sabka prayas. Sabka prayas ab juda hai, when we were talking about this women reservation bill, which is again, I find a blank, it's a post-dated check which has been handed over to women कि 29 में जाके आएगा और उस तक delimitation होगा, census होगा, उसका कुछ पता नहीं. Because why this happened precisely because if we look at UP election, women are the major constituency. They have become the voters, women have become aware. वो चाहे politics में हिस्सेदारी उनकी election लड़ने में हो ना हो, but they have become voters, and this is very much there. And this has come after a very deep researches. This government does not do anything without, they know that women is a potential constituency, so this has come. But it's like a post-dated check, friends, because if you see sabka saath, sabka vikas, so why hijab ban in Karnataka? Beti padhao, beti bachao ko kya hoga? Because that is what is very important. So, it is very important that these we have to see the sensitivity. If we really want to empower women, so we have to create those structures. What we are doing, that we are curtailing, we are, suffocating those structures which are there. So even the way, now Shabano case was something which, Muslim community was blamed for it. Ki bhai wo logon ne oppose kiya, usko wapis liya, they don't want reform. But what happened to criminalization of triple talaq? Is criminalization of triple talaq solution to Muslim women's emancipation? क्या उसका husband 3 साल बाद आके उसको वापस लेगा जिसने उसको डाइवोर्स दे दिया? आई थिंक इट शुड हैव बीन कि कुछ उसको मेंटेनेंस के रूप में दिया जाए, कुछ उसके ऊपर फाइनेंशियल पेनल्टी लगती, तो शायद इस समस्या का हल होता. एंड स्टेट वुड हैव क्लेम दैट वी हैव emancipated Muslim women. So this is very important. We need to have more such researches where we need to look at, and what, when this issue of cow protection bill, it's very old debate. और इसका solution गांधी और नेहरू ने दिया था dialogue. Let us dialogue and tell each other, what we have done with this environment of fear and insecurity. We see ghettos coming up. Jeff Erlett is talking about ghettos. He has done research on Abul Fazl, Ahmedabad, name it any city in Delhi. Thomas Haynes, उनकी आप अगर research पढ़िए तो आप देखिए अबुल फजल जहाँ मैं रहती हूँ वो एक गेटो है, शाहीन बाग एक गेटो माना जाता है, आपका निज़ामुद्दीन गेटेड कम्युनिटी है वो भी गेटो माना जाता है, सीलमपुर. एंड पोस्ट 1984 इट इज़ अ यूनिवर्सल टेंडेंसी. 1984 के बाद पूरा वेस्ट दिल्ली फ्रॉम जेल रोड टू राजौरी गार्डन इज अ सिख गेटो. सो व्हाट हैव वी डन? We have curtailed the chances of interaction. मैं जिस environment में बचपन में बड़ी हुई, मेरे साथ सब लोग रहते थे, and I have learned and I respect and I celebrate. I celebrate all the festivals because the richness which it brings is very important. So these are structural attacks which are being happening, and how do we address this question is very important.
I need to point out, I'm scared of actually interrupting you because I have to go home. She's my wife's one of her very close friends. I still must.
I'll wind up. I'll wind up. I honor you. I'll wind up. But I'll wind up with the point that, this is a phase. And especially for young generation, this is a phase. This will pass away. This will pass away if we make our judicious choices and we go back to our syncretic culture. We go back to our composite culture and see what are the best practices. And civil society, the social cohesion, Hindustan बहुत मजबूत है, उसमें बहुत, when COVID happened. COVID is an example from where you can learn कि किस तरह से Muslims Hindu death rituals कर रहे थे और Hindus were performing, जनाजे की नमाज. मेरा एक student आशुतोष, मैं उसको इतना admire करती हूँ, जब कोई बाहर नहीं निकल रहा था, जामिया की एक teacher की death हुई, he was the person जिसने जाके जनाजे की नमाज अदा की and burial ritual. So, we have these examples and we should emphasize on these examples. There is lot of hope and scope for synthesis. Thank you very much.
But I've been told that there's time only for 2 questions. So please feel free to ask questions. So long as you don't ask anything. You're exhausted, I can guess that. Thank you very much for your patience and thank you very much.
I think we have one question. One question is there. One question is there.
My question is why right to marry should not be considered as a fundamental right?
Who are you asking that question?
Yes.
Right to marry?
Why right to marry? Why right to marry should not be considered as a fundamental right?
You have a special, I don't understand the context of your question. If you are asking about
Context in LGBT.
they have this right is preserved, you can go. And
I know you want the mandatory.
It should be mandatory.
No, it cannot be mandatory in that type of term that fundamental right is
In the context of same-sex marriage.
If it is LGBTQ, it's a very different context. Government has come up with amendment where they have this freedom, we have given sanction to LGBTQ in spite of, they have their because we have that is what is diversity and that is what multiculturalism is.
Thank you all the panelists. With the
for your patience and for listening to us. Thank you, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you all the panel members. With the closing of this session, I invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, DSW, Professor Reshma Nasreen, Deputy DSW, Dr. Usma Bano, to felicitate our esteemed panelists and the panel chair.
Audience, your kind attention please. As you are all aware that we are 1 hour behind schedule, so the lunch break is being curtailed from 1 hour to half an hour, and I'm sure you'll be able to wind up your lunch within 15 minutes. Thank you. So I know you'll be able to do that. इस वाली का अब चेंज होंगे स्पीकर नहीं मिस नाज़िश फातिमा
इस पे प्रेस करके तो चेंज हो जाएगा
यही आएंगे शिवांगी पानी
मैंने भेज दिया
मिश्रा सर का पायो तो मिल गया सर का डॉक्टर फजलुर रहमान असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर जामिया हमदर्द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इस्लामिक स्टडीज
Your name must be correct. The spelling is wrong.
Thank you so much. Technical member. NCLT का full form? National Company.
National Company Law Tribunal, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, NCLAT. Currently in the more than 30 years of experience.
40 लिखा है.
40 years.
अभिषेक सर ये बताइए प्रोफेसर मिश्रा पढ़ने जाएंगे ना अच्छा ठीक क्योंकि इनके पास मेरा इनका बायो नहीं है इनके पास फजलुर रहमान और मेरा फोन हो चुका है
तो बस ये बोल रही है
डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इस्लामिक
PhD degree in engineering.
अब मैं ऐसे नहीं बस असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इस्लामिक स्टडीज
लास्ट मिनट पे
पैनलिस्ट को बुलाना पैनलिस्ट को बुलाना पूछ के
इसमें लिस्ट में नाम है?
हाँ हाँ हाँ
नहीं सेट है।
नहीं है, पूछ के देखिए कहाँ है।
तो यार ये ना प्रोसेस के पास
I invite all the dignitaries on the dais to proceed for the session. Dr. Umar Ahmed Ilyasi, Professor Sushma Yadav, Ms. Kunjamma Matthew, Dr. Fazlur Rahman, and Professor Dr. A.K. Mishra. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, guests, and my colleagues present here, and my very dear students. I, Nazish Fatima, once again welcome you all to today's seminar on Diversity and Conformity, Defining India, which is being organized by Jamia Hamdard in collaboration with Global Dialogue Forum. We now move towards our third session for the day, which is on the theme Balancing Minority Rights with Majority Responsibilities. I would like to begin by introducing the chair for the session, Professor Dr. Reshma Nasreen, Dean, School of Management and DSW. I welcome you, ma'am.
personal, religion-based goals at the back end and take the national responsibilities to the front, that is the superordinate goals. I think every religion, every culture teaches you that nation first. So the way we commit to our nation, our organization is a part of our iman, a part of our culture. So I think I will request Dr. Nazish to invite the speakers for deliberations on this topic. And I hope we have a healthy discussion, and we will, I'll just further request the distinguished speakers to be succinct as we are short time, that is all. Thank you so much.
I would like to welcome our first speaker for the session, Dr. Umar Ahmed Ilyasi, who is the Chief Imam, All India Imam Organization, a representative body of 500,000 imams of India. This is the largest imam organization in the world, with its global headquarters in London, UK. He has spoken at the UN headquarters, United Nations Human Rights Commission, the European Parliament, the Canadian Parliament, House of Commons and House of Lords. A leading think tank based in London, Chatham House and many other international forums on global warming, anti-Semitism, poverty elevations, nuclear disarmament, HIV/AIDS and anti-terrorism. His deep engagement with interfaith dialogue and conflict resolution has fetched him multiple national and international awards. He is the recipient of highest civil awards of Abu Dhabi and the UAE for his contribution to global peace. His association with the world religious organizations and its heads includes meeting with the Pope at the Vatican, the Chief Rabbinate in Israel, Imam-e-Haram in Saudi Arabia, the Dalai Lama, amongst others. As a spiritual leader, he carries with him a highly distinguished list of devotees cutting across all religions and opinions. We welcome you, sir, to the session today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished speakers, guests, students और हमारे इस यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर आली जनाब अफशार आलम साहब, बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक है, बहुत एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव आप सब लोगों ने लिया है और आज मुझे लगता है कि इसकी बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि आमतौर पर हमें ये समझने की ज़रूरत है कि हम इस मुल्क में रहते हैं, जिस मुल्क में की आबादी इस वक्त में दुनिया की एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी के तौर पे जाना जाता है। मैं अक्सर एक बात कहता हूँ कि हमारी सबकी जातियाँ ज़रूर अलग हो सकती हैं, हमारी परंपराएं ज़रूर अलग हो सकती हैं, हमारे इबादत करने के तरीके ज़रूर अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा धर्म है इंसान और इंसानियत का है और भारत में रहते हैं तो हम सब भारतीय हैं। आओ हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें और भारतीयता को मजबूत करें, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि। पहली बात तो ये है कि मैं हमारे रिस्पेक्टेड वाइस चांसलर अफसार आलम साहब, मैं इसके हक़ में ही नहीं हूँ कि माइनॉरिटी और मेजॉरिटी के, मैं एक वक्त से इस पर काम कर रहा हूँ। ये एक अच्छी बात नहीं है, इससे अच्छा मैसेज नहीं होता है, इससे
एक नेगेटिविटी है ये कि तुम छोटे हो मैं बड़ा हूँ, तुम ज़्यादा हो मैं कम हूँ, ये एक अच्छी बात नहीं है। इससे डिफरेंसेस आएंगे, कोई दुनिया की ताकत नहीं रोक सकती कि अगर आप ये चाहें कि हम ये बात करें माइनॉरिटी और मेजॉरिटी और इसमें डिफरेंसेस ना हो, ये हो नहीं सकता। इसके बहुत सारे नुकसानात हम झेलते आ रहे हैं और झेल रहे हैं। हाँ, अलबत्ता इतना ज़रूर है कि हमें सबको एक दूसरे की जिम्मेदारी के साथ, हिकमत के साथ हमें इस मुल्क में रहना है। अगर हम छोटे हैं, अगर हम अपने आप को माइनॉरिटी कह रहे हैं तो फिर अंदर हमारे अंदर छोटा है, हम छोटे हैं। एक मेजॉरिटी है तो मतलब बड़े हैं, एक छोटा भाई एक बड़ा भाई, ठीक है, एक दूसरे की रिस्पेक्ट की जा सकती है, छोटा भाई बड़ा भाई हो सकते हैं। लेकिन अगर जहाँ दूसरी चीज़ें हैं, जहाँ हमारे हुकूक हैं, तो वहाँ फिर आके उसकी दिक्कतें आती हैं। आज जिस वक्त जो देश की हालात हैं आपके सामने हैं, छुपी हुई बात नहीं है। इसी माइनॉरिटी मेजॉरिटी की वजह से ही आज नफरत का माहौल है देश के अंदर। मणिपुर के अंदर अभी आपने देखा होगा, ये माइनॉरिटी और मेजॉरिटी का ही हुआ था, सारा जो कुछ हुआ था। दंगे फसाद जो होते हैं माइनॉरिटी मेजॉरिटी को लेके होते हैं। मेन स्ट्रीम में जुड़ने की बात है। मेरी प्रधानमंत्री जी से अक्सर मेरी मुलाकात होती है, बहुत ज़माने से, मैं 35 साल से मेरा उनका रिश्ता है, 35 साल से मैं उनसे ताल्लुक़ है। कुछ मशवरे होते हैं, देता हूँ। मौजूदा हुकूमत में हिंदुस्तान के जो सबसे बड़ी शख्सियत हैं, जो RSS के चीफ भी हैं, जिनको मैंने जब मेरे यहाँ पहुँचे थे तो मैंने उनको राष्ट्रपिता का पद दिया। इस बात पे बड़ी मुखालफतें हुई, उससे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, मुखालफतें होती हैं, होती रहने दो, ये मेरा नज़रिया है। मेरे यहाँ वो आए, वो अपने आप को ये कहकर आए कि भाई मुझे इमाम साहब के पास जाना है, मुझे मस्जिद जाना है। वो पहली मर्तबा आए, ये उनका बड़कपन है, ये उनका बड़कपन है। अभी रिसेंटली मैं वाइस चांसलर साहब को बता रहा था कि मेरे बेटे का वलीमा था, बहुत लिमिटेड लोगों को बुलाना था, तो मैंने सोचा कि किनको बुलाया जाए। थोड़े से लोग थे, मैंने सोचा कि राष्ट्रपिता को बुलाया जाए, जब देश के सबसे बड़े जो बड़े हैं, जो सबसे बड़े हैं, राष्ट्रपिता हैं, उनको बुलाया जाए। तो मैंने मोहन भागवत जी से कहा कि मैंने कहा आपको मेरे वहाँ वलीमे में पहुँचना है। तो कहने लगे कि इमाम साहब हमारे यहाँ तो ये परंपरा नहीं है। मैंने कहा इमाम कह रहा है, परंपरा कुछ नहीं, परंपरा को बदलो। कहने लगे अच्छा ऐसा? मैंने कहा हाँ। उन्होंने मेरे कहने से अपनी परंपरा बदल दी। फिर मैंने उनसे कहा कि डेट्स ऐसी थी, मैंने कहा कुछ उलमा आने वाले हैं हमारे यहाँ, उलमा अंबियाओं के वारिस हैं, आपको उनका इकराम करना पड़ेगा। वो कहने लगे वो क्या होता है? मैंने कहा इकराम, उनका स्वागत करना है आपको। तो मकसद कहने का ये है कि वो इतने बड़े होकर भी उन्होंने ये सोच कर कि नहीं ये मेरे भारत के ही हैं, ये मेरे ही हैं, उन्होंने फिर बार बार इसी तरह के फिर बयान दिए कि हम सब हैं, एक ही हैं। तो मैंने उनसे कहा था कि ये सब आप लफ्ज़ हिंदू हटा दो, आप ये कौन, हम सब भारतीय हैं, भारतीय हैं। तो मैंने कहा आपको कोई भी अपोज नहीं कर पाएगा। अगर आप लफ्ज़ हिंदू कहोगे एक तरफ, तो आप कहते हो कि हिंदू कोई मज़हब नहीं है, एक वे ऑफ लाइफ है। बिल्कुल ठीक है, हम भी मानते हैं हिंदू सिंधु से बन गया, ये बात भी सही है, इस पढ़े लिखे लोग सब लोग हैं। तो हम अगर सब भारतीय हो जाएं तो किसी को कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। तो ये बात मैंने उनसे कहा था कि अल्पसंख्यक, माइनॉरिटी और मेजॉरिटी को, इसे हमें ख़त्म कर दो इस देश से और एक हो जाएं। अगर हम सब भारतीय हो जाएं तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले वक्त में हमारा भारत विश्व गुरु बनने से नहीं रुक सकता। भारत विश्व गुरु बनने से नहीं रुक पाएगा। आज जो भारत की ताकत है, चूँकि अब इंडिया तो पुराना हो गया, अब भारत की बात करते हैं हम, क्योंकि अब भारत हो रहा है। चूँकि ये इंडिया मुगल ये दौर था अंग्रेज़ों का, वाकई में इंडिया ये अंग्रेज़ों का दिया था, हमने इंडिया को वहीं ख़त्म कर दिया, अंग्रेज़ चले गए, ख़त्म हो गया। अब भारत है, आज का भारत नवीन भारत, आज का भारत उत्तम भारत, इस बदलते भारत की ये तस्वीर है। इसकी तरफ हमें सबको बढ़ना होगा। तभी हम जाके एक होंगे। अभी मैं कह रहे थे कि अपनी ज़िंदगी के जो हिकमत के मामलात हैं, अभी अफसर साहब कह रहे थे, तो मैं एक छोटा सा एक वाक़या बताऊं कि हमें एक रहने में ही फ़ायदा है। ये हमारा मकसद, हमारा राष्ट्र है, हमारी जातियाँ, परंपराएं, धर्म, ये सब उससे ऊपर उठ के हमें एक होना है। और एक होने के लिए एक ही रास्ता है, वो है भारत, भारतीयता। वो हमारे अंदर सब में आए और हम सब एक होकर इसका मुकाबला करें। अभी क्या हुआ, मेरे बहन जहन में आया कि ये सब प्रॉब्लम सारी हैं, इसको कैसे, नफ़रत का माहौल है, इसको कैसे कम किया जाए। तो मैंने सोचा, मेरे बड़े भाई हैं स्वामी चिदानंद जी महाराज, हिंदुस्तान का सबसे बड़ा आश्रम है ऋषिकेश के अंदर। तो मैंने उनसे, उनका सबसे बड़ा गुरुकुल भी है इंडिया का वहाँ पर, तो मैंने यहाँ से इनसे कहा अपने लोगों से कि काम करते हैं कोई एक नई चीज़ करा जाए। तो मैं मदरसे के अफसर साहब 100 बच्चे बड़े, देवबंद से अलग अलग मदरसों के 100 बड़े बच्चे, तलबा, आखिरी सीनियर बच्चे, उन सब को लेकर मैं ऋषिकेश पहुंच गया। और मैंने कहा स्वामी जी, जब स्वामी जी के पास उन बच्चों को लेकर पहुंचा, उन्होंने जो वेलकम किया, और उसके बाद हमारे, मैंने कहा 3 दिन के लिए बच्चे यहीं रहेंगे। तो 100 बच्चे, मैंने कहा 100 गुरुकुल के बच्चे, जो गुरुकुल के बच्चों को ऋषि कुमार कहते हैं, हमारे यहाँ मदरसे के बच्चे को तालिब इल्म कहते हैं। तो मैंने कहा एक एक बच्चा सेम उम्र का, एक एक बच्चे के साथ दोस्ती कराओ, मिलवा दो आज पहले दिन। तो 3 दिन वो बच्चे एक साथ रहे, हम एक साथ ऋषिकेश में आश्रम में रहे। वो कुछ इमाम्स बड़े देश के, वो उनको भी लेके गया मैं, जो कि आज तक ना तो उन्होंने ऋषिकेश देखा था, ना कोई उन्होंने आश्रम देखा था, ना किसी के साथ उनका कोई ताल्लुक़ था। तो मैंने कहा ये 3 दिन आप यकीन माने इन हालात में कि रोज़ स्वामी जी गंगा के किनारे, गंगा के तट पे सबको कह दिया था कि देखो भाई, गंगा के पानी से सारी जगह धो दो। ये सुबह सुबह नमाज पढ़ते हैं 5 बजे। सारा इंतज़ाम गुरुकुल के लोग, सारे लोग सफाई करके धो के हमारी नमाज़ों के लिए तैयार रहते थे। 3 दिन तक हम वहाँ नमाजें हुई। वैसे तो अक्सर मैं बता देता हूँ कि लोग बड़े कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं। नमाज दुनिया का हर आस्तिक पढ़ता है, दुनिया का हर आस्तिक आदमी नमाज पढ़ता है, हिंदू हो या कोई भी हो जो ईश्वर में, भगवान में, अल्लाह में आस्था रखता है। नमाज जो शब्द है बच्चों, ये कोई अरबिक का शब्द नहीं है, ये संस्कृत का शब्द है, ये भारतीय शब्द है। नमा माने झुकना, अज माने ईश्वर, ईश्वर के सामने झुकना, ईश्वर के सामने सरेंडर होना, उसे नमाज कहते हैं। तो दुनिया के जितने आस्तिक हैं सब नमाज पढ़ते हैं। 3 दिन तक हम जब वहाँ रहे गुरुकुल में, ये हमारे ज़िंदगी का एक ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस है भाई अफसर साहब, जिसे हमें बताना ज़रूरी है। 3 दिन तक जब वहाँ रहे, एक साथ सब लोगों ने खाना खाया, इमामों ने, तमाम सारे पंडितों ने, गुरुकुल के बच्चों ने। 3 दिन तक पूरी ऋषिकेश में रौनक हो गई और सब लोग एक साथ, हम लोग प्रोग्राम्स करते थे कि भाई तुम कुछ सुनाओ, तुम कुछ सुनाओ, तुम अपना बताओ, कुछ गीता सुनाओ। और शाम को जब फिर आरती हो रही है, फिर उसको देखने जा रहे हैं। इन मतलब मज़ा आ रहा है इन बच्चों को, इन्होंने कुछ देखा नहीं है। तो हम एक दूसरे की जब इज़्ज़त करेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि जब मैं तुम्हारी इज़्ज़त करूँगा, तुम मेरी इज़्ज़त करोगे। हम जब एक दूसरे की इज़्ज़त करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि उसका फ़ायदा हम सबको मिलता है। तो 3 दिन के बाद, वो जो असल बात बताने की है, 3 दिन के बाद हम जब निकलने लगे, गुरुकुल के जो बच्चे हैं आने वाले वक्त के, वो पंडित होने वाले हैं। मस्जिद के जो हमारे जो बच्चे थे मदरसे के, वो आने वाले मस्जिदों के इमाम बनने वाले हैं। तो 100 बच्चों में फ़ोन भी एक्सचेंज कर लिया आपस में, नंबर भी ले ली और दोस्ती भी हो गई 3 दिन में, इतनी पक्की वाली। गुरुकुल के बच्चे, मदरसे के बच्चे। और 3 दिन के बाद का वाक़या अफसर भाई, जब वो बच्चे वहाँ से निकल रहे थे, एक एक बच्चा गुरुकुल का, ऋषि कुमार, मदरसे का बच्चा, तालिब इल्म, आंसुओं से रो रहा था कि जैसे 2 भाई जुदा हो। इसकी ज़रूरत है हमें। फेथ लीडर्स का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है, चाहे वो पंडित हों, गुरुद्वारे हों, मस्जिदें हों, मठ हों। यार हम किस लिए, हमारा पैगाम मोहब्बत है, हमारे दिशा देनी है, हम अच्छी बात बताएं, नफ़रत की बात को ख़त्म करें, मोहब्बत का पैगाम दें। एक बार अफशार भाई, गोपालगढ़ में एक दंगा हुआ और उस दंगे में बहुत हंगामा हो गया, बहुत सारे कर्फ्यू लग गए, बहुत हिंदू मुसलमान, बड़ा फसाद हुआ राजस्थान गोपालगढ़ में। कांची के शंकराचार्य दिल्ली आए हुए थे। सुबह फजर के बाद मेरा उनके साथ बैठना था, मेरे बहुत क्लोज थे वो। मैं उन दोनों हम बैठे तो गोपालगढ़ का वाक़या चल रहा था। मैंने कहा स्वामी जी एक काम करें, हिंदू मुसलमान हो रहा है गोपालगढ़ में, लाखों लोग मर रहे हैं, कट रहे हैं, हम चलें? हम चलते हैं और वो जो नफ़रत की आग है ना उसको बुझा के आते हैं हम। तो कांची के शंकराचार्य बोले कि बड़ी प्रोग्राम देना होगा, बहुत सारी शेड्यूल होंगे। मैंने कुछ नहीं, आप चलिए मेरे साथ। अशोक गहलोत उस वक्त चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, वहाँ मैसेज किया हमने कि कांची के शंकराचार्य और चीफ इमाम साहब आ रहे हैं। उनका हम जाने की परमिशन नहीं देंगे। हमने कहा तुम्हारे जाने से कुछ नहीं होगा, हम जाएंगे। और हम वहाँ गोपालगढ़ गए, तमाम हमारे साथ सारे हिंदू, तमाम मुसलमान, सब लोग एक साथ हो गए और वहाँ अमन कायम हो गया। इसी तरह मुजफ्फरनगर के अंदर फसाद हुआ, सारे मजहब के धर्मगुरु मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, सबको बुलाया। मैंने कहा अर्जेंट मीटिंग है, चलो। फायर ब्रिगेड अपना काम करती है आग बुझाने का, पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, हमारी भी अपनी एक जिम्मेदारी है कि आओ हम सब मिलकर इस नफ़रत को ख़त्म करें। अब वहाँ जाके हालात हमने सुधारे। और एक वाक़या करके अपनी बात को ख़त्म कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने खुद ही कहा था कि 10 मिनट का समय रहेगा सभी के लिए, मैं इसका भी ख्याल मुझे रखना चाहिए। मैं एक ऐसा वाक़या कांची के शंकराचार्य का सुना के ख़त्म कर रहा हूँ कि इसकी ज़रूरत है। कांची के शंकराचार्य हिंदुस्तान की सबसे बड़ी शख्सियत थी, अब वो दुनिया में नहीं रहे। मैं उनके बाद कांचीपुरम गया, कांची मठ। तो शाम का समय था, हज़ारों लोग वहाँ बैठे थे, उनकी आरती शुरू हुई थी, मैं उनके बगल में बैठा था। तो जैसे ही आरती शुरू होती है, आरती शुरू हुई थी कि बगल में एक प्राचीन मस्जिद है मठ के, अजान की आवाज़ लाउड स्पीकर से आती है। आप यकीन माने कि जैसे ही अजान की आवाज़ आती है वहाँ पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंट हो जाता, आरती वहीं रोक दी जाती है। मैं देखता रहा, मैंने कहा हो सकता है कि ये सारा वाक़या शंकराचार्य जी ने मेरी वजह से किया होगा। तो मैं इनका अजान हुई, फिर उसके बाद आरती शुरू हुई। मैंने कहा स्वामी जी मैं नमाज़ के लिए जाऊँ? कि हाँ आप जाइए। मैं नमाज़ के लिए गया, ये वाक़या मैंने वहाँ के इमाम को बताया। मैंने कहा इमाम साहब ऐसे ऐसे मैंने भी मठ में ऐसा हुआ। तो उन्होंने इमाम साहब बोले कि जी इमाम साहब ये यहाँ की परंपराएँ हैं, यहाँ हमेशा ऐसा होता है। तो हम इस बात से ये सीखते हैं कि हम जब वो हमारी इज़्ज़त करें, हम उनकी इज़्ज़त करें, हम एक दूसरे का ख्याल करें। यही इसकी सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, यही हमें पैगाम देना है सबको। अब जो दौर है, ये हिकमत है, ये मामलात हैं, इसमें ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम हिकमत से काम लें। लड़ने का समय नहीं है ये, आपस में मोहब्बत का समय है। और उसी के लिए हम सबको चाहिए कि हम सब अपनी अपनी एक अलग से अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभाएं। खाली इमाम साहब करेंगे या अफसार साहब करेंगे ऐसा नहीं है। हर आदमी अपनी अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी के साथ इसको लेके चलेगा तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले वक्त में हमारा भारत ज़रूर विश्वगुरु बनेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। वाखिर दावाना अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रब्बिल आलमीन।
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking insights. We are extremely grateful to you for the time and efforts you took to share your thoughts and experience with us. Moving on to our second speaker for the session, Ms. Kunjamma Matthew, who is the National President of the Young Women's Christian Association, YWCA of India. The YWCA is one of the pioneer NGOs in India working for the empowerment of women and children. It is affiliated to the World YWCA and it has around 100 affiliated YWCAs across the country. Ms. Matthew is an effective influence through the YWCA in issues related to young working women, for whom her organization provides accommodation and training in various areas of employment. She is a civil engineer by profession. She has a BTech in civil engineering and an MBA in marketing finance from FMS Delhi. She has more than 30 years of corporate experience in various construction projects. I welcome you, ma'am, to the session today.
respected dignitaries sitting on the dais, and also in the audience, and dear friends. Before we begin to deliberate on today's topic, may I briefly invite your attention to the preamble of Indian Constitution, which is also called the soul of the Indian Constitution. The preamble, I feel very happy and secured when I hear that the Constitution guarantees justice, liberty, equality, and also it promotes fraternity among all. And this Constitution is protecting the minorities' rights. But I feel the Constitution fails to define who are minorities. Neither an international definition also is available who are minorities. Because of this significant omission in the Constitution, India has experienced a huge number of human rights violations and the resultant riots, conflicts, abuses, etc., which are often left to the Indian judiciary system to find a solution. It is true that the Indian Constitution is giving us protection for the minorities through reservations, right to religion, right to expression, cultural and educational rights, anti-discriminatory laws, etc. However, we see a rip in the fabric of democracy today in recent years, from Babri Masjid to recent conflicts in Manipur. It is a question of minority rights which are being versus the majority responsibilities which are being left unanswered. The fear of elimination and alienation, is it there? Is it a myth or reality? I would say it's a fact, it's a reality. This is evident in the way recently minorities have reacted to the proposal of Uniform Civil Code. Government has to respond proactively and take necessary action to bring and calm down the anxieties of the minorities in this case. How can we bring or bridge the gap between minorities and majority? Number one, literacy and education. Education is the biggest leveler. Number two, the role of judiciary, social, economic, and cultural institutions. So, to reduce this, minorities also want to live in equal status with the majority. It is necessary that these institutions should bring in enough situations and there should be enough opportunity to cultivate and develop the minority culture, language, everything. So minority, when I say, it can be religious minority or also it can be ethnic minority, linguistic minority, all those things are coming under minority. Okay. One example of how judiciary can uphold the minority rights, I would like to say that the Kerala Education Bill case. This Kerala Education Bill of 1957 aimed to regulate and control all the educational institutions in Kerala. So several minority institutions, including schools and colleges, etc., their management actually challenged this in the court. They argued that this bill is violating the constitutional rights as per Article 30, which is all religious and linguistic minorities have the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. So, the Supreme Court of India has made a landmark judgment in 1963 and it upheld the rights of of religious and linguistic minorities to establish and administer their own educational institutions without interference from the state. The only interference can be in regulating the educational standards. There are similar cases like this. Case of St. Stephen's versus University of Delhi is in similar lines. So, how can we, again coming back to how can actually we bring the gap between different minority and majority societies? Another way is inclusion. What is inclusion? Nowadays, minority community has gradually coming to terms with, and they know how to defend themselves and substantiate themselves about their interests. So the basic problem being faced by minorities is voicelessness. Small group, no voice. So how can we overcome this? It is through self-assertion of minorities and through political organizations. And second way is through creating solidarity with other groups who are like-minded, who are from the majority groups, and at the same time having similar ideology, but who are better placed in the society and better privileged because of their education, their access to media, their economic resources or political connections, etc. While speaking about minority rights, I can't ignore women, who are by and large the largest and most deprived community. So historically, women are facing discrimination, as we all know, and also violence. So ensuring and safeguarding the rights of women is very critical for any nation. In the Global Gender Gap Index of 2023, India is ranking now 127 out of 146. So it shows that the gender disparity is widening, and it is more than compared to the last decade. So when there is any crisis happening, what happens? Who are the most sufferers in the society? Women are the most sufferers in the society. So, you know, during COVID pandemic, what happened? We have all seen with the shocking eyes that how women are deprived of equality rights in many instances. For example, 47% of Indian women lost their jobs, while only 7% of men lost their jobs. So, there is already a disparity between men and women's salary structure in wages. So most of the women stayed at home. That's what happened. In some of the industries, like I come from construction industry, all the women laborers, they lost their job immediately. From domestic workers, construction labor, street vendors, rickshaw pullers, rag pickers, all these people, women lost their job immediately during pandemic. So, and they are left to do the household jobs within the house. They are already burdened, further burden happened. So what happened is, when the women face biases in general, if I am talking about women from minority, these women face biases much more than the general women. Often what happens is, these women encounter systemic discrimination that affects their access to education, employment, healthcare and justice. So what happens? For a moment, you imagine that you are a woman from a religious minority, such as a Dalit, Muslim, or a woman from a linguistic minority, such as Adivasi. What happens? You are bound to face discrimination, either culturally or religiously. So there are biases in the society which limit your opportunities to progress and freedom. These barriers are creating a cycle of poverty and powerlessness for women. Then what happens? It becomes harder for women to break the group that is created, to break the chains which are creating, and it is creating further inequality for women. So this intersection of the community or the double disadvantage of gender of a minority group and women is creating deep impact for women personally. Fortunately, there are many women organizations in India, and India is one of the stronghold of women organizations in the world. So, similar to IWCA, from where I come from, there are hundreds of women's organizations in the country who are working towards reducing this gender gap. So, any positive changes which you are seeing today in these areas, there is a huge response, a lot of hard work from all these women movements. So, let us reflect on some of the specific areas where we need to strike a balance between minority rights and majority responsibilities, focusing specifically on women. Number one, equal opportunities. Women in India, even though they are half the populations, they continue to face disparities in access to education, employment, and leadership positions. It is our responsibility as a society to ensure that women are getting equal opportunities to thrive in all spheres of life. For women empowerment, the Ministry of Minority Affairs started Nai Roshni. This was a leadership development program for minority women in 2012. Through this, it empowered many minority women to receive skill development and leadership training. And because of this one program, there are hundreds of women who are standing on their feet today, achieving economic self-reliance. Number two is gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is a grave concern affecting women. A Thomson Reuters story ranked India as the world's most dangerous country for women due to the high risk of sexual violence, human trafficking, and bonded labor. It is the responsibility of the government to implement stricter laws and create a culture that abhors and condemns violence against women. After the infamous 2012 Nirbhaya case, the Indian government established the Nirbhaya Fund to support initiatives aimed at enhancing safety and security for women. It funds projects like One Stop Center, which is actually supporting the services for victims of gender violence today. Number three is minority women. We earlier spoke about minority women's plight. Often they face dual discrimination. It is the duty of the majority to protect minority women's rights, ensuring they are not excluded from the opportunities. For example, Prime Minister's 15-point program, it emphasizes the welfare of minority, especially women, through scholarships for higher education, vocational training, etc. Okay, just stopping. Okay, number four is political participation. So this is a very important part that as women, we must participate in political responsiveness. The majority support should be ensured that women's active participation in decision making. While I am thankful to the government to implement the Women's Reservation Bill recently, I am thoroughly disappointed because it will only be implemented in 2029. Very sad. So, next is education and awareness. Education is a key and power tool to break or bridge the gap between minorities and majorities. So there are different programs government is propagating like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, where women are given impetus. Kerala Literacy Mission, they started it in 1998. It actually created 100% literacy for women. So empowerment, how can women, the society empower women? There are different programs. For example, the Manrekha program. Through that program, what government has achieved is 100 days of work is ensured for women. If not anything, they got money, salaries for their work for 100 days, and which made them economically independent. The Ujjwala Yojana program of government, what is it doing? The Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry has distributed LPG cylinders to poor women. It has ensured that the safety and health of women in India. So there are legal reforms. Number 7 is legal reforms. It is the shared responsibility of the legislatures, judiciary, and also civil society to continually evaluate and reform our legal systems and frameworks. For example, I would take the first example as the Malabar Marriage Act of 1896. This is initiated by Miss Mary Roy. This law guaranteed that women get equal rights in the father's property, breaking the discrimination of women in Christianity. So, Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013. This was enacted just after Nirbhaya case, strengthening the laws. Yeah. So, number 3 is sexual harassment of women at workplace. Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act, helping hundreds of working women. Next is Saira Banu case, where the triple talaq was banned, thereby you know what the result it is. Okay, so all these laws are there, but are they enough? No, I would say these policies and laws are not enough. It is a long way to go. It is necessary for the development of any country that women, who are the 50% stakeholders in the fabric of the society, should be given equal rights. So for this rights, religious freedom, gender-based discrimination should be ending against women. It is the majority's responsibility to create an inclusive society, equitable society where women can thrive. Let us work together as individuals, communities, and as a nation together to ensure that and uphold the rights of all, including marginalized, also especially for women. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ensuring rights of women in the current decade is indeed the need of the hour. Moving on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Fazlur Rahman, Assistant Professor, Department of Islamic Studies, Jamia Hamdard. He has completed his MTech in Marine Engineering, PhD in Thermodynamics, and has 7 years of experience in the Merchant Navy. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Please stand up for the chief guest for the valedictory function. I'll be speaking on balancing minority rights with majority responsibility. Ms. Matthews spoke about the gender minority, that is women. I'll be talking about the theoretical debate about minorities and majority. Indian Constitution accepts that there are minorities. That is why we have linguistic commissions, we have minorities' rights, and we have the chairman of minorities' rights. So Indian Constitution accepts this fact. And it also accepts that people have got diverse customs and practices. That is why in certain states, some food items are restricted, whereas the same food items are allowed in the other state. Also, in some states, certain marriage relationships are not recognized. However, the constitution says if the customs allow it, then the same prohibited relationship can be carried out in the other states. So this is the first fact, that the constitution recognizes the concept of majority and minority. Now, how do we get majority in any sector or any country? People who are in majority, if they decide that we will not give rights to minority, we cannot remove this, because this is the concept of democracy, where 10 people decide that the rights of the 3 people should not be given. We cannot raise a voice against it, because when we believe in the system of democracy, it is deciding it. That happens with majoritarian democracy, but India is not a majoritarian democracy. We have got constitutional democracy, where the actions by the governments are governed and controlled by the constitution. And that is where the role of judiciary comes into. Judiciary ensures that the rights of the minorities are protected. Next question. Can majority take away the right of majority? The answer is yes. In 1967, there was a referendum in Australia deciding whether the original inhabitants of Australia, who are called Aboriginal, they should have right or not. The sample size was 90%, and 90% of the population decided that the original inhabitants of Australia, they should not get any voting right. Long drawn process, 40 years of hard work, another referendum was taken, and then this time they decided no, the Aboriginals do have a right. So the concept is majority can decide minority. It is the constitution which is the safeguard. Point number 2, in New Zealand, which does not have any written constitution, the rights of the minorities was decided by whom? No constitution. It was a treaty between the majority and the minority. So when you don't have a constitution, the majorities have to take lead, and they have to guarantee the rights of the minorities. And the same thing happened in Canada and Norway as well. I will try to finish within 9 minutes, inshallah. The time given is 10 minutes. I will finish in 9 minutes, inshallah. Tabarak wa ta'ala. Now, what are the problems and how do we get this? The problem is polarization. The problem is media, and the problem is the institutions becoming ineffective. In a 2022 referendum carried out to decide the trust the citizens of a country have on their 3 institutions, India, 70%, 7 out of 10 people, they voted in favor of the institutions. Now the big question is, what about the 3 people who were not satisfied? Because in the majoritarian government, the party which comes to power, they think that why should we care for that segment of the society which is not voting for us? So it's a long drawn process where judiciary, where media and people's perceptions have to be changed if we want India as a country, whether we call India or Bharat. And just to add what Maulana Ilyasi Saab said, the name India was used in 200 CE. We have got Ptolemy's map. It was not the British who gave this word, it was used in the Ptolemy's time. So whether we call it India or Bharat, because constitution has accepted both the words, the problem is, the issue is, how do we survive? The only guarantee is constitution. We are born here, inshallah we'll die here, we'll be buried here. So we have to safeguard constitution. It is the role of the young officers, especially the judicial officers and the lawyers sitting here, that you have to look after. Inshallah, once some of you will become judge, and it is your responsibility to see that whichever party or government comes into power, the laws and the policies which are made by the government of the time should not be against the constitution. Last point, what is the solution for the problem? First, creating general awareness. Second, avoiding media polarization. Third, creating these kind of scenarios where people from different backgrounds, religious, linguistic, minorities, etc., they can come together, sit and exchange their views. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to the last speaker of our session, Professor Dr. A.K. Mishra. Mishra sir has 40 years of extensive professional and experience across various levels of federal and state government and quasi-government entities in financial and legal domains, including Director Finance of Hindustan Aeronauticals and as technical member of National Company Law Tribunal. He has been members in various intergovernmental committees involving large volume of defense contracts. Sir has authored 2 books in the areas of insolvency and bankruptcy code and contract law for professionals. I welcome you, sir, on the dais.
Professor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mr. Dr. Alam, Imam Sahab, Chairman of the National Commission for Minority, Mr. Lal Pura sir, my Controller of Examination and a former Registrar, Jamia Hamdard. Good afternoon, Salam Alaikum, Namaskar, Namaskara. Here the target audience are our most beloved students. Here we are addressing you. You have been here from morning till now. It is your preparation which Honorable BC sir has done. So your learning is the purpose of this seminar. What have you learned when you go back, you think of? You are going to build, some of you naturally 100%, like here we are telling Inshallah or Bhagwan Chahega, some of you will be judge, some will be Prime Minister, as was told in the morning, some will be President of India, some will be heading some state. What you have learned is the strength of this Jamia Hamdard. You are all the students of law school, although the program were organized by management school under Madam Reshma, but it has been managed by you all students through Madam Salina. Now the question is coming up before you when you are here that now finally we are merging it, the whole issue on minority interest with majority responsibility. As a professor, let me tell you, first I myself is confused how women can be told they are minority. When the census tells, last census speaks of that 48.5% of the population is the women, how you are feeling you are a minority. Because what it is, like Imam Sahab explained to you, it is nothing but the creation of all these words sometimes changes our mindset. When you will be the lawmaker, say you are legislature tomorrow, advocates are already legislatures. When you are lawmakers, you think of these concepts, these are to go in the dustbin. Otherwise, the days are not far off when we land our country, so-called Bharat, into multiple troubles. I don't want to go you more on the legal part, which I will naturally cite you some of the judgment, but before proceeding, you see Honorable Supreme Court Judge, what he has mentioned to you in the morning. What may be constitutional earlier, about 10 years, 20 years, 50 years back, may not be constitutional as on today. Because the law also changes with the social custom, with the requirement, with the population, this thing. So now there are multiple concepts and we have to go on those multiple concepts. Imam Sahab has suggested one thing very clearly, and which Honorable Supreme Court Judge indiscreetly has also mentioned about it. How we treat, it is our mindset. हमारे गांव में कहा जाता था, because I have born in a village where the chamain used to born the children. It was not in a big hospital. What has been told to us, because my village is also surrounded by so-called religious minority here, the people are using the term confusing in multiple ways. Now I am telling you, even in those places, in the villages, we have a different understanding. क्या हम खून में कह सकते हैं कि ये खून एक हिंदू का है, एक मुसलमान का है, एक गरीब का है, एक अमीर का है? हम नहीं कह सकते. हम सभी भाई हैं, हम सभी बहन हैं, हम सभी एक हैं. ये Section 1 of the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution mentions very clearly India, Bharat. Why we are creating controversy on a subject which is well settled by our forefathers in the format of a law. So, my dear children, I can only tell you these concepts. There can be religious minorities. Somebody can even mention on caste basis also a minority. The Bihar state has done some census recently where they are telling on some religious basis that 81% are Hindu and some 23% are Muhammadans, 3% are Brahmins and less than 1% are caste. What do you mean? Then I as a Brahmin, I am also a minority. These are the concepts. It is in our mindset. Dear friends and children, treat anybody sitting by the side of you as your brothers and sisters. Tell them as your family members, this concept will go. हमारे विलेज में छोटी बहुएं जो होती हैं बड़े लोगों के सामने वो क्यों घूंघट डालती हैं? क्योंकि इसका एक मतलब होता है कि वो कस्टम आपको सिखाता है कि आप अपने, क्योंकि अट्रैक्शन यंग के प्रति ज़्यादा होता है एजेड से यंग के प्रति, इसलिए उसको रोकने के लिए वो घूंघट दिया जाता है. हमारे अपने बिहेवियर में उस घूंघट को लाना है. आप कल बड़े लॉयर बनिएगा. लॉ बनाने से नहीं होता है. लॉ बहुत बनाया गया है. लॉ तो कहा गया कि ट्रिपल तलाक में ऑल क्रिमिनल एक्शंस विल बी टेकन. आज मैं डाटा देखता हूँ थ्रू क्रोम तो पाया जाता है कि 3 गुना बढ़ गया है. what it was earlier and what it is now. So I will tell you friends, first of all my dear students, when you go back, whatever you have learned, please jot down these points. This will help you in multiple subjects because Constitution is the mother of all the law. So with this thing, I am holding myself and because there is a time constraint, thank you, Jai Hind.
Moving towards the end of our third session, today I would like to thank all the speakers on behalf of Jamia Hamdard for their enlightening words. We really learned a lot from your experiences and thoughts. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite our chief guest for the valedictory, Mr. Iqbal Singh Lalpura, Chairman, National Commission for Minorities on the dais, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, to felicitate the guests.
When I came to Delhi initially, I didn't know my daughter says I'm really indebted. Seriously. Like, I have no idea.
Nazish and Selena ma'am to come sit there. Assalamu alaikum and good evening. We request Mr. Moses, sir, to please kindly come on this dais. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, as we arrive at the end of this enlightening conference, we find ourselves at a juncture with refreshed perspectives, having an understanding deepened and our commitments reinvigorated. Today, we embarked on a journey that led us to engage in enduring dialogues, exploring the intricate nuances that define modern India. I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate the Chief Guest. I request our Vice Chancellor and a DSW to kindly felicitate the Chairman of Global Dialogue Forum, Mr. Moses Manoharan. I now request our sir and to felicitate a DSW. I request our DSW ma'am and Selena ma'am to kindly felicitate our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce the chief guest for the valedictory ceremony, Mr. Iqbal Singh Lalpura, sir. Former Indian Police Service officer, Mr. Iqbal Singh Lalpura, is chair of the National Commission for Minorities. He has joined BJP in 2012 after retiring from the police. Before being appointed National Minorities Commission chair, he was the national spokesperson for the BJP and a popular face in television debates. Mr. Lalpura has written several books on Sikh philosophy and history. He is a recipient of the President's Police Medal for Meritorious Services, the Shiromani Sikh Sahitकार Award, and the Sikh Scholar Award, among several others. Sir, I now invite you to kindly deliver the valedictory address.
Professor Afshar Alam, Vice Chancellor, Jamia Himdard University, Mr. Moses Manmoharan, Professor Reshma Nasreen, Professor Selena Brochures, हाज़िर सभी बहनों भाइयों और प्यारे बच्चों, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, नमस्कार, जय जिनेंद्र, नमो बुद्धे, खुश आमदीद, वाहेगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहेगुरु जी की फतेह. I represent all the minorities. So it is very important for me to take care of my family, that is all religion, while I should start communicating with others. I am thankful to the university for giving me this opportunity to be with you. सारा दिन के आप थके होंगे, लेक्चर सुनना मुझे भी बहुत बुरा लगता था और ख़ास करके जब पकड़ के बिठाया जाए कि आपको लेक्चर सुनना ही है। तो आपने सुबह से डाइवर्सिटी की बात की और मैं तो केवल एक बात कहने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ कि लेट अस सेलिब्रेट दी डाइवर्सिटी। हमें जो डाइवर्सिटी है इसको सेलिब्रेट करना चाहिए। वो सेलिब्रेट कैसे करें? बहुत सारे आंकड़े मेरे से पहले स्टैटिस्टिक्स पेश किए गए होंगे, क्योंकि मैं पिछले 2 साल से चेयरमैन हूँ नेशनल कमीशन फॉर मिनॉरिटीज़ का, और मेरी जिम्मेवारी है कि मैं इस्लाम के मानने वालों का, क्रिश्चियनिटी के मानने वालों का, सिख धर्म को मानने वालों का, जैन का, बौद्ध का, जोरस्टीनियन पारसीज़ का वकील बनूं। लेकिन जिस समाज में हम रहते हैं वहाँ सातवें को छोड़ के हम कैसे जी सकते हैं? गुलदस्ता तो तभी बनेगा अगर सभी फूल इकट्ठे हों। सो उसमें कुरान मजीद के बारे में, कुरान मजीद मैंने 4 साल पढ़ी है और उसके बारे में लिखा भी है। तो मेरी जो किताब है वो पाकिस्तान लाहौर यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाई जाती है, तो उसका नाम है मुसलमान कहावन मुश्किल। इट इज़ वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट टू बी ए मुस्लिम। आप इस इंटरनेट पे जाएंगे गुरु ग्रंथ साहब एंड मुस्लिम, तो आगे दी डॉन लिखना, उसका रिव्यू आ जाएगा पाकिस्तान अखबार में जो छपा था। तो उसमें कोशिश होती है, सभी धर्मों के बारे में लिखा है, हिंदू धर्म के बारे में लिखा है, ब्राह्मण भला किया, ब्राह्मण को अच्छा कहना चाहिए, सभी में कुछ ना कुछ अच्छाई है। और जब मैं पैदा हुआ तो मेरा नाम फरवरी महीने का पैदा हुआ था, तो हमारे होली के त्यौहार के साथ जिस गांव में मैं रहता हूं अनंतपुर साहब में, गुरु गोबिंद सिंह साहब वहाँ रहे, तो उनका नाम रख दिया कि बच्चा गुरुओं के दर्शन को आया है तो नाम रख दें गुरदर्शन सिंह। तो जब मेरे वालिद बाहर से आए तो उन्होंने पूछा नाम क्या रखा है, तो उन्होंने गुरदर्शन सिंह बोला। वो कहने नहीं ये ठीक नहीं है, मैं अपने एक दोस्त के नाम से नाम रखना चाहता हूँ। तो उन्होंने मेरा नाम अल्लामा इकबाल के नाम से रख दिया। और मैं गुरदर्शन सिंह मेरा बचपन का सर्टिफिकेट है, लेकिन बाहरी जीवन में बाकी सारा इकबाल सिंह ही रहा और मुझे उसका बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ। मैं एक लेखक बन गया, दुनिया भर में जाना जाता हूँ लेखक के रूप में। तो ये अल्लामा इकबाल की ही जो है, उन्हीं की मेहनत है, उन्हीं का सदका है, उन्हीं की कृपा है। लेकिन जहाँ मैं जाता हूँ ऐसी सभाओं में, तो मैं बात अल्लामा अपने नाम से ही करता हूँ कि सारे जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। और भगवान राम को इमाम हिंद कहने वाला भी एक मुसलमान भाई था। अगर वो इमाम हिंद हैं तो हम सब के हैं। और जैसे गुरु नानक की बात आई तब भी उन्होंने यही कहा, फिर उठी सदा तौहीद की पंजाब से, एक मर्द कामिल को नींद से हिंद को जगाया ख्वाब से। तो यह सारा ऐसा ही जीवन का फ़लसफ़ा होना चाहिए कि हमें सभी का इज़्ज़त, सभी का सत्कार, सभी की रिस्पेक्ट करनी चाहिए। अब हम कुरान मजीद में 3 चीज़ों का जिक्र आता है बार बार। पहले फ़रिश्तों का जिक्र आता है, दूसरा शैतान का जिक्र आता है, और तीसरा इंसान की बात होती है। अब हमारे अंदर फरिश्ता भी है, शैतान भी है, तो कभी फरिश्ता हावी हो जाता है, कभी शैतान हावी हो जाता है। तो इंसान का नाम भी उसी तरह चलता है कि ये क्या हो रहा है। अब बैलेंसिंग कैसे हो, हमारी टीचिंग कैसी हो, इसको बात को समझा कैसे जाए, इस बात को बढ़ाया कैसे जाए। ये जब देश आज़ाद हुआ तो यहाँ मिनॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन 16% थी, 16% मिनॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन थी 1951 के सेंसस के मुताबिक। आज ये पॉपुलेशन मिनॉरिटीज़ की बढ़ के 21% हो गई है। जो मेजॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन थी वो 84% से कम होके 79% हो गई है। इसका मतलब है कि इस देश में, हम इसको भारत कह लें, हम इसको इंडिया कह लें, हम इसको किसी भी नाम से बोलें, हिंदुस्तान कहें, जो अल्लामा इकबाल ने नाम दिया, गुरु नानक ने भी यही नाम दिया हिंदुस्तान जो है, तो उसमें मिनॉरिटीज़ का नंबर भी बढ़ रहा है, उनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन भी बढ़ रही है। कोई ऐसा शुबा नहीं जहां कोई ना कोई जफ़र इकबाल हॉकी को लीड करता नज़र ना आए। हमें मंसूर अली खां पटौदी भी कैप्टन बन सकते हैं यहाँ इंडिया में, यहाँ देश के राष्ट्रपति भी बन सकते हैं, यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री भी बन सकते हैं। कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जहाँ हम पहुँच नहीं सकते। जहाँ तो अब हमारी समस्या क्या है? समस्या तो बात समझने की है। अब सभी जगह मैं जहाँ जाता हूँ ये एक बात कहता हूँ कि ये मेरा देश है, दिस इज़ माई कंट्री। अगर ये मेरा देश है तो फिर तो मुझे कोई डर नहीं, आई हैव ऑल दी राइट्स। मेरे से पहले प्रोफेसर साहबान ने, जज साहब भी सुबह आए थे, उन्होंने राइट टू इक्वलिटी, राइट टू रिलीजन और दूसरे पूरा एक चैप्टर उसके बारे में है कि हमें क्या क्या राइट मिले हुए हैं, और वो सभी को मिले हैं। उसमें कहीं नहीं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में लिखा कि दिस इज़ ओनली फॉर मेजॉरिटीज़। सारे इंडियंस जो यहाँ रहते हैं उनको एक ही राइट है और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सभी के लिए बराबर है। दूसरी तरफ अगर हम कंपेयर करें तो जब ये देश अलग हुआ, इसके 2 टुकड़े हुए, अब 2 के 3 हो गए, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान की मिनॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन 22% थी, 22% मिनॉरिटी थी, 78% मेजॉरिटी थी। आज वहाँ मिनॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन केवल 4% है, 4% ओनली, बाकी 18% कहाँ चले गए। अगर आप बांग्लादेश को भी देखें तो उसमें मिनॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन केवल 9% है, 7.5% के करीब हिंदू हैं, बाकी क्रिश्चियन और दूसरे लोग हैं। तो उसमें तो और दोनों को भी जोड़ लिया जाए तो 13% बनती है, बाकी 9% कहाँ गए। अब हम गिरे कहाँ से हैं, ये भी एक बड़ी बड़ी समस्या है। अगर तो हम इसी धरती के हैं तो हम इसके मालिक हैं। ये हमारे बुज़ुर्गों की धरती है, हमारे माँ बाप यहाँ के थे। जब देश आज़ाद हुआ देयर वाज नो पॉलिसी और देयर वाज नो प्रोविजन ऑफ ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ पॉपुलेशन। को जहाँ था वहीं उसको रहना था। लेकिन पेशावर में दंगे शुरू हुए, पूरा देश में जो कितने लोगों की जान गई, ऑलमोस्ट 2 मिलियन पीपल लॉस्ट देयर लाइफ, और उसके अलावा कितना नुकसान हुआ इसको आगे हम रोज़ देखते हैं। सो हम हाउ टू एंजॉय डाइवर्सिटी, दिस इज़ द क्वेश्चन जिसके बारे में हमें बैठ के चर्चा करनी चाहिए। दूसरी बात है हमें डर क्या है, क्योंकि सिंस आई रिप्रेजेंट द नेशनल कमीशन फॉर मिनॉरिटीज़ एंड आई एम योर लॉयर फॉर ईच एंड एवरीथिंग, मेरी जिम्मेवारी है मैं अपनी सारी जितनी मिनॉरिटीज़ हैं उनका केस सरकार के पास लेके जाऊं, सरकार से चर्चा करूं, बात करूं, उनकी बात को समझूं। तो 2 दिन पहले मैं नूह में था। तो जब नूह में बड़ा चर्चा है, 2 महीने से झगड़ा हो रहा है। झगड़ा किस बात के लिए हुआ मैं इस पर चर्चा नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन उसका लोगों में बात क्या है। सोना में मैं गया तो मुझे ये बताया गया कि आप मस्जिद पे चलते हैं। चले गए तो ये कहने लगे कि हमारी मस्जिद को सिखों और हिंदुओं ने बचाया है। वो सभी लोग आए और हमारी मस्जिद के सामने खड़े हो गए। जो शरारती अंसर था उनके सामने उन्होंने कहा कि इसको ये बंद करो। और उसके बाद पुलिस भी थी, पुलिस आ गई, लेकिन मस्जिद का कुछ नुकसान हुआ लेकिन बचाव हो गया। उसके बाद नूह में गया तो वहाँ भी वही कि मस्जिद की सुरक्षा जो है, सिक्योरिटी है, वो हिंदुओं ने की, क्योंकि वहाँ सिख पॉपुलेशन नहीं है। और जहाँ मंदिरों की जो सिक्योरिटी है वो मुसलमानों ने की। 84 कोस की यात्रा निकली और उसमें सभी हिंदू धर्म की वो यात्रा हमेशा निकलती है। तो वहाँ जो मुसलमान भाई रहते हैं वो उनकी खिदमत करते हैं। और आज से नहीं, जब से वो उनका परिवार वहाँ से रहता है वो उसको खिदमत कहते हैं। खिदमत जो है तो उसमें फिर मैंने कहा आपका झगड़ा क्या कहते हैं। हमारा तो कोई झगड़ा नहीं, हम तो मेवात के लोग हैं। आज हमारा कत्ल भी हो जाए हम तो 6 महीने में राजीनामा कर जाएंगे। मैंने कहा फिर झगड़ा क्यों होता है। तो झगड़ा कि ये है कि जो नौजवान पीढ़ी है 15 से 20 साल की, दोनों जगह शरारती कौन है किसी को पता नहीं। कहाँ से आया है, कोई कहते राजस्थान से आया है, कोई कहीं से आया है। उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। दोनों बातें सहमत थे। और मैंने उनको जब मुझे टेलीविज़न पे पूछने लगा कि क्या आपने देखा, मैंने कहा भाई बात ये है, मैंने तो ये देखा है कि हिंदू मस्जिद को बचा रहा है, मुसलमान मंदिर को बचा रहा है, और ये बात किसी के ध्यान में नहीं है। ऐसे ही यहाँ जहांगीरपुरी में पिछले साल हिंसा हुई, मैं वहाँ गया तो वहाँ सभी लोग इकट्ठे होकर बैठे थे। शाम के समय पूरा कमीशन वहाँ गया, उनसे बात की कि कैसे हो। कहने लगे आप क्या करने आए। मैंने कहा आपका हाल चाल पूछने। कहते हम तो चंगे भले बैठे हैं सारे। तो मैंने क्या शरारत किसने की। कहते जी हम में से तो कोई भी शरारती नहीं है, हम तो ईद भी इकट्ठी मनाते हैं, हम दिवाली भी इकट्ठी मनाते हैं, गुरपुरब भी मनाते हैं, हम क्रिसमस भी मनाते हैं। आप आइए बैठिए, चाय पीजिए और जाइए। 8 आदमी जख्मी हुए थे, 7 पुलिस वाले थे। गोली भी पुलिस वाले के लगी और 8वां आदमी किसी को पता ही नहीं था, वो उस इलाके का रहने वाला ही नहीं था, बाहर का आदमी शरारत कर गया। 1.5 महीना तक अखबारों में खूब चर्चा हुई। वो अमन से रहना चाहते हैं। और वो जो अखबारी चर्चा है, अभी वहाँ की मणिपुर की हिंसा की बात हो रही है। हम 2-3 महीने से वहाँ हैं। हुआ क्या झगड़ा कि मितेई कम्युनिटी जो वहाँ रहती है, वहाँ कबीले हैं, धर्म नहीं है। तो मितेई और कुकीज़, नागास, ये प्रोमिनेंट कम्युनिटीज़ वहाँ रहती हैं। तो मितेईज़ को रिजर्वेशन दे दी हाई कोर्ट ने, लागू हुई नहीं। तो कुकीज़ उसके विरोध में पीस मार्च कर रहे थे, मार्च फॉर पीस एंड टू गेट देयर बेनिफिट, देयर राइट। तो उस पीस मार्च करते करते पीस को ही डिस्टर्ब कर दिया। 3 महीने से जो मितेई हैं वो भी क्रिश्चियन हैं, उनके भी 134 चर्चेज़ उनके भी डिमोलिश कर दिए गए, गिरा दिए गए, आग लगा दी गई। लेडीज़ की बेइज्जती की गई दोनों तरफ से, एक तरफ नहीं। क्रिश्चियन ही क्रिश्चियन से लड़ रहा है, एक ट्राइब दूसरे ट्राइब से लड़ रहा है। तो वहाँ वो चाहते क्या हैं कि हमें एक देश चाहिए कुकीज़ को, जो बांग्लादेश में बैठे हैं, जो म्यांमार में बैठे हैं और जो हमारे बैठे हैं। और उसके लिए अपने ही लोगों को मारा जा रहा है। तो आउट ऑफ 30 ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आर इन माई कॉन्टैक्ट। हम उनसे लगातार मिलते हैं। वो कहते हैं जी वो 4 भी आ जाएं, वो बाहर बैठे हैं, तब बात आगे बढ़ेगी। सो बात तो समझने की है। हमें जो दिखाया जाता है वो केवल नेगेटिव पार्ट है इसका। हमें ये डराया जाता है ये हो जाएगा, वो हो जाएगा, ऐसा हो जाएगा। समाज में शैतान की भी कमी नहीं है, देवताओं की भी कमी नहीं है। जो फरिश्ते हैं वो तो मंदिर की और मस्जिद की सुरक्षा करते हैं। जो शैतान है वो आग लगा के तमाशा देखते हैं कि हमने इनको लड़ा दिया। अब देखने वाली बात है कि हमें शैतान के साथ जाना है कि फरिश्ते बनना है, अच्छे इंसान बनना है। सो जब अब ये कमीशन क्यों बना? 1947 से 1977 तक 30 साल इस देश में एक चीज़ बेची गई, उसका नाम था डर, वो भी मिनॉरिटीज़ के लिए, इनसिक्योरिटी, और दूसरी थी इनइक्वालिटी, तीसरा था डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। तो उस समय की मोरारजी देसाई सरकार ने, जिसमें अटल बिहारी जी और LK अडवाणी जी मंत्री थे, मुझे अडवाणी जी ने बताया कि हमने ये सोचा कि इनके मन से डर दूर किया जाए, सेंस ऑफ इनसिक्योरिटी शुड बी रिमूव्ड। जो इनइक्वालिटी है इसको ख़त्म किया जाए, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को ख़त्म किया जाए। तो मेरी ड्यूटी लगी कि मुरारजी भाई ज़रा सख्त स्वभाव के हैं, इनको मनाया जाए। तो मैं गुजराती था, मैंने उनसे उनकी भाषा में बात की तो वो मान गए। एक कमीशन बन गया, नेशनल कमीशन फॉर मिनॉरिटीज़, एक नहीं दो। ऐसी ही डिस्क्रिमिनेशन शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट के बारे में भी होती थी, तो उसका भी एक कमीशन बन गया। एक ही ऑर्डर से दोनों के एक कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर रैंक के चेयरमैन बन गए और ये फैसला हुआ कि हम ये तीनों चीज़ें, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, इनसिक्योरिटी और जो इनइक्वालिटी है उसको दूर करेंगे। लेकिन ये भी कमीशन बच्चा ही था कि बनाने वाला बाप ही फौत हो गया। मोरारजी देसाई की गवर्नमेंट टूट गई 79 में। फिर हमें दे दिया गया कि ये 15 पॉइंट प्रोग्राम है, कमीशन इसको देखेगा कि एजुकेशन में क्या होना है, आपकी एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, तो उसको लेके हम चलेंगे। कहीं हमारे पास भी 2000 के कंप्लेंट्स, शिकायतें आती हैं। जहाँ भी दुनिया भर में लोग रहते हैं, शैतान तो कहीं ना कहीं उठता ही है। हम सबसे बड़ी बात करते हैं अमेरिका की डेमोक्रेसी की। मुझे मौका मिला FBI में काम करने का एज एन एक्सपर्ट ऑन मिलिटेंसी। तो पिछले साल मुझे पता चला कि वहाँ 214 केस ऑफ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अगेंस्ट द सिक्स हुए हैं अमेरिका में। तो हमारे तो इतने नहीं हुए, हमारे देश में तो ऐसी कोई बात नहीं। अगर हुए भी हैं तो पंजाब का पुलिस का थानेदार तो दूसरे सिख भाई की ही पगड़ी उतार रहा है, और कोई ना कोई झगड़ा होके, लड़ते तो दो आदमी हैं लेकिन जब झगड़ा हो जाता है तो वो फिर दो धर्मों में बंट जाते हैं। लेकिन किसी जगह ऑर्गेनाइज जो क्राइम है कि किसी इस्लाम के मानने वालों ने इकट्ठे हो के बैठ के फैसला किया हो कि हम देश के ख़िलाफ़ होंगे या किसी से लड़ेंगे, ऐसा मेरे ध्यान में तो कहीं नहीं आया। ना ही कोई ऐसा ध्यान में आया कि हिंदुओं ने फैसला किया हो कि हम इनको यहाँ रहने नहीं देंगे। ये पुरअमन धरती है, इट्स अ पीसफुल प्लेस टू लिव। यहाँ हमारे बुज़ुर्गों ने कुर्बानियाँ दी हैं, और ये हम जब अभी सितंबर का महीना गया है, हमने हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान की जो लड़ाई है उसमें जीत का जश्न मनाया है, तो हम अब्दुल हमीद को कैसे भूल सकते हैं, जिसने पाकिस्तान के टैंकों का कब्रिस्तान बना दिया। और हम वहाँ जाते हैं हर साल खेमकरण के पास, वहाँ उनको सिजदा करते हैं जाके हर साल, पंजाब के सभी लोग, कि अगर अब्दुल हमीद ना होते तो जनरल चौधरी जो समय के हमारे जनरल थे आर्मी के, मिस्टर JN रॉय चौधरी, ही हैड ऑर्डर दैट द आर्मी शुड बी विड्रॉन राइट टू ब्यास। अगर वो वहाँ तक आ जाता है तो पाकिस्तान आगे तक बढ़ जाता है। लेकिन जनरल हरबख्श सिंह ने और अब्दुल हमीद जैसे बहादुरों ने उनका मुकाबला किया, लाहौर तक आगे बढ़े और हमारे देश की जीत हुई। क्या हम इनको भूल सकते हैं? क्या इनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन को देश की किसी भी जो हमारी हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस है या सिक्योरिटी है उसमें इनको नेगेट किया जा सकता है? तो फिर हम उस बात पे आए कि हम अच्छे मुसलमान बने। जहाँ इस्लाम है वहाँ इल्म तो होगा ही होगा। इस्लाम तो धर्म ही प्यार का है, इट्स रिलीजन ऑफ लव। अल्लाह तो कहते हैं कि आपके खाने का कोई फ़ायदा ही नहीं अगर साथी भूखा है, आपका कपड़ा पहनने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं अगर आपके साथी हमारे। अब दो तरह के धर्म हैं, एक तो अल्लाह का धर्म है, भगवान का धर्म है, वाहिगुरु का धर्म है, गॉड का धर्म है, एक पुजारी का धर्म है। हमारे जिस धर्म में मैं मानने वाला हूँ वहाँ गुरु नानक ने ये लिखा कि तीनों उजाड़े का बंद। ये तीनों लोग इनकी अपनी दुकान तभी चलेगी, माफ़ करना, अगर कोई ना कोई रिचुअलिज्म होगा, कोई बात चलेगी। लेकिन मैं समझता था कि अगर गुरु नानक आज होते तो वो चारों उजाड़े का बंद ले देते। सिखों के भाई भी किसी से कम नहीं है। हमें जो भी जब स्टेज पे बोलते हैं पूरा काम करते हैं कि कहीं कोई बैठ ना जाए और दुकान बढ़िया चलती रहे। तो इसमें हमारा देश आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा? इस जो हमारी डाइवर्सिटी है इसको मैं यूनिटी में नहीं कहूँगा। मैं कभी नहीं कहता कि एक रंग हो जाए, उस रंग का मज़ा नहीं आता। सफ़ेद रंग में सभी रंग होते हैं, तो हमारी इस धरती पे सफ़ेद कपड़े तो तभी पहनते हैं जब कोई चलता बने। तो वो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। वी शुड ऑल सेलिब्रेट आवर डाइवर्सिटी। अब जो हक हैं, किसका कितना हक है? अभी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की बात मेरे से पहले भी हो रही थी, तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में सारे राइट दिए गए हैं सभी भारतीयों के लिए। अब चल रहा था कि ये जो 15 पॉइंट प्रोग्राम है इसको हम कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं, इसका हर आदमी को लाभ कैसे मिले। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी से एक दिन चर्चा हुई, वो कहने लगे भाई साहब कि एक बात बताइए। मैंने कहा जी बोलिए। कहते ये जो 125 स्कीमें हैं हमारी, अभी कल विश्वकर्मा स्कीम है, जन धन योजना है, दूसरी योजना है, इंश्योरेंस है, इसमें कहाँ लिखा है कि मिनॉरिटीज़ के लिए नहीं है? आप गलत काम करते हो। आप 15 का चर्चा बंद करो तो 140 का चर्चा करो। 125 तो एज इंडियन उनके पास हैं, 15 एज मिनॉरिटी एक्स्ट्रा हैं। लेकिन क्या हमें सभी को मालूम है कि विच स्कीम्स आर अवेलेबल फॉर दी इंडियन सिटीजन्स? तो हमारे पास तो 3% ब्याज पे कर्जा मिलता है एजुकेशन के लिए, और किसी बैंक से मेरे ख्याल नहीं मिल सकता यहाँ किसी भी तरह का। हैव वी अवेल्ड इट? हमारा कारोबार सेट करने के लिए इतना सस्ता लोन मिल रहा है, इतनी स्कीम्स हमारे पास हैं। सो क्या एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नहीं चाहिए कि वो चीज़ें जो स्कीम्स विच आर अवेलेबल फॉर द सिटीजन्स ऑफ इंडिया वो हर इंस्टीट्यूशन के सामने पड़ी हों? देश में 60,000 NGOs हैं जो मिनॉरिटीज़ के लिए काम करती हैं। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि सभी NGOs को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाया जाए और उनको ये सारी स्कीम्स जो है लगातार उनके ध्यान में आती रहें कि इसका आप लाभ उठाइए। अब रह गया सिस्टम को बदलने की बात कि हम इस सिस्टम को कैसे बदलें। पहली बात है सिस्टम को समझ तो लें, बदलना बाद में। जो अगर हम बदलना चाहते हैं तब बदलेंगे अगर इसमें कोई खराबी हो। पुलिस सिस्टम के बारे में, हमारी पुलिस सबसे ज़्यादा बदनाम है सारी सरकारी एजेंसीज में। मैं पुलिस का अफसर रहा हूँ, तो उसमें जिस दिन मैं बच्चों के खुश करने के लिए अपनी ज़िंदगी का सुनाता हूँ, उसके बाद आगे करूँगा। मुझे एक दिन जब आई हैड ग्रेजुएटेड और रादर मैंने अपनी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी चंडीगढ़ से की थी, तो किसी सीनियर अफसर का एडमिशन की बात थी पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी में। वो मुझे कहने लगे आप 2 साल पहले ही यहाँ से निकले हो, प्रोफेसर साहबान आपके वाकिफ़ हैं, ज़रा मेरी बेटी को एडमिशन दिलवा दीजिए। तो मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं। तो कहने लगे सुबह मैं आप जाइए, तो मेरे टेल माई वाइफ टू अकम्पनी यू टू द यूनिवर्सिटी, तो हम जाके करते हैं। तो मैंने जाके उनके घर के सामने जीप खड़ी कर दी 9 बजे के करीब, 73 की बात है, बहुत पुरानी बात है, 50 साल पुरानी। तो जब उसने देखा मैं आया हूँ यूनिफॉर्म में, राम 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 करती वापस चली गई। तो मैंने कहा ये क्या हुआ यार। तो मैं वापस अपने ऑफिस आ गया, घर आया, तो मैंने साहब को टेलीफोन किया, सर आप क्या करते हो, मुझे तो वो उन्होंने बुलाया तक नहीं। वो राम कहते यार बात ये है कि पुलिस अफसर जब किसी के सामने आता ना सुबह, तो वो समझते हैं नैश आ गया, अब पूरा दिन खराब हो जाएगा। तो मैंने अपने जीवन में ये फिर लक्ष्य बनाया कि मैं यार ऐसा बनूंगा कि मैं सारी पुलिस को सुधार तो नहीं सकता, लेकिन कम से कम मुझे मिलने के लिए कोई दरवाज़ा बंद ना करे। तो मैंने फिर देखा कि सिस्टम में है क्या, खराबी कहाँ है। तो खराबी उसमें जो हमारा सिस्टम बना है इंडिया का, जो आई थिंक दिस इज़ द बेस्ट सिस्टम, जिसमें लिखा है इट इज़ द प्राइमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ ऑल लॉ अबाइडिंग सिटीजन्स टू अरेस्ट क्रिमिनल and maintain peace in their area. Police and magistracy are the organizations to assist him in his general responsibility. अब लोगों का काम है अमन कानून को बहाल रखना, और पुलिस और मजिस्ट्रेसी उनकी मदद के लिए है। क्या लोग ऐसा करते हैं? क्या किसी को इस लॉ के बारे में पता है? उसके बाद आगे लिखा है पुलिस अफसर कैसा हो, तो वहाँ लिखा है पुलिस अफसर शुड बी a wise and impartial friend and a protector against injury to person and property. अब बोलिए ऐसे पुलिस अफसर कहाँ मिलेंगे? सो बात ये है कि कानून बनते हैं, किताबों में रहते हैं। जब 2006 में प्रकाश सिंह पुलिस रिफॉर्म्स की सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ऑर्डर पास हुआ, तो मेरे साथ एक हाई कोर्ट के जज बैठे थे किसी टेलीविज़न पे। तो मैंने उनको ये कहा कि मैं आपको 5 लाख रुपया दूंगा अगर आप ये साबित कर दें कि 1861 का जो पुलिस एक्ट है इसमें कोई गलती है। इज़ देयर एनी ड्रैकोनियन प्रोविजन इन दैट एक्ट? उसमें तो ये सेक्शन 34 है, दैट इज़ ओनली द पीनल एक्शन, जहाँ लिखा गया है कि किसी को सड़क पे जानवर जिबा नहीं करेगा, कोई तेज़ गाड़ी नहीं भगाएगा, सड़क पे अश्लील हरकतें नहीं करेगा, शराब पी के नहीं नाचेगा। विल यू अलाउ दिस थिंग टू हैपन? अब भी इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, तो इसको क्या बदलने, किस लिए बदल रहे हो? उसका कोई जवाब नहीं था। जो अब नया बना है, अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है, इतने सालों से किसी स्टेट ने लागू ही नहीं किया। अगर आप कानून बनाते हो और आप लागू नहीं कर पाते, तो फिर ये कैसी बड़ी बड़ी अदालतें हैं। इतने देश में स्टेट्स नहीं होगी जितने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज बैठे हैं, इतने डिस्ट्रिक्ट के नहीं होते किसी भी अपना स्टेट में जितने हाई कोर्ट के जज बैठे हैं। और उतना वो कर क्या रहे हैं हम बैठ के? एक केस आ जाता है और 20 साल के बाद उसका फैसला होता है, जब तक मुद्दई भी मर जाता है, तो उसका लाभ क्या हुआ? हाउ विल द पर्सन विल बी बेनिफिटेड? और उसमें क्या होना चाहिए? ये देखो, ये सारी चीज़ें, आई एम नॉट अक्यूजिंग एनी पर्टिकुलर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इसमें सभी में ऐसे हैं। हम भारतीय हैं, हमें सोचना चाहिए, समझना चाहिए, अपने हक के बारे में जागृत होना चाहिए, अपने हक के लिए खड़े होना चाहिए, अपने हक के लिए जो भी प्रोविजंस ऑफ द लॉ है उसका यूज़ करना चाहिए। लेकिन ये एक बात याद रखनी चाहिए, ये देश मेरा है, ये देश हमारा नहीं है। आई एम द ओनर ऑफ द कंट्री, वाई शुड आई से कि ये सभी का है? आई शुड ओन इट। और उसके लिए मैं अपने देश की बेहतरी के लिए क्या कर सकता हूँ, और देश ने मेरी बेहतरी के लिए क्या कानून बनाया है, क्या नियम बनाए हैं, उसको हम कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। एक जगह 1925 में एक पुलिस कमीशन बना था, लम्सन कमेटी रिपोर्ट के नाम से। आप देखिए, लॉ डिपार्टमेंट में कहीं कॉपी हो तो आ जाएगी। उसमें ये लिखा है कि ज्यों-ज्यों एजुकेशन आ रही है, इसके साथ भ्रष्टाचार बढ़ रहा है। तो ये एजुकेशन और इसका भ्रष्टाचार में, करप्शन में, एक अच्छे इंसान बनना और अच्छी एजुकेशन लेना, जो हम कहते हैं कि इसको डिग्री मिल गई, इसमें कहीं ना कहीं गड़बड़ी है। हमें अच्छे इंसान बनना है। गुरु नानक भी कहते हैं जिन मानस ते देवते किए। हाँ, अच्छे इंसान कैसे फरिश्ते बने, वो कैसे उसमें से जो शैतान का खात्मा हो, हम कैसे अपने साथियों को रोकें। जब कोई आदमी एक शरारत करता है, कहते हैं नूह में एक खबर हो गई जी, इस सोशल मीडिया के पीछे लगना बंद कीजिए। मैं अब पहली बार इस यूनिवर्सिटी में आया हूँ, हमदर्द यूनिवर्सिटी में। कम से कम 40 साल से मेरे हकीम जी अमृतसर में हुआ करते थे, मैं दवाइयाँ यहाँ की यूज़ करता हूँ, तो मुझे इन पे यकीन है कि ये बहुत अच्छी मेडिसिन है, यूनानी मेडिसिन या दूसरा। लेकिन क्या ये सिस्टम हम घर घर तक लेके जा सके हैं? क्या हम इसका फ़ायदा हर आदमी तक पहुंचा सके हैं? जो इल्म है इसकी कोई सीमा नहीं होती, और प्यार की भी कोई सीमा नहीं होती, और जो प्यार है वही आदमी को जीवन में आगे बढ़ाता है। ये नफ़रत शैतान हमारे अंदर पैदा करता है। बेगानगी से हमको लड़ना है। बेगानगी है नहीं, इट्स क्रिएटेड। हम क्यों बेगानापन महसूस करें? हम क्यों ये महसूस करें कि हमारे साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो रही है? ये हम क्यों महसूस करें कि हमें पूरा हक नहीं मिल रहा? इसके लिए जो डिज़र्व करते हैं, जो बच्चे आज 100 से ज़्यादा गोल्ड मेडल लेके आ गए, इट इज़ फॉर द टाइम टू सेलिब्रेट इट। पच्चीस से ज़्यादा गोल्ड जो है इंडिया ने जीते हैं। इंडिया ने चंद्रयान उतार दिया। आप जैसे कुछ लोग बोल रहे थे कि वो तो उसने साइंस की फॉर्मल एजुकेशन भी नहीं ली। कितना लोगों ने लगन से काम किया है। जो दिल से काम करता है वो मंजिल को सर कर लेता है। जो दिल से काम नहीं करता वो उसका घर से यहाँ तक आना भी मुश्किल हो जाता है कि साइकिल ख़राब हो गया, कभी कुछ हो गया, कभी कुछ हो गया। तो ये बहानेबाजी जो है ना, हमारे अंदर कुछ ना कुछ शैतान पैदा करती है। दिस सेंस ऑफ, आई वुड जस्ट टेल यू कि वर्ल्ड में 1992 में सोचा गया कि मिनॉरिटी डे मनाया जाएगा, और 18 दिसंबर को हर साल सारी दुनिया में मिनॉरिटीज़ डे मनाया जाता है। लेकिन मैंने जैसे पहले कहा, भारत में 12 जनवरी 1978 से ये कमीशन बना है, जिसका एक मिनिस्टर रैंक का आदमी उसका चेयरमैन लगता है। तो आप बोलिए हम वहाँ दुनिया से कितना आगे हैं? और हमारे कहीं भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी जज हमारे बैठे हैं, हाई कोर्ट में भी जज हमारे बैठे हैं। कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जहाँ कोई हमारा आदमी ना हो। और मैं ये भी कहता हूँ, कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है कि हमारे आदमी ने देश के लिए पूरे मन से काम ना किया हो, चाहे वो इरफान पठान ही हो, चाहे कोई और हो। उसने हमेशा कोशिश किया कि मैं पाकिस्तान में भी जाऊंगा तो पाकिस्तान को हरा के आऊँगा। ये हमने उनकी लाइफ में रोज़ पढ़ते हैं। तो ये देश मेरा है, ये समाज मेरा है। मैं मुबारकबाद देता हूँ यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर साहब को, चांसलर साहब को, सभी जो लोग हाजिर हैं, कि आपने ऐसा सोचा कि हम डाइवर्सिटी पे बात करें, लेकिन उसके बाद ये भी बात ज़रूरी थी कि हम इसको इंजॉय कैसे करें। लेट अस इंजॉय अवर डाइवर्सिटी। तो उसके लिए हमें काम करना चाहिए। जहाँ ईद पे भी हमें सभी को इकट्ठे होना चाहिए, जो क्रिसमस पे भी इकट्ठे होना चाहिए, गुरपुरब भी मिलके मनाने चाहिए। इस पर चर्चा नहीं होनी चाहिए। जब हम चर्चा करते हैं तो हम एक दूसरे से आगे निकलने की कोशिश करते हैं। सारे धर्म बराबर हैं, कोई धर्म ऐसी बात कहीं नहीं सिखाता। मैंने तो पूरी कुरान मजीद पढ़ी है, पूरा गीता पढ़ी है, चारों वेद पढ़े हैं, जहाँ कहीं कुरान में बाइबल पढ़ी है जहाँ ऐसा सिखाया गया हो कि किसी से लड़ना है, झगड़ना है। एक ही बात सिखाई जाती है, अच्छा इंसान बनना है। और अच्छा इंसान कैसे बने, इसके लिए जो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को, स्कूल्स को, टीचर्स को, सबको काम करना होगा। और उसके लिए हमारा देश बहुत पीछे है, क्योंकि पंजाब का मैं रहने वाला हूँ। तो 1839 के पहले महाराजा रणजीत सिंह का राज था, तो उसमें जो एक शायर को उन्होंने हायर किया अंग्रेज़ों ने कि इनके ख़िलाफ़ लिखो, तो लिखते क्या है, शाह मोहम्मद राजी बहुत रहंदे मुसलमान हिंदू कदे नहीं सी तीसरी जात आई। वहाँ हिंदू और मुस्लिम खुशी से रहते थे। जब कुरान की बात आई कि मैंने हाथ से लिखा है और मैं इसको बेचूं जाके कहीं 4 पैसे बनाऊं, तो महाराजा कहते हैं कि बोलो कितने पैसे की आशा करते हो। जितने पैसे उन्होंने बोले उनके 4 गुना दे दिए। आज भी कुरान मजीद लाहौर में पड़ी है, फ़कीर फैमिली के पास उनका एक हिस्सा बनी हुई है। हमारा कल्चर ऐसा अच्छा था, लेकिन अंग्रेज़ ने क्या कहा, हम भी बचपन में सुना करते थे, पढ़े फ़ारसी बेचे तेल, देखो कुदरत के खेल। तो हमें तो मालूम नहीं था ये क्या है। तो पता ये चला कि महाराजा के राज में एजुकेशन का लेवल 87% था और एक कायदा नूर था उनका बनाया हुआ, जिसके बारे में सारी एजुकेशन थी। अंग्रेज़ ने बंदूक तो ख़रीदी 4 आने में और कायदा ख़रीदा 1.25 रुपये में। सभी कायदे इकट्ठे करके पर्शियन और पंजाबी की गुरमुखी की एजुकेशन बंद करके उनको जला दिया। आज तक कहीं भी एक कायदा नूर नहीं मिल सकता। हमें वो लोग पैदा किए गए जो इंग्लिश पढ़ने वाले और इंग्लिश बोलने वाले, इंग्लिश लिखने वाले क्लर्क हों, तो उन क्लर्कों का वही मानसिकता हम लेके अभी भी सोचते हैं कि अगर इंग्लिश में ना बोलें तो हमारा तो स्टैंडर्ड स्टेज पे खड़े ही नहीं हो सकते। तो मेरी अपनी भाषा से मैं प्यार करता हूँ। मेरे लिए उर्दू भी उतनी पवित्र है, अरेबियन भी उतनी पवित्र है, पर्शियन भी है, हिंदी भी है। हम सभी को अच्छे अच्छे लफ्ज़ जो है उसमें सीखने पड़ते हैं। पुलिस वालों का एक शब्द होता था, यके बाद दीगरे। वो शरारत करते हैं। जब कहीं झगड़ा होता है ना, अगर इकट्ठे होके आ जाएं तो बनता है 148 149 IPC का। तो वो उसको दूर करने के लिए फ़लाँ यके बाद दीगरे आए। इसका मतलब एक एक करके आए, और जिसके दस्तखत करवाए जा रहे हैं उसको नहीं पता यके बाद दीगरे क्या होता है। लेकिन उसने उसका ऐसा काम तमाम कर दिया कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी जाएगा तो रिलीफ कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। तो हमें भी वो यके बाद दीगरे को सीखने वाली बात होती है कि लेट अस ऑल लर्न समथिंग गुड अबाउट आवर रिलीजन, समथिंग गुड अबाउट आवर कल्चर। ये मेरा भारत है, मेरे देश में इसमें मेरे बुज़ुर्ग पैदा हुए हैं। मैं यहाँ से कहीं नहीं मैंने जाना, मैंने इसको ही सुंदर बनाना है। और इसके में कानून जो है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हमें पूरे राइट देता है। यही जो हमारी स्कीम्स हैं ये सारी हम सब के लिए हैं। अगर कहीं हमें लगता है कि हमें कुछ मालूम नहीं है तो उसके लिए हमें काम करना है। अगर लगता है कि कहीं आपके साथ हक शिकनी हुई है, हक आपका लिया गया है, तो आप उसके बारे में जो संबंधित एजेंसीज़ हैं, पुलिस हैं, जुडिशरी है, उनसे बात करें। नहीं होती तो कमीशन फॉर नेशनल कमीशन फॉर minorities देयर फॉर ऑल दी 6 minority communities. We are there to help you, assist you and will try to get the justice for you. मैं इतनी बातें कहता हूँ। आप सबका धन्यवाद। आदाब, नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your erudite talk. In the words of Allama Iqbal, सारे जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, मज़हब नहीं सिखाता आपस में बैर रखना, हिंदी है हम वतन है हिंदुस्तान हमारा। सर आपने इसको इस तरह से समराइज़ किया कि हमें यही समझ में आया आखिरी में। Thank you so much, sir. As we prepare to bid adieu to this conference, let us not forget that the discussions we have shared here will resonate far and wide, extending beyond the confines of these walls. The wisdom we have acquired will continue to propel our collective journey towards more harmonious, inclusive, and prosperous India. We, as the custodians of knowledge and architects of unity, must carry the very essence of this conference with us. We must carry the spirit of this conference forward, working together to find the common ground and bridge the divisions that challenge our nation's unity.
I extend my profound gratitude to each and every one of you for your enthusiastic participation and invaluable contributions. As we draw an end to the valedictory session, we depart with a renewed commitment to building a stronger and more unified India. Jai Hind. I request everyone to stand for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all the students and all the audiences to please join us for tea. I request Parveen ma'am to please come on the stage.
गेम चल जाए वीडियो है लगाने बेटा होगा देना पीछे देख हमारी लीड है नहीं है वाला वो देना भैया हाँ दे रहा हूँ निकाल कौन सी वाली लीड ये हाँ नहीं वो तो दे रहा हूँ ये तो आपका शुक्रिया भैया